Evolving my Undead Legion in a game-like world. Chapter 151A Mage Opponent. Just as Brian had said, judging someone based on their aura was a risky thing to do. Michael understood this better than anyone. After all, he was a necromancer. Though he didn't think his aura would be outright repulsive to other supernaturals with keen senses, he figured it would stand out a bit. However, it probably wouldn't be too conspicuous since he hadn't involved himself in the kind of filthy practices a certain group indulged in. Read new adventures at my virtual library Empire. Still, whether it was due to his class or simply a natural progression of strength, Michael had developed an acute sensitivity to certain energies. He could now distinguish between a regular supernatural and a demonic one. At least, as long as they weren't using aura concealment techniques and were not far stronger than him. Otherwise, his senses would be useless. This time, Michael was certain he had finally caught a fish. However, whether it was a big one or not remained to be seen. The community was eerily quiet, its ruins scattered with monster and human corpses, though in noticeably lower numbers than in other places he had visited. It seemed that any survivors had already been transported elsewhere. Yet, as he passed a particular building, Michael felt a surge of ominous negative energy. What was strange, however, was that while his senses clearly detected the presence of such energy, he couldn't pick up any signs of life. Such impressive concealment. That was the only thought that crossed his mind. Unfortunately for the hidden individual, some energies coating them weren't as easy to suppress. The cries. Michael wasn't sure he should call them that. He could hear them. At the very least, this suggested that the other party wasn't strong enough to completely erase everything from Michael's perception. Even so, Michael wasn't about to take any chances. As for whether there was a living person behind that wall, at that moment, the thought didn't even cross his mind. However, it seemed that the moment Michael paused, the other party had noticed. However, it seemed they weren't willing to take any chances. Just as Michael got ready to summon Prince, while also wanting to order the two male orc undead by his side to get ready, the wall of the building he had his eyes on burst open. Immediately a figure in black appeared right on the street and started running. Slow curse. Michael's mind reacted immediately, and he cast a skill on the figure. The feedback he felt immediately allowed him to know that he had underestimated a bit. The demonic supernatural. This one. It was a powerful one. Just as Slow Curse struggled to hold the fugitive, Michael was already casting another spell. Undead Summoning. Immediately, a huge magic circle appeared in front of him, and the figure of a wolf started emerging from it at a rapid speed. At the same time, Michael mentally commanded the two orcs beside him to rush at the figure. All this happened in a flash, yet the figure was also able to react. Michael watched as they cast a spell even while semi-motionless. A magic circle appeared right beneath their feet, and an earth dome formed against them. Bang! The two hammer-wielding orcs sent a string of attacks at the dome, causing dust to fly everywhere. Suddenly, Michael's expression twitched. Come back! As he screamed the command while sending it to the two orcs mentally, Michael watched as two magic circles appeared in midair above the dome, and two huge fire spears shot out from them. Unfortunately, the orcs had just started retreating when the fire spears appeared in front of them. Fortunately, their instincts kicked in, and their bodies moved to strike their hammers at the fire spears. Boom! An explosion echoed as the two undead flew past Michael due to the shockwave. In a matter of 2 seconds, a few blows had already been exchanged, and from them, Michael immediately realized that he had encountered not only a strong opponent but one with good battle experience. However, Michael didn't give up or retreat immediately. He might be lacking in experience but not in firepower. Prince, who had already emerged from the netherworld, wasted no time in attacking immediately. Thick vines erupted from the ground and charged at the earth dome ahead when it suddenly broke off, revealing the figure in black and a huge red magic circle in front of them. Michael didn't need to know what it was. He sensed a huge threat from it, and that was enough. Leaving Prince to deal with the situation however he liked, Michael immediately dashed away from the place. And just as he had expected, the magic circle was indeed bad news. A wide stream of hot flames appeared from the magic circle, charging at Prince, who immediately set up a vine wall around itself. Unfortunately, plants just happened to be the worst counter for fire. It only fueled the flames more. However, it still did its work of stopping the flames. Unfortunately, the magic circle didn't seem to be a stagnant one. For the first time, Michael was able to see what a cultivator could do if they went all out in a residential space in a fight. It was destructive. In just a few seconds, flames filled the whole area. One could only imagine how it would have been if people had actually been around. Perhaps they were some in fact not this were not within Michael and his opponent current considerations. The moment the magic on the magic circle ran out was the moment Michael was able to strike back. Well, not him exactly, but his undead. At this point, Michael realized that it was a mage he was up against. Really, the firepower that they could output was a lot. No wonder they were even considered rare in the class classification system. Even in the cultivator power system, Michael hadn't met a lot of mages. However, while powerful, Michael knew that mages had one great weakness. Their physique. It was weak. Just as the magic circle that caused the stream of fire disappeared and another one started to appear, the shadow of Prince appeared right behind the mage, and with a claw, it sent the mage flying. Bang, bang, bang. The mage flew through multiple buildings in a flash. Not willing to give their opponent a moment's rest, Michael and his undead chased after the figure. A moment later, they found the mage trying to get up from the ground with their body trembling a lot. Obviously, Michael wasn't going to allow this to happen. With a mental command, he ordered Prince to strike again. On the roof of a building, Michael also made a move. However, it seemed that while his actions were right, they had still given the mage enough time. 2 magic circles appeared around the mage. Strangely, the 2 weren't directed at Prince's flashing figure, with one directed at Michael's location. Shit! Michael didn't even think about it and immediately dashed to another location. Unfortunately, though the mage had managed in stopping Michael from casting a spell, it was too much to think a single attack spell could hold Prince in place. Bang! Out of sight from Michael's eyes, who due to his haste had blasted himself into a building, Prince with its huge claw slammed the body of the mage to the ground. With the body of the mage, a crater formed on the ground. However, the mage still had a bit of life in them. It was evident from the event that even as a mage, though they had the weakest physique among most professions, they were still strong and had great vitality. However, all these had no business to do with Prince. Wasting no time, Prince gave another claw attack. Bang! The crater in the ground got a bit deeper. Bang! Yet another attack. Bang! Yet another attack to the mage on the ground. Just as it was about to deliver another attack to finally end the life of the mage, a sudden scream echoed. Stop! Prince's attack halted immediately. From a certain building, Michael shot up and charged at the mage's body on the ground. Finally close, a spear materialized in his hand, and without hesitation, he struck down. You have killed a... Michael didn't even turn to look at the notifications that appeared nor reflect on what he had just done and immediately placed the body in his storage space. Dismissing all his undead, he immediately charged out of the location. A few seconds later, a few figures appeared in the sky. A/N. Happy last day of the month, guys. I'm sorry for the previous chapter and will make sure it doesn't happen again. Also, we were able to enter rank 9 in the golden ticket ranking the previous day. We might be down now, though, but with one more day to the end of the month, we are so close to our goal of ending the month in rank 10. Regardless of the result, I'll be releasing 5 chapters all at once soon. If we do end up achieving our goal, I'll plan a 10-chapter release next month. Thank you for the support. Love you all. Evolving my Undead Legion in a game-like world. Chapter 152 Trash Alive. One might imagine that a battle between figures akin to gods in the eyes of ordinary humans would be a long and devastating clash. Devastating? Long? Only if both sides were evenly matched. In a fight where power was unequal from the very start, even a god could fall in an instant. Of course, the force capable of erasing such a being in the blink of an eye had to be just as terrifying. Had the battle between the mage and Michael been a one-on-one duel, Michael would have lost easily. Battle experience. A vast arsenal of spells. Michael had none of these, At least, not compared to that mage. However, a one-on-one fight was never an option for Michael. He was a necromancer. "I think this is far enough," Michael muttered, scanning his surroundings. It was another ruined community, much like the rest of the city. Through his senses, he picked up faint signs of life around. The association had likely done what they could hear before moving on. For now. But for Michael, this place was far enough. Sitting atop a rooftop, he took a deep breath, calming himself. Cultivators are strong, he mused. In spellcasting, at least, that mage had been far ahead of him. But Michael didn't feel discouraged. He had only been a supernatural for barely a week. Now that he thought about it, he had come far. And fast. Just when he thought he was moving too slowly, his gaze swept over the ruins around him. So many things have happened in just a few days. A strange emotion stirred within him, but he pushed it aside. He had gotten what he wanted. Now, it was time to return to his community before someone else arrived first and they ran into trouble with his undead, or vice versa. As for the result of his battle with the mage, that could wait. As for taking a human life for the first time, Michael didn't even think about it. Maybe it was because he had already killed too much in a short span, today and in the past few days. Maybe he had grown numb to it. Or maybe he was just coping. Only Michael would know. But just as he was about to leave, he felt movement from within the building beneath him. For people? That's a lot. Lucky people. Michael merely thought to himself, but just as he was about to move, he paused. A faint wail seemed to whisper to him. Slowly, Michael lowered himself on the building below, his expressionless eyes flashing for a brief moment. A second later, an eerie butterfly appeared beside him, fluttering around as a mist began to rise. Undead Phantom Morpho LV2. Illusory Merge, Basic Mastery, Proficiency, 6.7%. Creates multiple shimmering duplicates of itself to confuse enemies. At Basic Mastery, the illusions move erratically but fade upon contact, making it harder for foes to pinpoint the real creature. Mist? The power of illusions slowly enveloped the building beneath Michael. In the apartment building, the four men who had initially started with corpses to themselves prepared to move out. As for how things ended up that way, they couldn't quite tell. All they knew was that something within them had urged them to act, whispering that what they were doing was right, pleasurable, even. It wasn't that they hadn't done it before, but never in a situation as serious as this, yet they felt an irresistible urge to unearth even deeper desires. Even now, the urge to cause more chaos simmered within them, but the pressing need to escape the city forced them to suppress their bloodlust. If Michael knew about this, he would attribute it to the cracks. As he had suspected, if the only thing the cracks did was release monsters, then in a certain way, it wasn't the worst possible outcome. Continue reading on my virtual library empire. Unfortunately, from the ghosts he had encountered, it was clear that something even stranger was happening in the city. Being influenced by the chaotic energy in the air seemed very plausible. When did the fog appear? One of the men cautiously opened the entrance door, only to be met with a thick, swirling mist that obscured almost everything beyond. The others behind him also noticed the change, their expressions turning serious. "Close the door," one of them stated as another moved toward a window to check outside. Was this window always open? He briefly wondered but quickly dismissed the thought. Just like the scene at the entrance, the outside was shrouded in fog. "Is something weird happening again?" the man muttered worriedly, unaware of the glowing green eyes that had appeared behind him. The fog is getting inside." He noticed the mist creeping in through the gaps and immediately shut the window, but it made no difference. The fog only grew denser. Just as he turned to speak, his body suddenly stiffened. Confusion flashed across his face as he struggled to move. Then he felt a cold hand wrap around his neck. A moment later, his neck snapped. As his vision darkened, the last thing he heard was a voice, deep and enigmatic, yet strangely youthful. "Trash alive. You'll make an excellent undead." Michael stared at the lifeless body in his grip, his expression unreadable. Now that he had a moment to reflect, he finally thought about his actions. Yet even as he did, he felt nothing. No guilt. No hesitation. He felt a little excited. Such fragility. It gave him an intoxicating sense of power. However, Michael didn't allow himself to get lost in the feeling. Old Man Lou and Teacher Brian were right. Killing a lot in a short span really messes you up. He understood the gravity of it. But understanding didn't mean he could change what had happened. At least, not right now that it wasn't as if he was killing for the sake of it. Who are you? Michael heard a voice behind him and turned, letting the body in his grasp drop to the floor. He had snuck into the building to uncover what was happening without revealing his identity, just in case he was wrong. But he wasn't. The moment he struck down his target, he was ready to face the remaining three. Michael didn't answer the question. He sighed and vanished from his spot. Evolving my Undead Legion in a game-like world. Chapter 153 Return. The reason Michael left immediately after defeating the mage was that he knew there was a chance the battle would draw the attention of the association members. He didn't think he'd be in trouble for fighting a demonic supernatural, but he doubted he'd be allowed to take the corpse himself. What he didn't know was that, shortly after he left, two figures appeared mid-air at the battle site. Rank 4 cultivators. The two arrivals were both men. They scanned the surroundings before one of them spoke. There are multiple energy signatures here. It's chaotic, but the dominant ones are fire and wood. Should we track the lingering traces? I can sense dark energy as well, though faint. There's no need to waste time. The demonic supernaturals wouldn't dare cause too much havoc. Though I don't know why one fought here, it's not our concern. Our priority is restoring order to the city. If we don't do something about the chaotic energy in time, things will only spiral further. Agreed. With that, the two men ended their discussion. Rather than chase after a fleeing demonic supernatural, it was far more important to stabilize the situation. If their negligence led to a disaster requiring a king-rank expert's intervention, there would be nothing they could do, even as some of the strongest cultivators below the king level in Woodstone City. Having made their decision, they immediately flew off in another direction. Of course, things would have been different had they seen Michael, but they didn't care enough to track down a vague trail. Back at Michael's location, moments later. Unlike when he had used Slow Curse on the first man, Michael didn't bother doing the same for the remaining three. All were given swift deaths, a single, precise strike to the back of the neck. After finishing off the last one, Michael paused briefly before storing the four bodies in his storage space, recalling his undead phantom morpho as well. Though he felt a moment of unexpected discomfort, it quickly faded, replaced by growing excitement. Initially, he had worried that due to the Supers Association intervening, preventing him from obtaining a demonic supernatural's corpse, he'd return home empty-handed. Yet not only had he secured the body of a strong supernatural, he had also acquired 4 ordinary corpses. Michael was quite satisfied with the outcome. Of course, he wished he could revive one immediately and begin the process of evolving it, but he wasn't in the right situation to indulge in such desires. The city was still unstable, and he had a community to protect. Besides, though physically unharmed, he was mentally exhausted. Some proper rest wouldn't be a bad idea. Just as he was about to leave, a series of notifications appeared before him, a familiar sight. You have brought peace to a common, level 3 lingering ghost. You have gained 33 experience points. You have brought peace to a common, level 4 lingering ghost. You have gained 38 experience points. Michael didn't need to think twice to understand which ghosts he had helped pass on. His gaze shifted to the couple's bodies on the ground. After a moment of contemplation, he walked through the house and retrieved a blanket. Just as he had done for the mother and daughter back in his apartment, Michael covered the couple's bodies as well. Unlike before, this didn't cause a further drop in negative energy. It had already been diminishing from the moment the ghosts had been put to rest. Necromancy? There's still a lot I don't understand, he muttered. But that was fine. Michael loved that he had things to look forward to. Whatever. Let's get back home. With that, he stepped out of the building, greeted by a slightly brighter atmosphere. After a long night of fighting, it seemed the sun was finally preparing to rise over this ruined city. As Michael flashed from his spot, Moments later, high in the sky, a group of people emerged from the crack. Though they tried to contain it, their aura still leaked, causing the space around them to tremble. It was evident who these people were, the king-rank cultivators sent to resolve the level 5 cracks in Woodstone City. However, these supposedly dignified figures looked like a mess. Stay updated through my virtual library empire. Setting aside their strange armor and weapons, most were drenched in blood, some from the monsters they had battled within the cracks, and some their own. One had even lost an arm, yet his expression remained indifferent, as if such an injury was trivial. Among them, only a few remained relatively unscathed, aside from exhaustion. One was Quiet Blade. The other, both an expected and unexpected presence, was Brian, the newly ascended king-rank cultivator, the Mad Phoenix. Though he was grouped alongside Quiet Blade, it wasn't due to lack of contribution he was unscratched. On the contrary, he had shown faint signs of matching the strongest among them. The gazes directed at him were now more serious. Caution, respect, and something else. Yet, Brian himself seemed unconcerned with their stares. Sensing the crack he had just exited and those still remaining, he spoke. "We've cleared a third of each crack twice. Though we're close to completely clearing these artificial cracks, we have to admit we're in no condition to continue, unless we're ready to lose one or more of our own." The other kings remained silent, but their expressions showed agreement. Right on cue, Quiet Blade added, "A lot is bound to change after this, but for now, let's return and rest. With the cracks in their current state, we can afford to delay clearing them." Author's note. Last chapter for the month. Hey guys. Sorry I couldn't pull through with the mass release, but I promise to make up for it in future chapters. No sneaky shortcuts, I swear. I truly appreciate all the support you've shown. This month has been incredible for us. Not only have we made it to the top 10 in the all-time best-ranking novels, monthly, but it also looks like we'll be hitting top 10 in golden tickets soon. Thank you all so much. Let's keep the momentum going and try not to fall off the rankings. See you next month with more chapters. Evolving my Undead Legion in a game-like world. Chapter 154 Report. The king-rank cultivators retreated to recover wherever they could. As they had decided, it wasn't too late to resume clearing the cracks since the immediate danger had been dealt with. They could afford to take their time. Pushing themselves beyond their limits now would only increase the risk of death, a risk none of them were willing to take. No matter how precious the rewards were, they weren't worth the centuries of life they still had ahead of them. One by one, the king-rank cultivators left. Brian also flashed back to the Supers Association, but instead of making his presence known, he teleported straight into the office of the people in charge. At that moment, the branch manager of the Supers Association and deputy manager Leo were deep in discussion about the current state of the city. "The situation isn't looking good," Deputy Manager Leo stated grimly. The branch manager, a mid-rank rank 4 knight, and Leo, a late-stage rank 3 knight, were among the most powerful figures in Woodstone City, especially now, after the chaos had claimed even some of the city's strongest defenders. Though not the most powerful, Deputy Manager Leo's organizational skills were unmatched. There were stronger individuals who could take his position, but very few who could handle it as efficiently as he did. And while Aurora was a world where strength reigned supreme, talent and leadership couldn't be ignored. And Leo was far from weak. "Just tell me how bad it is," the branch manager sighed, rubbing his temples in exhaustion. "And sit down, will you? Watching you stand there is making me dizzy." Leo hesitated. He wasn't used to sitting in front of his superiors. But after a brief moment of consideration, he took the seat opposite the manager. Even for him, the night's events had been exhausting. Just as Deputy Manager Leo was about to speak, a figure suddenly appeared in the office, startling both him and the branch manager. "Your journey continues with my virtual library empire." Their instincts kicked in immediately, but before they could react, an overwhelming pressure crashed down on them. Their bodies refused to move. A suffocating weight bore down on their shoulders, leaving them frozen in place, sweat trickling down their backs as they stared in awe. "You two should relax. I'm just here to talk," Brian said calmly, withdrawing the oppressive force he had released. "Sorry about that, by the way." "It's okay, Your Honor," the branch manager quickly responded, forcing a polite smile. Deputy Manager Leo nodded stiffly in agreement. Starting from the 4th rank of cultivation, the master rank, cultivators were given titles of respect. Back when Brian was still a master rank cultivator, he had been addressed as Master Brian, a sign of both recognition and respect. Now that he had stepped into the king rank, he was referred to as Your Honor. At emperor rank, he would be called Your Highness. And at demigod rank, he would earn the title of Lord. At a certain point, even the Federation, which had tried its best not to create a strength-based hierarchy, had to acknowledge the inevitable reality. Power alone dictated status. Seeing that Deputy Manager Leo was about to stand up and offer his seat, Brian immediately spoke to stop him. "There's no need for you to stand up," he said. "Just tell me the current state of the city." Deputy Manager Leo didn't like the idea of sitting while the other party stood, but he could tell from Brian's tone that his words were absolute. Respecting the decision, he did not argue. However, he also chose not to sit. Instead, he remained standing to address Brian. Seeing this, the branch manager, who had originally planned to remain seated, felt uncomfortable. In the end, he stood as well. Brian noticed their actions but couldn't be bothered to care about them. His focus was on the report. "The city is in a dire state," Deputy Manager Leo began. "The population has dropped by a staggering 45%, and it's estimated to decline even further due to the lack of proper medical care. Fortunately, the branch manager of the other branch can perform healing arts, but her spells are only rank 1. After fighting for so long, she is reaching her limit. However, based on estimates, she can still save around 20% of the expected casualties." He paused for a moment, allowing his words to sink in. Then he continued. "The next issue, one just as concerning as the cracks in the sky, is the chaotic energy spreading through the city. Due to its influence, people are becoming more prone to negative actions. Those who engage in violence or crime feel an even stronger urge to continue. So far, it hasn't affected supernaturals, but its presence still causes serious issues. While the energy is gradually dissipating, thanks to Your Honor and the other king rank cultivators, it still lingers, and we fear it may breed something unnatural." Leo took another breath before delivering the next grim report. "We've also lost a significant number of supernaturals. Based on our data, and additional reports from the other branch, we've lost at least half of the registered supernaturals. Most of the casualties are rank 2 elite cultivators and below. We've also lost a few commander rank supernaturals. Master rank casualties are minimal." Leo's voice grew heavier. "Also, due to the reversal of the level 5 cracks, they are now permanent. Unlike before, when these cracks would eventually disappear, they are now as stable as natural cracks. This means they will never disappear. Because of this, we may have no choice but to evacuate the entire city. It's one thing to have cracks hidden away, but it's another to see them every day looming over us. And beyond that, the city itself is simply too damaged to remain livable. There was a reason why cracks were usually sealed within specialized containers. Unfortunately, level 5 cracks had already surpassed what most containers could handle. Though the cracks wouldn't break now, or for a very long time, for several reasons, this level of crack weren't exactly the best places to live near for ordinary humans. And that was just from the perspective of supernaturals. Only the surviving government officials truly understood how devastating the situation was for the general public as a whole. A/N. I'm really sorry about this month's VIP chapter incident, readers. I'll try my best next time to give a heads up or stockpile chapters. I hope you can forgive me. It's not due to greed or anything. I even made this month's tier not only 8 chapters more but also almost the same price as before. I'm sorry. I'm learning every day. Also, I'm still doing that mass release and I'm not going to go round about it. I'll keep doing my best, so please do your best to trust your boy. He needs it. Evolving my Undead Legion in a game-like world. Chapter 155. Moving ahead. Brian and the branch manager continued listening to Deputy Manager Leo's report, which seemed to contain more bad news than good. After he finished, silence filled the room for a moment. Brian finally spoke. We've done what we could and can only do what we can. As for the city's evacuation, that isn't something that can happen in a day or two, so there's no point in overthinking it. I'll find someone capable of completely isolating the cracks. If the method is strong enough, evacuation may not be necessary, but that's for the city government to decide. In the meantime, investigate any clues regarding the demon's involvement in this. The fact that similar incidents occurred in other cities, though rarely as severe as ours, marks the first time in a long while that a top race has directly attacked our realm. Brian sighed. I'm exhausted. We'll talk later. With that, he disappeared, leaving the two managers in silence. A few seconds later, Deputy Manager Leo couldn't hold back his thoughts. Branch Manager, do you think we're heading into another race war? Has it ever ended? Experience tales at my virtual library empire. Ah, that's true. I understand what you mean, though, the branch manager continued. This is one of the few times in a long while that a top race has openly, well though indirectly, attacked us. If war truly breaks out against a race of this level, it will be nothing like the battles we've fought before with weaker races. Deputy Manager Leo remained silent, absorbing the weight of his superior's words. The branch manager finally sighed. In the grand scheme of things, only the strongest decide the fate of a realm. True, Leo agreed. Back in his community, Michael summoned his undead back into the real world, reinforcing the forces he had left behind to continue clearing the area. He then freed the people sheltered inside the vine domes he had created for their protection. Afterward, he handed the potions he had brought to his neighbor, the one with the rude nephew, so they could be used to heal the injured and provide some relief from the pain. Though the man was a supernatural, Michael still took the time to explain how to use the health potions properly, detailing their potency and effects. Fortunately, no one had died. That meant Michael never had to find out whether he would have felt guilty for not acting sooner. After all, he should have done this before leaving the community again for the second time, right after resolving the issue in his apartment building and with that neighbor. Now, a semblance of peace and order filled the blood-soaked streets. With his sharp hearing, Michael occasionally picked up the sound of sobs from various people, regardless of age or gender, but since they weren't his family, he didn't care. With his mind at ease, he finally took the time to bathe and clean himself. By the time he was done, dawn had arrived, and daylight had brightened the city outside. Changing into a set of clothes that felt noticeably tighter on him, Michael sat on the chair in his room and pulled up the notifications, the ones he had received after killing his first supernatural and the 4 humans. However, something about the notifications seemed strange. There were no stars. You have killed a level 25 Aurora human mage. You have gained 2,855 EXP. You killed 5 levels higher than your own, earning a 6x experience multiplier. You have gained 17,130 EXP. You have killed a level 9 Aurora human knight apprentice. Times 4. You have gained EXP. There were no stars. Additionally, a title appeared beside the human's name, as if it was used to differentiate a race. Michael wasn't unfamiliar with the concept of races, but looking at the notification before him, it seemed that the humans here weren't just a singular group but rather a distinct branch, categorized separately despite being human. He immediately had the urge to test Undead Revival on one of the corpses but forced himself to stay calm. Why didn't humans have stars? What did that mean for his talent? What conditions needed to be met for a being to receive no stars? Did the absence of stars signify that humans in this realm had no potential limit, that as long as they had the opportunity, they could continue advancing indefinitely? Michael briefly considered whether this was the same for other races, but since he hadn't encountered one yet, the thought was short-lived. Things are getting interesting, huh? The words slipped out before he realized it, excitement bubbling to the surface as he got lost in thought. He quickly composed himself, dismissing the panels in front of him. Now, he needed to decide what to do next. First and foremost, his family. Now that his mind was clearer, a chill ran down his spine. Had he not awakened, had he not taken leveling up and evolving his undead seriously, he could have lost his family. He could have lost his own life. He had been lucky to have enough strength, But this incident made him crave even more power. It also made him realize how vulnerable his family was. As much as he wanted to avoid the thought, his mind moved too fast to ignore the reality. There were things beyond his control. Something tragic could happen to his family, and no matter what, he wouldn't be able to blame himself. Yet deep down he knew he still would. That was why he wanted to give his family power. The fastest way would be to use his talent on them, but that would require them to die first. Michael froze at the thought. How did that idea even cross my mind? Shaking his head, he considered other options. One thing was certain, he no longer wanted to live in Woodstone City. This incident was the perfect excuse to leave. Before he awakened, Michael had always wanted to see more of the world beyond what was shown on the internet. The hologram technology, the hover cars, the wonders of civilization. Woodstone City was too backward to showcase the true potential of this world. There had to be other cities with higher-level cracks and stronger supernatural branches. Some could provide him with more opportunities to gain experience points and other interesting corpses, while others could offer better security, even if their protection was meant for the general public rather than him or his family. At the very least, there had to be cities better than Woodstone. Evolving my Undead Legion in a game-like world. Chapter 156. Only thing needed. Then there was the possibility of making his family stronger. It might be difficult for Aunt Mia to step onto the supernatural path at her age, but Lily still had plenty of time. Even if she had terrible cultivation talent, just like Michael himself had before his awakening, with enough resources, she could be force-fed, drug-enhanced, and turned into a prodigy. Michael planned to make this a reality. There was no guarantee that anyone could awaken, or at least, no method Michael was currently aware of, but he firmly believed that with the right conditions, it was possible to forcefully push someone to the point of igniting a life seed. If the circumstances were ideal, it could work. As for the possibility that Aunt Mia might not be able to light a life seed even with ample resources, several thoughts ran through Michael's mind. For one, since he wanted her to live a long life, he would have to find methods to prolong it. The idea that such things didn't exist never even crossed his mind. If demigods, beings more powerful than that mysterious figure in blue who had cleared the city's crisis in an instant, existed, and if supernaturals themselves could already live for extended periods, then Michael had every reason to believe that there were even greater resources out there in the universe, resources that could extend the lifespan of ordinary humans. Of course, they would likely be incredibly difficult to acquire. Then there was another idea he personally liked, reserving a contract slot for his family and filling it with powerful undead that could change their size. For now, though, these were just ideas. He had other matters to take care of first. Read new chapters at my virtual library Empire. A moment later, Michael reached for his phone and reread the message the association had sent him just before he entered the bathroom. Thanks to his efforts in preserving the building, the water system was still intact. The crisis in the city has calmed down, but supernaturals are still encouraged to remain cautious and stay aware of their surroundings. If you notice anything unusual that needs reporting or encounter a situation you can't handle, please reach out to us. Additionally, for the next 3 days, the association will be purchasing the corpses of defeated monsters at 3 times the market price as compensation for your service. More rewards are still being considered. Thank you all for your support. May the will of Aurora prevail for 1,000,000 years. Michael's gaze lingered on the last sentence. May the will of Aurora prevail for 1,000,000 years. Even now, he felt a strange sensation whenever he read those words. But after seeing them repeatedly, he was beginning to think they weren't just a simple motto. May the will of Aurora prevail for 1,000,000 years. Will of Aurora. Was that the key part of the phrase? Michael wasn't sure, nor did he dwell on it too much. But after seeing it again, right after noticing how the system panel addressed the bodies in his storage space, it made him pause and think just a little deeper. Ads by PubFuture. PubFuture ads. Michael skimmed through the first few paragraphs of the message, already familiar with most of the content. However, one particular section made him smile. For a moment, he could almost see millions grinning at him. For the next 3 days, The association will be purchasing the corpses of defeated monsters at 3 times the market price as compensation for your service. Michael couldn't even count how many corpses he and his undead had killed, but it was definitely in the thousands, perhaps close to 2,000 or even slightly above. And the best part? Some of those corpses came from monsters in higher-level cracks, meaning even greater profits. No, even if all the cracks had been low-level, tripling the standard price per corpse still made this an incredibly lucrative opportunity. Of course, stronger corpses from higher-level cracks would fetch even more, and Michael was more than happy with his haul. This method is actually quite good. It ensures the association directly compensates those who truly fought, rather than mistakenly rewarding some supernatural who just claims to have protected the public. Naturally, there were still plenty of loopholes that could be exploited depending on how the association handled things, but overall, Michael saw this as a decent way to address the issue of rewarding supernaturals. The fact that additional rewards might still be given later on made him feel slightly less resentful toward the Federation. Only slightly. However, in the end, if the benefits were good enough, even a terrible parent could be loved. Feeling refreshed, Michael exchanged a few words with his family before heading out of his apartment. His goal? To retrieve the corpses he had accumulated outside the community. Even mosquito meat is still meat, and I happen to like meat. With the help of 2 strong undead orcs, Michael got to work again, though the process ended up dirtying his fresh outfit once more. Hours passed, and most people had begun to accept and adapt to the situation. In fact, some, especially teenagers, were already back on their phones. However, they weren't scrolling through reels or watching entertainment. Everything they were doing was still related to the crisis. After reconnecting with the outside world, the residents of Woodstone City discovered that the situation was far more serious than they had initially thought. Their city hadn't been the only one that had gone through an apocalyptic event. Supernaturals within Woodstone City, along with its general populace, soon learned the shocking truth. 20 cities across Aurora had suffered the same catastrophe. One thought ran through the minds of most people. What was happening in the Federation? Unfortunately, no officials had come forward to address the situation. Instead, the world was left to rely on the words, thoughts, and speculations of various news channels, local networks being the most prominent, as well as commentary from celebrities. Michael only learned about this after accidentally eavesdropping on a conversation. The news shocked him, but he quickly calmed himself. At the end of the day, whether it was in the land of origin or the real world, he needed one thing: strength. To put it simply, strength was almost everything. Strength was everything. Evolving my Undead Legion in a game-like world. Chapter 157 Happy Family. 45. 10:1. Absorbed in their tasks, a few hours unknowingly passed. Before Michael realized it, more people had already entered his community. Some were survivors from other areas assessing the city's damage. Others were workers sent to wash the blood off buildings and streets. And then there were the supernaturals, freely using their powers in broad daylight under the watchful eyes of ordinary people. Well, Michael himself had used his powers more than once during this time. It suddenly felt like the hidden society the Federation had worked so hard to build for the supernatural world had collapsed in an instant. Now, the world was more aware of the supernatural than ever before. Michael frowned as a few cameras flashed past him. Some belonged to local news crews, while others were just regular people taking photos and videos with their phones. Regardless of their identity, their goal was the same: to share what they had captured. However, it wasn't Michael they were focused on. Their attention was on his undead. Michael, who had been unable to send them back to the netherworld before the camera harassment began, had no choice but to call them his summons whenever questioned. Fortunately, his 2 largest undead, Lucky and Prince, hadn't been seen by the public. Otherwise, he would have faced even more questions. For a brief moment, Michael felt he understood what celebrities went through. The worst part? He wasn't even in a crowd. Unfortunately, he still couldn't dismiss his undead. They still had work to do, helping him load his claimed corpses into the hover trucks belonging to the Supernatural Association. It was Michael's first time seeing one in person. With a staff member handling communication and negotiations, Michael, who wasn't interested in haggling, established a pleasant relationship with him. The man even used his connections to prioritize transporting Michael's loot ahead of others. Because of this, Michael missed the opportunity to return to the land of origin and fill his open contract slots before the daily evolution point refresh. In the end, he still gained 40 evolution points, bringing his total to 71. If he chose to accumulate and save his points, he could evolve one of his undead into a 1-star extraordinary rank creature. But that was something to consider later. For now, Michael happily sent off the association staff and checked his account balance. $15, $354, $526. He was rich again. Wait, that wasn't right. He still had $2 million before the transaction, so technically, he had already been rich? Michael felt conflicted. The moment he got his hands on something he really needed, he knew he'd be back to his broke days in no time. Shaking his head, he glanced around once more, conveniently ignoring the cameras pointed at him. Just as he was about to head back to his apartment, something caught his eye. Michael frowned. Some creeps were taking pictures of his clueless female orcs. Creeps. Under the astonished eyes of the public, Michael and his female orcs vanished into thin air. The latter because he had summoned them back to the netherworld, and the former because he had bolted straight for his apartment. Back at home, the scent of freshly cooked food filled the air. With his sharp hearing, Michael could pick up the whispers of his aunt and cousin. Ads by PubFuture. PubFuture ads. Thinking for a moment, a smile crept onto his face. No one knows what can happen, so $15, $354, $526. Michael checked his account balance. To be honest, it should have been more, but the taxes had been insane. Very, very crazy. Michael conveniently ignored it, just like he had done for his previous big income. Apparently, taxes weren't a thing for any transaction under 10 million if related to the association, but once you went over that, it seemed like you also paid for unknown, owed corpses too. So, $14, $354, $526. With a mischievous smile, Michael wondered what his family's reaction would be when they found out what he had just done. However, he had barely stepped into his room when he heard a scream. Wait, no. 2 screams. Michael! I need some money, brother Michael. I'm too broke. Haha. Watching the two rush into his room, Michael burst out laughing. This was exactly what he wanted to see. Not perfect, but a happy and healthy family. In the end, after chasing down Aunt Mia, who once again thought he was sending too much, and Lily, who had somehow instantly recovered from her depression and started listing everything they needed, Michael found himself exhausted. He still didn't understand why he needed to buy a bag of all things, but after all the fuss, he decided to take a short break. That short break quickly turned into a deep sleep. By the time Michael woke up, it was already getting dark. The body is really amazing, Michael muttered in frustration. Discover more stories at my virtual library empire. Despite his strength, he couldn't even control a little sleep, especially when he hadn't overexerted himself in the morning's battle. Whatever. I feel more refreshed now. As he stood up, he could sense his family and Undead's presence in the apartment, all moving around in the same area. Curious, he used Share Sense with his Undead to see what was happening. Immediately, Michael was taken aback. His Undead was cleaning. And not just cleaning, but doing it extremely well. Beginning's movements were trained. Precise. A little unsettled. Not because he disliked it, but because it was so unexpected. Michael cancelled Share Senses. With how much time Beginning has spent in the real world doing various tasks, it's probably one of my smartest Undead now, right? It seemed possible. But after a moment, Michael shook the thought away. Since he himself felt the need to refresh, he decided to do just that. As the water ran in the bathroom, several thoughts about what he was about to do next in the next few hours crossed his mind. But first, he wanted to talk to his family about moving out. He didn't think they'd refuse. A/N, please vote for Michael in the character section. Evolving my Undead Legion in a game-like world. Chapter 158 Lily. You want us to move? Aunt Mia repeated what Michael had just told her. She was about to instinctively refuse, questions like why? Forming in her mind, when she suddenly paused. Though she hadn't left the house, preferring to stay indoors, which seemed to satisfy Michael, she had still seen what lay outside. The view from their apartment windows, the news, and the internet all painted the same picture: chaos. In a way, this place no longer seemed livable. How would the supermarket function when it wasn't even in proper shape? How was Lily supposed to go to school? Though the holidays were approaching, from what Aunt Mia had seen, the city's restoration, if it even happened, would take months, if not longer. And even then, it was unlikely to return to how it was just yesterday. Thinking about it this way, moving out actually made sense. Michael watched his aunt deep in thought but didn't interrupt. If she had immediately spoken against his idea, it would have led to a debate. But her silence meant she was seriously considering it. Michael knew this much about her after years of living together. Of course, just because she was thinking it over didn't mean she had agreed. But that didn't change anything for him. If she objected, he was ready to switch into debate mode. To give his family a better life and ensure their safety, Michael didn't mind spending time, even half the night, convincing her. And he knew Aunt Mia well enough to expect that if she disagreed, she would argue her point logically, not just reject the idea outright. Fortunately, it didn't come to that. Her next words brought a smile to Michael's face. Maybe moving out really isn't a bad idea, she admitted before adding, but where would we even move to? Michael had an answer. There was no specific answer. I don't know yet. Aunt Mia gasped slightly at his response, but before she could comment, Michael spoke first. But I'll find one. Don't worry, Aunt Mia. What I have in mind is a place that can provide better security for you guys and more. By the time Michael finished speaking, a determined expression had taken over his face, and his aura grew serious. Aunt Mia's words caught in her throat. A moment later, she sighed. It was just as she thought. Her boy was growing up. Though he didn't say much, a part of her feared that maybe she and her daughter were holding him back. A part of her wanted to tell him that he didn't have to worry so much about them and should focus on himself. But she couldn't. She knew that as they grew, both Michael and even her own daughter would eventually go their separate ways. But she didn't want to be the one to push him away. She still wanted their presence. So, for now, she said nothing. In any case, I trust you. She trusted Michael. He had always been an intelligent and reliable boy. Michael's serious expression softened slightly at Aunt Mia's words. He didn't show it outwardly, but inside he felt really good. Ignoring his cousin, who was hiding behind her bedroom door eavesdropping, Michael stood up from the sofa opposite Aunt Mia and spoke. I'll get it done, Ma. Just give me a little time. But in the meantime, we should start preparing. Also, for the next few days, use her for the house. As he spoke, Michael stretched out his hand. A greenish-black summoning circle appeared in the center of the room, and a figure emerged from it. Ah! Aunt Mia let out a startled cry at the sudden appearance, but managed to calm herself quickly. The sound of a door opening followed. Lily burst out of her room, only to freeze in shock at the big sister, now standing in the room. Aunt Mia shot an angry glare at Michael, who scratched his cheek in mild embarrassment. Though he had done something similar before, summoning that big guy to help clean the house, back then, everything was happening too quickly. The chaos from the cracks had numbed their ability to react properly. Now that things were calmer, her reaction was only natural. However, the sudden appearance of the undead wasn't the only thing that surprised Aunt Mia. She's quite pretty. Can she speak? Aunt Mia asked hesitantly. According to her nephew, these strange beings were all his summons and were extremely strong. But this was the first time she had seen one that wasn't intimidating, if she ignored the height. Not yet. Michael replied in an odd tone. To be honest, he wasn't sure if his undead would ever be able to speak. But who knew what was possible in this world? He didn't deny the possibility. In fact, he even hoped that such a reality would one day manifest. Okay, go and rest. Please, sir. Aunt Mia felt a little odd saying this, as the being in front of her felt almost human, aside from the white eyes and gray skin. Michael nodded. He figured that since keeping his undead active seemed to gradually increase their intelligence, There was no harm in letting his aunt make better use of them when they were idle. In fact, all of his summonable undead were currently outside, still guarding the apartment building and the community. Seeing that everything was fine, Michael turned to head into his room, only for his cousin to call out to him just as he was about to enter. As for Lily, Michael's respect for her had only grown. Despite everything, she was still able to stay active. Even after learning the truth about her friend on the upstairs floor, when the officers came to arrest the animal responsible, she still tried her best not to sink into sadness. Michael didn't know what he could do for her, but he was glad she was holding on. "What do you want?" Michael asked, turning to look at his cousin. "That big guy has a name, right? Beginning, I believe. Enjoy more content from my virtual library empire." "Yes." "What's her name?" Lily asked, gesturing toward the female orc in the sitting room. Michael paused for a moment before a wide smile appeared on his face. "Lily. Her name is Lily. Evolving my Undead Legion in a game-like world." Chapter 159 Races. Thinking about what happened a few seconds ago made Michael smile again. Finally, his bad joke actually became a good one for him. Aunt Mia's twitching eyelids at the revelation only made it better. After having fun, Michael calmed himself down and turned to the best issue at hand. The land of origin. Before the event with the demonic cultivators, Michael, who had just discovered civilization, wanted to head there after performing several rounds of undead summoning on his undead. From then, he would decide whether or not to evolve the ones the skill had successfully affected. Commander Necromancer, Specialist Necromancer, and Horde Necromancer. Michael identified himself as the last one since the more undead he had, the more beneficial it was for him, literally. But he also knew that due to his talent, he could be whatever necromancer type he wanted. Commander Necromancers focused on commanding a smaller group of high-tier undead, valuing the strength and potential of each individual. This path prioritized quality over quantity. Their weakness was their limited numbers, and their strength was their high-quality undead. Though they would eventually have more summons as they leveled up, in a power-matched event, they would only have a few undead to use. However, this was of little concern to Michael. With his talent, he did not need to focus on specific undead for certain situations. All his undead could potentially be excellent at all times. This meant that Michael could not only be a Commander Necromancer, but he could also be a Horde Necromancer at the same time, creating a rare hybrid. It could even extend to Specialist Necromancers, who focused on specific types of undead, such as mages, tanks, or assassins, to create powerful synergies within their forces. With his talent, Michael could do it all, as long as he had enough evolution points. That was the main requirement, and unfortunately, it wasn't easy to fulfill. I'll still check out that place I saw in the land of origin after I'm done with everything. It should still be nighttime, so it's only better. After making his decision, Michael had one last thing to do. Undead summoning. Following the appearance of a magic circle, a towering orc shaman emerged from it. It was the female orc that could manipulate water. Perhaps it was because of the recent chaos, but Michael did not feel too safe leaving his body exposed in the real world when his consciousness was in the land of origin. Even Lily, whom he had summoned, had been given a command to obey his aunt, and to protect the apartment and the people in it alongside beginning. The female orc in front of Michael now was his personal protection for his real-life body while his consciousness was in the land of origin. Hopefully, her protection wouldn't be needed in the end. Relaxed and calm, Michael laid on his bed and connected his consciousness with his body in the land of origin. A moment later, in the dark night, a pair of green eyes opened. "I'm back," Michael muttered as he stretched his body. Ads by PubFuture. PubFuture ads. The fresh air of the forest rushed past his face immediately. Once again, Michael felt that limitless sensation of extreme freedom he always seemed to have in the land of origin. With his senses spread out, he felt the presence of his other undead and walked out of the cave, where he was met with corpses. They belonged to the ones he had killed from the cracks, which he planned to revive soon. There were some pretty interesting ones Michael was very optimistic about, and he looked forward to adding them to his undead army. But for now, he had something else in mind to focus on, even if there was a griffin corpse not too far away. Before doing anything else, Michael released Lucky and Prince from the netherworld and had them stay around his cave dwelling. Then he used share senses on multiple undead to get a better understanding of his surroundings. Fortunately, nothing had changed much, aside from the smell coming off the corpses, which was still unable to mask the fresh, earthy scent of the forest, oddly blending at times. Of course, it could also mean that Michael's body, having stayed close to these corpses, whether there was a consciousness controlling it or not, had simply gotten used to the smell, as it was a living thing itself. After confirming that his surroundings were more or less the same as before he left and were safe, Michael excitedly brought something out from his storage space and placed it in front of him. It was yet another corpse. Continue your adventure at my virtual library empire. But different from the ones around him. It was the corpse of a human. One of his first. Michael was excited for so many reasons. At first, it had just been an extreme curiosity about what a human undead would look like and how it would evolve. Then, it became about what its evolution could be, seeing as it didn't have star ratings. Eventually, it turned into an experiment, one that could determine what he himself or any other person would be like if, by some chance, he could evolve such thing in the future. Talents worked in different ways. Some could be used beyond their common features, and some even evolved or advanced to say. It had only been a few days, and Michael barely knew anything about his talent. All he knew was that as long as something was connected to his soul, he could use it. So, was there a reason his body, being the container of his soul, wasn't part of the things he could evolve? And could his talent itself grow stronger than it already was? Michael didn't know the answer to any of these questions. For the latter, he figured it might be best to simply accumulate evolution points and see if a change would happen. However, all of that was for the future him to handle and figure out. For the current Michael, there was only one thing on his mind. Human Knight Apprentice. A human knight apprentice from the Aurora realm. It had no visible race rank or star rating. The description that appeared when Michael used detect on a corpse for the first time was also quite interesting. Aurora realm. I wonder what the other realms look like. Is there an elven realm? A dragon realm filled with dragons? Heavens, I wonder how they look like and… Michael stopped himself from saying it aloud. But deep inside, he couldn't help but wonder, what would the evolution forms of races he hadn't even seen yet look like? Evolving my undead legion in a game-like world. Chapter 160 Disappearance. The thought was a little dark, since, due to his subconscious reasoning that only dead creatures could be evolved, he had imagined these races he hadn't even seen yet as corpses. Michael shook the thought out of his head and immediately used Undead Revival on the corpse in front of him. As a rank 1 Necromancer, far stronger than the corpse could ever be, it only took a single try to turn it into an undead. Fortunately, it worked on the first attempt. Nothing was ever guaranteed, of course, but his rank gave him a high success rate. This was also why Michael hadn't tried reviving the level 25 human mage corpse he had. Due to its strength, the chance of failure was much higher. Still, he was glad he had been able to find 4 more human corpses. It increased his chances of having at least one human undead. After the revival, Michael commanded the undead to stand up and examined its appearance. The rough-looking man now appeared much paler, his once lively eyes now completely white, but overall, he still looked very human. It made sense, he was originally a human, unlike Beginning and Lily, who were orcs evolved from goblins. After a quick glance at the undead human before him, Michael turned his focus to his main goal. However, the moment he checked his talent section to evolve the undead, he was stunned by what he saw. Explore hidden tales at my virtual library empire. I can't evolve it? Michael frowned. He had expected something unusual to happen, considering there were no star ratings or other indicators, but he had assumed it would just cost more evolution points. Yet instead, he was met with insufficient evolution points. 71 evolution points aren't enough to evolve it? Then how many do I need? Michael didn't believe it was simply because humans were an inherently formidable race. At least, he had never thought of himself as formidable before awakening, and the undead in front of him didn't seem any stronger than he had been back then. Still, he wasn't one to jump to conclusions. Michael proceeded to revive the other 3 human corpses, only to end up in the same situation. Unless he wanted to assume that all 4 just happened to be special cases, it had to be because of their race. But even then, he didn't believe this was because humans were uniquely powerful. There had to be another explanation, something similar to how evolving through stars and ranks required 5 times the previous amount of evolution points. In the end, there was nothing he could do for now. Michael decided to wait and accumulate more evolution points to see if anything changed. Yes, he was willing to be patient, at least until he had enough to evolve an extraordinary creature. If he still couldn't evolve his human undead, then he would just evolve Prince instead, pushing the beast not only to its peak but beyond it, into a higher rank altogether. 2 days at most and I'll have my answer. At level 20 from level 15, Michael had gained 10 open slots for contracts. Now, having used 4, he only had 6 left. One was reserved for the Griffin, and another for the undead human mage. The remaining 4 would be divided among other undead materials he had in mind. For one, he wanted to reserve a spot for the sand scorpion and a long-armed monkey. That left only 2 more open slots, which he could use however he liked. Since he already had specific targets in mind, Michael immediately began attempting to contract them with the limited corpses he had at hand. Of course, he didn't start with the difficult ones, the Griffin and the human mage, due to their strength and the limited number of corpses, especially in the latter's case. If worse came to worst, he could try buying a few monster corpses from the association, but he wasn't sure if human corpses were something they even sold. Perhaps if they knew his class, they might consider it. Maybe they'd even be willing to sell one after some deliberation. But that was all speculation. If it were up to him, Michael didn't want to go to the association out of desperation. If he ever sought out the association for a corpse, it would be because he was simply trying his luck, not because he was forced to. He also didn't want to risk losing the almost rank 2 corpse he had. Michael had a strong suspicion that if he managed to turn that corpse into an undead, it would stay with him for a very, very long time. With these thoughts running through his head, Michael turned his focus back to the corpses in front of him. Under the illumination of the bright full moon, shrouded by the dark of the night, he began his attempt at contracting a long-armed monkey and a sand scorpion. In the real world, Deputy Manager Leo and the branch manager sat with their hands on their heads, rubbing their foreheads as if trying to suppress a terrible headache. So, you're saying all the previous cracks in the entire city have disappeared? The branch manager asked again, his tone heavy with disbelief. Yes, Leo confirmed. The news came about 10 minutes ago. That's why I'm here now. The branch manager exhaled sharply. I suppose this should be expected. You rarely find different cracks side by side. There's no infinite spot for negative energy, after all. Even after appearing, negative energy isn't needed anymore. They just help speed up the regeneration process. He leaned back, his fingers tapping the desk. We have 3 level 5 cracks above this city now. If anything, he muttered, now that I think about it, it would actually be surprising if nothing happened to the previous cracks. Though he understood the reasoning, it didn't make him feel any better. These cracks, they were the livelihood of the Supers Association branches in the city. Their workers, their funding, and the trade of the materials extracted from the cracks, they all depended on them. And now they were all gone. Damn those bastards, Deputy Manager Leo muttered, his ever-composed demeanor cracking as he let out a rare curse. Evolving my undead legion in a game-like world. Chapter 161 Contemplations. There were many who suffered in the recent chaos, but there were also those who benefited, the Awakeners. If any group grew stronger the fastest due to the chaos, it was them. However, a significant number also fell during the chaos due to their lack of initial strength. After all, not every Awakener was as power and money hungry as Michael, Mira, and Lillian that started hunting monsters early on. These 3, however, had grown considerably stronger thanks to the chaos. There was no need to mention Michael. His growth was relentless, increasing by the moment. As for Mira and Lillian, both had managed to advance to rank 1 during the chaos. However, their quest completion results were far less impressive than Michael's. They had done the bare minimum to advance, which meant they reaped fewer benefits. Even so, reaching rank 1 made them significantly stronger compared to when they were still unranked. Thanks to the cracks, they had also leveled up a few times, though they were still far from reaching Michael's current height of level 20, both were still level 15, his previous level. He has new undead? Myra's voice broke the silence as she stood behind Lillian, who was calmly watching the local news on her phone. On the screen, a familiar face appeared, Michael. He looked slightly dirty, but completely unharmed. The news had spent minutes interviewing the survivors Michael had protected, before turning to question Michael himself and his unique summons. Watching how Michael barely responded made Mira sneer. He truly isn't one to talk, huh? She hadn't forgotten. That man had completely ignored her message, and was still ignoring it now. She had sent him another message after the chaos settled, yet he hadn't replied. Annoyed, she debated whether she should just block his number. Yet, despite her frustration, she found herself feeling relieved that he was okay. I saw his undead carrying a griffin onto one of those hover trucks from the association. Lillian's sudden words made Mira turn to her. Do you think he's the one who killed it? Though she already knew the likely answer, she still asked. Most likely, Lillian replied without hesitation. Experience more tales on my virtual library empire. It shouldn't have been anyone else, and those griffins even move in groups. He was the only one defending his community. A brief silence followed. From everything they had seen, it was obvious. Michael was strong. Extremely strong. And only getting stronger. Last time, he could easily handle rank 1 monsters. Now, he was dealing with rank 2 monsters. His growth was evident. And frighteningly fast. Both girls assumed his strength and rapid progression were due to an opportunity he received in the land of origin. But regardless of whether that was true or not, one thing remained clear. Their classmate was becoming terrifyingly powerful. Even Mira, who had once been confident in her own special class and talent, now found herself doubting. How can I get the recipe for a bigger bomb? Contracting the long-armed monkey and sand scorpions went smoothly for Michael. Since he was already familiar with their skills after fighting them, he wasn't particularly excited about contracting them, though he was still satisfied with the result. When it came time to evolve them, however, that was when he expected to feel truly excited. The good news was that, thanks to their high levels, once they evolved into 1-star rare rank, they would likely approach max level, and after reaching 3-star rare rank, they should surely enter rank 2. With that done, Michael turned his eyes toward the two biggest prizes in the room, the Griffin and the Human Mage. Between the two, Michael ultimately chose to start with the Human Mage. Though powerful, the Mage was still, at the end of the day, a rank 1 creature. From what he had seen of Brian's ability to fly and the fact that level 4 creatures seemed to be rank 2, Michael began to notice a pattern. Level 4 appeared to be a turning point in the cultivation system. A level 25 cultivator was probably just a peak rank 1 being, and stepping into the master rank likely made them a true rank 2 being in the eyes of an awakener. Michael also recalled Brian's words about rank 2 awakeners gaining the ability to fly. However, he had sensed uncertainty in Brian's tone, so he wasn't entirely convinced. Still, the possibility excited him. Regardless of whether it was true or not, Michael felt that rank 2 must be an important milestone for awakeners as well. Perhaps, at higher ranks, the power difference and unique abilities granted by each rank became even more pronounced. There had to be a reason why Awakener academies only accepted rank 2 students. It could only mean there was something special about that rank. But whatever it was, that level was still far from him. Setting aside those thoughts, Michael focused on the task at hand. He was about to attempt Undead Revival on the dead Human Mage. His mana reserves were still high, so he didn't increase it outright. In any case, he had more mana than the Human Mage had when alive. With that in mind, Michael immediately got to work. After taking a deep breath to calm his nerves, he began. Undead Revival. Immediately, Michael felt a massive surge of mana being drawn from his mana pool, far more than he had ever experienced with any of the monsters he had revived before. Well, it made sense. This Human Mage was the strongest undead material he had ever attempted to revive. Unfortunately and somewhat expectedly, Michael failed. His heart pounded rapidly at the realization that he only had one of this corpse. But after a brief moment of panic, he managed to calm himself down again. Again. Undead Revival. Evolving my Undead Legion in a game-like world. Chapter 162 Talking Undead. Michael didn't know why fate loved to play tricks on him, but he succeeded. Barely on the last attempt, and it wasn't even because of mana. He almost lost to chance. However, since he had succeeded in the end, Michael was quite happy. Aura Human Disciple Rank Mage LV 25 Max. Name None. EXP 563 345/1 021 752. Skills: Earth Dome Intermediate Mastery, Fire Spear Intermediate Mastery, Fire Jet Intermediate Mastery, Earth Wall Intermediate Mastery, Earth Spike Intermediate Mastery, Fireball Intermediate Mastery. Master, Michael Norman. Michael was momentarily blinded by the panel. The first thing he noticed was the sheer range of skills the human mage possessed. Though none had reached advanced mastery, there was a wide array of intermediate and basic mastery spells. Should I say, as expected of a commander rank mage? It was an undeniable fact. The spell models used in the Aurora cultivation system were likely more advanced than the skills most Awakeners, at least the new ones, wielded. After all, an Awakener didn't need to study magic to grow stronger. Their skills naturally progressed alongside their mana, evolving in quality over time. But this was a brute force method. Magic circles. They were the formulas that structured spells, the foundation of true magic. And those formulas? They had advanced versions. A rank 1 mage in Aurora's system could use rank 1 fireball spell, and so could a rank 2 mage, but even with precise manual control, there were still limitations. However, with greater knowledge, one could modify the spell model, the magic circle, to cast the same fireball spell but in a far more powerful form. Awakeners could do this too. In truth, the skills Michael had were all basic versions. If he could learn how to modify them, his system panel would automatically update them, allowing him to cast both the old and new versions at will. It was like upgrading a framework. The more knowledge he accumulated and the stronger he became, the more he began to understand the fundamental differences between Awakeners and cultivators. Cultivators were incredibly powerful, and in some ways, they felt like supernaturals operating under heavier restrictions, as if their lives were set on hard mode compared to Awakeners. Ironically, that very limitation was also their greatest strength. But one thing puzzled Michael. Disciple rank? He felt as though he had stumbled upon a hidden truth about his own world. To be honest, there were many things that confused him about the cultivation system of the real world and the awakening system, but he had always assumed the answer was simple. Aurora's supernaturals had customized their power system. Ads by PubFuture. PubFuture ads. After the recent chaos, Michael was even more convinced. In fact, the cultivation system of Aurora and the Awakener system were strikingly similar, except the former had more divisions. Why did level 4 cracks start spawning rank 2 monsters? Why were master rank cultivators considered rank 2? The common factor was clear. Both had significant power upgrades and uniqueness once they reached level 4. Levels 1 to 3 seemed to correspond to rank 1 in the Awakener system, while everything beyond level 4 better aligned with the higher ranks of Awakeners. Did this mean that rank 1 to rank 3 cultivators weren't actually weak, but only seemed so because they had been divided into separate tiers when they were supposed to be grouped together as a single realm? And did this also mean that level 1 to 3 cracks were merely rank 1 cracks that had been further divided to match the cultivation system? Instead of calling them separate cracks, wouldn't it make more sense to label them as low, mid, and high rank 1 cracks? Michael felt like he was onto something, but regardless, he wasn't in the land of origin to ponder history. It seems that while there's no race rank, this undead still follows the rank system, though with fewer restrictions. He narrowed his eyes. Does this mean it can be leveled up infinitely? Michael's eyes widened in shock at the thought, but he quickly forced himself to calm down. Is this what it means to have no race rank? Or is this what it truly means to be a race? The human corpses he had obtained today had opened up an entirely new avenue of thought for him. Michael turned to look at the undead mage. Its tattered robes were dirty and damaged, its pale skin marred with battle scars. Yet, despite everything, not even the prince's last beating, nothing had managed to cripple it. As Michael stared at the corpse, which looked eerily similar to a living human if you took away its white eyes, a sudden thought struck him. "Who am I?" Michael asked the undead, his heart pounding in his chest. This was different. Unlike monsters, the mage had once been an intelligent being before it died. Would it remember anything? Could it still speak? Though its body was dead, the energy responsible for its reanimation also sustained it. Michael's heartbeat quickened. Then, suddenly, through their connection, he felt a wave of confusion from the undead. The corpse tilted its head, and as Michael felt its gaze settle on him, a chill ran down his spine. "That's a lot of movement for a question," Michael muttered, his tone serious. In this situation, it translated to the uniqueness of his new undead. Then, under Michael's widened eyes, "A master. Why, you are my master." "Yes, you are my master." The voice was dry and raspy, but unmistakably real. Michael's body trembled slightly. Just moments ago, in the real world, he had wished for an undead that could communicate. He just never expected to get one this soon. Evolving my undead legion in a game-like world. Chapter 163 Who's Your Daddy? Michael didn't know how to react at first, but just as he was starting to wrap his head around the situation, a sudden thought entered his mind. He immediately turned to look at the 4 human undead not far from him. Experience more tales on my virtual library empire. These 4 had been the ones who committed terrible acts against a couple before hiding in their house to avoid being caught by the association, only to end up in Michael's hands. They were humans just like this one. The only difference is that they're much weaker, so. Michael looked thoughtfully at the 4 human undead. After a quick consideration, he sent them the same mental message as before. "Who am I?" A second passed. Then another. Soon, several reactions appeared. Michael felt waves of confusion through their connection before each undead finally responded. "A master. M-I-L Lord. Mas master. D daddy." Michael's smile grew wider with each response, until the last one. His face darkened. "Who's your daddy?" Michael barked at the certain undead. What he hadn't expected, however, was an actual response. "You, daddy." Michael's expression darkened even further. He wanted to say more, but he forced himself to calm down. Once he did, he reflected on what had just happened. They all seem to have independent thought, but their knowledge is shattered, he noted. From the way they spoke, haltingly at first, then more fluidly later, it was clear that their memories were fragmented. The fact that they each addressed him differently further supported this. Still, under the influence of their shared connection, they all recognized him as their master, regardless of the title they chose. "Unfortunately, I can't evolve any of you," Michael muttered regretfully. He checked again, but none of the 5 human undead had any evolution options available. At least, not right now. Michael studied the 5 carefully. He usually didn't name his undead unless they could enter the netherworld, but looking at how normal these human undead appeared, several ideas surfaced in his mind. If they had something to cover their eyes, like glasses, they could walk in public during broad daylight. Their human size also made them easy to transport between realms. If a purpose arises, these 5 could be useful both in the land of origin and in real life, Michael thought. Compared to his other undead, who either had odd appearances or were still developing their intelligence, these ones seemed more adaptable and picked up information quickly. As these thoughts raced through his mind, Michael set the human undead aside and turned toward his next objective. A griffin. After so long, though ironically he hadn't even been a supernatural for a full week, it was finally time to have a flying undead. With what he had in hand, Michael hoped he'd be lucky with undead revival this time. But first, after quite some time, it was finally time to check his progress. Status. Name, Michael Norman. Class, Adept Necromancer. Level, 20. EXP, 76, 718/134, 551. Strength, 31.92. Agility, 43.66. Constitution, 33.22. Intelligence, 115.0. Attribute points, 60. Skills: Undead Summoning, Undead Revival, Detect, Basic Shot, Share Senses, Spearmanship, Acid Shot, Bone Spear, Slow Curse, Bone Armor, Corpse Explosion. Talent: Infinite Evolution. Class Skill: Contract Slot, 47/50. Gift: Mark of Origin. Michael's stats hadn't improved by much. As he grew stronger and his stats increased, the boosts from his class and race felt smaller in comparison. Of course, even a single point now could be equivalent to 10 points when he had first awakened, so they weren't useless. If anything, his growth was now more steady rather than explosive. This was why, at a certain point, when leveling up became harder, attribute points became one of the most precious resources for an awakener. Even most of the most balanced stat build enthusiasts eventually had to abandon that path if they wanted true strength. In the end, stats became a serious issue for all awakeners. This was also why dying in the land of origin was painful, even though it wasn't a real death. Even someone like Michael, who was still among the weaker awakeners with lesser stats than the strongest, dying and losing 10% of his stats permanently would be a devastating blow. Since the body in the land of origin synced with the real-world body, dying meant losing strength in both. However, all of this was only beginning to be relevant to Michael. For now, when he looked at his stats, he was simply satisfied. At level 20, Michael had 50 contract slots, and after contracting all the human corpses, an impulsive decision that ironically turned out well, he had only 3 slots left. Now, Michael wanted to use one of those slots to contract a black griffin. But considering it was a rank 2 creature, likely far stronger than him in raw stats, this wouldn't be easy. The mana required to attempt even a single contract was a major concern. This was why he called up his status panel. It was finally time to use his attribute points. Michael glanced at his most important stat as a mage. Intelligence, 115.0. Attribute points, 60. I only need 5 points to reach 120 intelligence, which gives me a chance to gain a skill. For every 20-point increase in a major stat, depending on the class, there was a chance to gain a new skill. However, even though the probability was as high as 50%, it didn't guarantee a skill every 40-point increase. Take Michael, for example. Most of his skills came as rewards from his advancement quests or were ones he actively learned. The number of skills he had gained purely from increasing intelligence was surprisingly low. Unfortunately, he was even more unlucky when it came to the rare chance of gaining a skill from other stats that weren't a major focus for his class. Since intelligence would get the largest share of his points anyway, spending 5 right away didn't seem like a bad idea. Without hesitation, he made the adjustment. Intelligence, 120.0. Attribute points, 55. As always, Michael waited for a while to see if a new notification would appear. He wasn't very optimistic, but the next moment, when another panel appeared in his view, a happy smile formed on his face. Evolving my Undead Legion in a game-like world. Chapter 164 Flying Undead. Your mana is overflowing. You have gained the skill, Blind Curse. Another curse skill? Michael was surprised. More than surprised, he was happy. Finally, it seemed like Lady Luck had decided to smile on him. Without hesitation, he checked the skill's description. Based on his understanding of his other curse-type skill, if this one was anything like that IME, he already had a good idea of what it could do. Blind Curse, Basic Mastery, Proficiency, 0.5%. Blind Curse reduces the target's vision, impairing their ability to perceive their surroundings. Duration, 8 seconds. It's just as I thought, Michael muttered, a slight smile forming at the edge of his lips. Against an opponent of similar power, this skill, like the slow version of its series, had its limitations. However, even the little it could do was enough in a high-stakes battle. Michael hadn't tested it yet, but he believed that if he used both of his curse skills simultaneously on a single enemy, their combined effects might result in a qualitative change. Even if that change lasted only for a moment, at his current level, a single second could decide the outcome of a fight. I wonder if I'll get more curse skills in the future, he thought hopefully before shifting his focus back to his stats. After increasing his intelligence, he immediately felt the change. His mana pool expanded, increasing his overall mana capacity, though there was no improvement in quality. Looking at the 55 attribute points he still had left, Michael considered his next distribution carefully. For a mage, the importance of agility was closely linked to intelligence. Not only was it his second highest stat, but he also enjoyed the speed, reaction time, and flexibility it granted, especially since it made wielding his spear easier and more effective. With that in mind, he allocated 5 points to agility, bringing it up to 47. To avoid losing control over his body from previous experiences, he didn't add all 5 at once. Instead, he did it gradually, adjusting to the increasing changes. The method wasn't perfect, but it had its merits. After moving his limbs for a short while, he quickly regained full control over his body. With 10 attribute points spent, he now had 50 remaining. Michael didn't hesitate and added more into intelligence. The previous 5 points were too little to significantly boost his mana pool enough to revive a rank 2 creature. Although he didn't know exactly how much mana he needed, he was certain it would be a lot. The possibility of failure and having to restart the revival process also meant he needed enough mana to attempt it at least twice in a row. Right now he wasn't quite confident he could do all 3 tries on a corpse. With this thought in mind, Michael went all out, adding 30 points to his intelligence stat. Like before, he did it gradually, this time in larger increments, starting with 5 points, then 4, then 6, and so on. A little while later he was done. His intelligence stat now stood at 150, an amount nearly 150 times that of an average human, at least in raw numbers. But more importantly, the quality of his intelligence was much higher than any normal person's. It wasn't just a quantitative increase but a qualitative one. Feeling the abundance of mana surging through his body, Michael couldn't help but smile. The feeling of getting stronger was intoxicating. He turned his gaze toward the last 20 attribute points he had left. After a brief moment of consideration, he decided to keep them. He could have gone all out and added 10 more points to push his intelligence to 160, but he didn't. His current mana felt enough. Michael also didn't want to admit that part of the reason was his reluctance to face another failed chance at gaining a skill. Just when he thought Lady Luck was finally smiling at him, after hitting 140 intelligence and waiting second after second for another notification, he realized he had been too hopeful. Lady Luck wasn't smiling at him today. She had only pitied him for a brief moment before forgetting about him entirely. This should be enough to try Undead Revival 3 times in a row, right? Michael wasn't entirely confident about reviving one of the 3 black griffin corpses in front of him, and rightfully so. However, having 3 corpses meant 3 chances to finally gain a flying undead. He just hoped he wasn't too unlucky. His heart pounded with anxiety. Taking a moment to calm himself, lest his emotions affect the revival process, Michael steadied his breath. After finally settling down, he locked eyes on the massive black griffin corpse in front of him. Without hesitation, he activated Undead Revival. The moment he did, an alarming amount of mana surged out of his body. So much. Michael was shocked at how quickly his mana was being drained. The rate at which his mana was being consumed by the skill was something the revival process of the commander rank human mage he revived a while ago couldn't even compare to. Though he had been alarmed back then, it wasn't as significant as it was now. However, fortunately he had more mana now. Judging by how things were going, it seemed like he could even attempt more than 1 corpse and still have enough left to make a few tries on another griffin corpse, even if he failed. Of course, Michael wasn't hoping to fail, but as expected, not everything always went as one wished. Rank 2 creatures are truly something, Michael muttered bitterly as he stared at the lifeless black griffin corpse in front of him. As expected, he had failed his first attempt. No surprise there, However, this was only the first. And with more mana still left in his mana pool, Michael immediately went for his second attempt. As he activated the skill, a thought crossed his mind. What if his two undead-related skills had advanced spell models? Aside from rituals that boosted success rates, this method also didn't seem too bad. Michael concentrated on what he was doing. As more mana drained from him and it seemed like he was about to lose another attempt at successfully reviving this rank 2 flying unit, it succeeded. Yes. Michael couldn't help but clench his fists in excitement as he saw his contracted slot number increase from 47 to 48. Checking his panel wasn't even necessary. Due to the new connection he could now feel with the black griffin that stood before him, shaking its body, Michael didn't need a system notification to tell him he had succeeded. It was right in front of his eyes. Still buzzing with excitement, Michael then went to check out the status of his new undead. Black Griffin LV, 27. Rank, Rare. Name, None. EXP, 799, 345/3, 448, 414. Skills: Wind Manipulation Intermediate Mastery, Wind/Intermediate Mastery, Air Spike Intermediate Mastery, Air Bullet Intermediate Mastery. Master, Michael Norman. Though he hadn't had access to the status of the Griffin before it became his undead, Michael, who had already fought with more than one of them more than once in the real world, felt the status was familiar. The Black Griffin, though it had a less impressive skill set than his level 25 human mage, was undoubtedly stronger. All its skills, too, were at intermediate mastery. Unlike his female orc shamans that also had an elemental manipulation skill, the Black Griffin actually complemented its main skill with elemental skills, rather than just throwing the element around. After calming down, Michael's eyes shined as he stared at the flying undead. A question he had surprisingly not thought about before popped up on his mind. It being dead, does that take away its flying ability, right? To be honest, Michael felt this wasn't likely, but he couldn't help but think about it. Fly. He immediately commanded the Black Griffin mentally. Though they were in a forest, it wasn't one dense with trees and had quite a few open areas around that could even comfortably accommodate the huge bodies of the griffin like the one in front of him. The moment Michael gave his command, the undead in front of him did not hesitate. It crouched down and added strength to its 4 limbs. After doing so, it gave itself a powerful jump and threw itself out of the coverage of the surrounding trees. Under Michael's intense gaze, he watched as the undead griffin spread out its wings and flapped them, creating a gust of wind, and shot up to the sky. It twirled around in the sky for a moment before coming to fly above Michael's location. It was in the air. It flew. It didn't fall. Michael's calm heart once again started beating fast. Just a few days ago, he had fantasized about having a flying undead, and to think he got one so soon. Continue your journey with my virtual library empire. A sudden thought appeared in Michael's mind. This undead. The Black Griffin flying above him. He wanted to ride it. Evolving my undead legion in a game-like world. Chapter 165 Flying. For most people, the immediate response to such a term was evil. Darkness. Unclean. Michael had been no different before he became a necromancer. A part of him had once thought he'd be stuck with rotting, foul-smelling corpses and brittle skeletons. Fortunately, that wasn't the case. His undead weren't decaying husks that looked like they'd fall apart at any moment. To be honest, all of them exuded a certain kind of strange beauty. Like the Black Griffin soaring through the sky now. Under the moonlight, it looked exceptionally picturesque. I must have been too close to nothing but corpses these past few days to think like this, Michael muttered. And it wasn't like he was wrong. If there was one thing he had been far too familiar with this past week, it was dead bodies. Hundreds upon hundreds. Until they reached thousands. If his pre-awakening mindset had remained the same despite everything he had witnessed in such a short amount of time, that would have been the real surprise. Since he had already decided to ride the undead griffin, Michael wasted no time. Adding strength to his legs, he launched himself forward. His first step took him onto a tree branch. Using it as a foothold, he propelled himself again, soaring toward the highest branch of another tree. And with one final push, Michael burst out of the dense forest canopy and into the night sky, where he landed gracefully on the griffin's back. The body of the undead griffin was massive. Even with his tall frame, Michael felt small on its back. Since this was his first time riding a flying creature, it took him a few seconds to adapt to the up and down movement of the griffin's flight. However, once he did, Michael no longer hesitated. He gripped the griffin's neck area tightly with both hands and gave it a mental command. Fly up. The moment the griffin received the command, it reacted instantly. It dashed straight into the night sky. The speed was incredible. Michael was caught off guard as everything below blurred past him in an instant. Before he knew it, he and his undead had already soared above the clouds. Stop here, Michael commanded, and the griffin obeyed immediately. Michael wasn't a genius in science, but he still knew a few things. The higher the altitude, the thinner the oxygen. And right now, above the clouds, it should be nearly non-existent. At first, Michael thought he would be affected. He was about to order his undead to descend immediately. Then he paused. He took a breath. He felt nothing. Not in the sense that he was suffocating, but rather, he didn't feel the need to breathe at all. A realization dawned on him. I guess it's to be expected. I'm not exactly an ordinary human anymore. If someone with more than 30 times the constitution of a normal human still had the same limitations, then the supernatural world would be nothing but a scam. Since he could breathe just fine, or rather, didn't need to breathe at all, Michael was in no hurry to descend. As for his undead, it was a dead being. Oxygen was irrelevant. And even if it had been alive, at this level, it likely wouldn't have been affected either. Now that he was high above the ground, Michael could see much farther than he ever could from the surface. Your journey continues with my virtual library empire. This world is huge. Honestly, he would have thought the same even if he were still on Earth. At a certain point, everything just looked endlessly vast. But what truly caught his attention were the traces of civilization in the distance. Beyond the walled gathering near where he had left his undead, he could now see even more settlements. Clearly, he was no longer outside of civilization. He was heading deeper into it. Michael recalled something and turned to look behind him. In the direction he was looking, far in the distance, lay the ruins that had served as his initial arrival point in the land of origin. Due to the vast distance, he couldn't see anything, but he knew the direction was right. The thought came to Michael. For a moment, he considered flying there. But just as quickly as the thought appeared, it vanished. It seems I might have gotten myself a heart demon. Michael called it that because it felt like the perfect term for his situation, rather than PTSD. There were 2 times Michael had felt the presence of death since he became an awakener. And surprisingly, both had been in the land of origin. The first was his very first battle. The second was his encounter with the corrupted being in the Black Tower. The latter had left a much deeper impact. Because unlike the first, even his system had warned him that he would truly die. Several system panels, which were usually calm blue, had turned blood red, signaling imminent death. That incident had left a mark on Michael. And it wasn't until now that he realized what he thought he had moved past was merely forgotten. Perhaps this was his way of coping. Then again, it had only been a day since the incident. If he had truly been unaffected, that would have been remarkable. But the fact that he wasn't, it simply meant he wasn't that mentally strong. So, it doesn't matter if I have to do it scared. I will do it. For personal reasons, Michael knew he would have to face that monster one day. Unfortunately, he was too weak right now. But not for long. At first, he hadn't been sure if that corrupted monster was truly a rank 2 creature. But after witnessing the strength of a king-rank cultivator in the real world, who was said to be comparable to a rank 3 awakener, Michael was now certain that monster was rank 2. What he didn't know was how strong it was within that rank. But in the end, that didn't matter, because Michael had never stopped growing stronger, and he had no intention of slowing down now. Evolving my Undead Legion in a game-like world. Chapter 166 Burying works, right? Michael thought for a while and didn't immediately command his undead to descend from the sky. Up here, there were a few things he could and wanted to do. For one, he hadn't had his fill of flying yet. Though Michael found himself trembling slightly whenever he saw the distance between him and the ground, he still enjoyed the feeling of cutting through the wind. Fly a little lower. Michael commanded his undead while also guiding it toward the sky above the settlement he had planned to enter the previous day. Though he couldn't see everything clearly from this height, Michael could still make out a few details. It's quite huge. That was his first impression. The entire settlement was walled off in an almost, but not quite, perfect circle. Several stone buildings stood alongside residential structures. Based on the territorial size, Michael estimated this place was probably a town. As for the number of people living inside, that was something he didn't bother guessing. Even though it was late at night, several buildings still had light coming from their windows. Some streets were also lit up. As he observed the town below, he made sure to keep his distance and not go any lower. Only the heavens knew if they had weapons capable of shooting him down. Stay updated via my virtual library Empire. This was his first interaction with civilization in the land of origin, so he remained cautious. Fortunately, the griffin he rode on just happened to have a dark appearance. Even if some people noticed him, the distance between them ensured that he and his undead would likely appear no larger than a bird. Not to mention, the dark night sky helped conceal them even further. After flying several laps around the town, Michael finally ordered his undead to return to the surface. Landing near where his other undead were, Michael reluctantly got off the griffin. He gazed at it, a small smile forming at the edge of his lips. I won't even bother using undead summoning on you right now and ruin my mood. Michael had never been a fan of his luck. And given that his mana was limited, unless he miraculously succeeded on his first attempt, he doubted he could manage more than 2 tries at best. Rather than risk failure, it was better to find another corpse to revive and fill all his contract slots for more evolution points. As for evolving the undead griffin, it wasn't that Michael was tempted to do it. At level 27, the griffin was just 1 level away from reaching the maximum level its potential allowed. Thanks to his experiment with Prince, Michael knew that if he evolved the griffin now, the increase in strength would be massive. But that was one of the reasons why he held back. Aside from the fact that he was saving evolution points for tomorrow, when he would receive more and attempt to evolve one of his human undead, there were other reasons as well. For one, a stronger undead would only mean an even lower success rate when trying to use undead summoning on it. And more importantly, Michael worried that evolving the griffin would drastically increase its size, which would make things highly inconvenient. One particular concern stood out. While the black griffin was already huge, it could still barely squeeze into his storage space. That meant he could bring it into the real world if needed. But if it grew any larger, that option would be completely cut off. Sure, he would gain more strength as a necromancer if his undead got stronger, but right now, Michael was in no dire need of power. If he was, none of these reasons would have stopped him. For now, aside from wanting to fill his last 2 contract slots, Michael was also considering what to do with the rest of the corpses around him. The situation in the real world didn't seem like the best time to be buying and selling corpses like it was a normal day, and Michael wasn't interested in doing that anyway. Unfortunately, he still hadn't thought of a better way to store and preserve them. If only the space in my mark of origin was bigger. If that were the case, it would be the best solution. The time freeze effect inside the mark's storage only made it even more ideal. Unfortunately, Michael also didn't have an undead with powers that could preserve corpses. Even if he did, would he just leave them out in the open? Never thought I would think so much about corpse-related matters, aside from how they're buried. Michael muttered absent-mindedly, lost in thought, before coming to a halt. He turned his gaze downward, staring at the cold soil beneath his feet, then bent down to scoop up a handful. Cold. That was expected. Monster corpses, though, start to rot after a while. But if I bury them deep enough, not only will they be hidden, they'll also be preserved for a bit, right? The thought wouldn't leave his mind. It just made sense. Corpses were meant to be buried, and when needed, unearthed. A wry smile tugged at Michael's lips as he spoke softly. My old image of necromancers had them digging up coffins. To think I'd be the one creating them. Once again, Michael felt like a fake necromancer. Though he wasn't certain if this method would actually work, he still wanted to try it. At worst, the bodies would rot slightly and start to smell. But once they were turned into undead, the process of decay would halt due to the necromantic energy sustaining them, keeping them in a functioning state. I should have thought of this sooner. Michael sighed in mild frustration. That's it. Even if he wanted to test this method, there was something he needed to do first. Fill up all his contract slots. Evolving my Undead Legion in a game-like world. Chapter 167 Entering Civilization. With 2 contract slots left to fill, Michael didn't really have a lot of freedom to choose randomly. Currently, he had 4 corpses to choose from. The hobgoblins he had taken from the real world, the long-armed monkeys and sand scorpions he had also collected from the same place, and the black griffin. Among the 4 types, Michael still had at least 3 for each corpse but only 2 for the black griffin. It was also this particular group that Michael wasn't exactly excited to try. Just because he succeeded with the first corpse didn't blind Michael. Putting luck aside, experience told him he might very well just waste his time using undead revival and resting to recover mana and still fail at reviving even 1 out of the 2 undead. Putting this aside as well, though the successful revival of a black griffin would very well give him more undead with rank 2 prowess, that was just it. At rank 1, he didn't think he'd be able to have a successful attempt at undead summoning on them, which also meant he would have to keep off evolving them, as that would only make things harder. And though rank 2 prowess was powerful, it wasn't like Michael didn't already have this. Lucky and Prince, any of the 2, could compete against early-stage rank 2 creatures and still win. Also, with his other high-leveled undead, thanks to the chaos that happened in the real world with a little bit of evolution points to spend, he'd have several 3-star rare rank undead with rank 2 prowess. To be honest, for Michael, the greatest attraction the black griffins had for him was their ability to fly, and he wasn't sure how long such attraction would last. This was because of the words he had heard from Brian before they separated and the sight of the man flying itself. Unfortunately, the forum didn't provide much detail about the power increase or uniqueness of rank 2 Awakeners compared to rank 1 and unranked Awakeners, aside from the greater increase in stats and more skills gained. As for flying, Michael wasn't sure, but he hoped that would be the case. With his mind not really at the idea of attempting to revive the 2 black griffins, Michael turned to the other 3 corpses types he had. Anyway, he could always attempt the 2 later when he got more stronger and when he was at a higher level. After thinking about it for a while, Michael later chose the last 2 monsters he wanted to use and fill up his contract slots, the long-armed monkey and the sand scorpion. Though they both only had 1 skill, which were each interesting, together with this, the main reason Michael chose them was because he had enough orcs in his army for now. Michael wasn't a specialist necromancer. Though he'd love to have more than one of the same undead in his army, it wasn't to the point he was obsessed with it. If he saw 5 birds and 5 lizards and he particularly loved birds, he'd choose 3 birds and 2 lizards. The only time he'd choose only 1 was if he was way too broke. At that point, the cheaper option just looked way more attractive. After making his decision, Michael didn't waste any more time and immediately started using undead revival on the corpses of the long-armed monkey and the sand scorpion. It wasn't until more than half an hour later that Michael was done. For the long-armed monkeys, he succeeded at his 3rd corpse and the 2nd attempt out of the 3 chances he had with the 1, and for the sand scorpions, he succeeded in the 3rd attempt with the 1st corpse. Though he later ended up filling his contract slots, Michael wasn't satisfied with the success rate. Have I killed too much? I've accumulated some bad energy. Remembering the ghost he brought, peace, too, Michael didn't feel his thoughts were impossible. Remembering the ghost he had apparently brought, peace, to without seeing them also made Michael develop some thoughts. For one, but seemed a class and a panel with the ability to level up wasn't all there was to an awakener. Though the world resembled a game to them, it obviously worked outside of a game. The limitations that games had didn't exist in this supernatural universe. Ghosts, huh? I wonder if it's possible to contract one in the future. Michael felt his thoughts were a bit ambitious, but perhaps it shouldn't be impossible. Ads by PubFuture. PubFuture ads. With a class that dealt with death, if he couldn't do it at rank 1, didn't mean it was impossible at higher stages. With the matter of his contract slots being filled finally done, Michael then went to the next matter at hand. Preserving his corpse collection. Well, rather than calling it preserving in its bare form, he just wanted to bury them. Fortunately, he had the perfect undead for the job, a female orc shaman with earth manipulation skills. With her abilities, Michael saw the possibility of this task being a lot easier. Since the earth shaman wasn't one he was able to summon at any time from the netherworld, Michael tugged on his connection with her and commanded her to come to his location. When she did, they immediately got to work. The ground vibrated, and a hole slowly appeared. Just as Michael had thought, with his earth shaman, burying the corpses became a lot easier. With the undead orc by his side, Michael started to bury his corpse collection one by one. With the vitality of a monster, monsters didn't rot that fast, but it was only in relation to higher-level monsters. For lower-level ones, it was only slow at most. At least Michael could already start to smell some odd scent from some of the corpses when he moved them into the earth holes his earth shaman made. Hopefully, their bodies are able to stay relatively complete, Michael muttered as he stared at his surroundings. With a little attempt at clearing traces of his earth shaman's undead use of magic, one wouldn't even know there were monster corpses buried underneath. At least in the operation of storing the corpses, burying them was a successful method. As for worrying about the completeness of the corpses when he needed them, Michael wasn't really concerned. For one, the transformation into an undead, especially to a flesh undead, healed the body a little, which was why the stitched monster corpses he brought from the association had no issues. And if his suspicion about his talent healing his undead through evolution was true, he only needed materials for creating undead and not how complete they were, as long as it worked. Discover more stories at my virtual library Empire. Phew, I guess it's finally that time. With anything related to unused corpses out of the way, there was only one thing left now. Entering civilization for the first time in the land of origin. Michael stared at his outfit. Aside from looking a little dirty, he still looked presentable. At least to him he did. The black leather coat he wore also made him look quite not out of place if the fashion style if the par of the land of origin he was in was the medieval era. So, all in all, Michael didn't have any issues with himself. However, when it came to his undead, things became a little tricky. I could have the human mage follow me as he looks more human than any of my undead, but unfortunately he himself is not presentable. Unfortunately, Michael hadn't brought a lot of disguise cloth. The human mage, not only was it dirty looking, but its leather armor and robe were also in tatters, thanks to Prince's handling. Just because he couldn't bring the undead in public with him didn't mean he couldn't do it secretly. However, it was only the human mage and the undead griffin Michael planned to bring along on his trip to the settlement not so far from him with his storage space. He planned to let his other undead hide here for the meantime. As for his protection, he felt he was strong enough for that. However, Michael was not cocky, but even if he needed protection beyond what he could give himself, the undead that had fought with him in the real world, the human mage undead and the undead griffin, alongside Lucky and Prince, whom he could summon from the netherworld, the undead he left in this world were lacking. Since he knew what he was going to do, Michael did just that. Gathering all his undead in one spot, the cave he had used for his temporary residence, and leaving a few instructions, Michael dashed out of the forest alone. After a while of running at a leisurely pace, Michael finally came out of the forest and was eye to eye with the walls of a not-so-distant settlement. Taking a deep breath, Michael started making his way to the settlement, but not on the main road. From his location, he could tell the gates were closed. Michael planned to sneak in. Evolving my Undead Legion in a game-like world. Chapter 168 Gathering Information. The Lionheart Kingdom. One of the 3 most powerful kingdoms in the Dragon Empire. Rumors had been circulating that the old king was preparing to step down from the throne, causing a ripple of uncertainty and speculation throughout the kingdom and even the empire as a whole. Why was the king retiring? It was the question on everyone's mind, nobles and commoners alike. Yet, no clear answer could be found. One thing was certain. A period of unrest had begun to take hold of the kingdom. Amidst this uncertainty, another major announcement shook the realm. The king's brother, the Duke of Evermoon, had declared an upcoming competition, open to the men of the kingdom and beyond. However, the entry requirements were said to be extremely strict, making it clear that only the most exceptional individuals could participate. But when one considered the grand prize, it became clear why the competition demanded only the best. Treasures so valuable they could leave even the Empire's most powerful figures in awe were rumored to be among the rewards. Yet the true prize lay elsewhere. The winner would not only gain riches but also marry the Duke's precious daughter, securing a noble title of at least Viscount within the Lionheart Kingdom. For a time, all eyes turned toward Lionheart, as the kingdom became the center of attention across the Empire. Blackstone Town. Though night had fallen, in some places, the day had only just begun. Inside a bustling bar in Blackstone Town, a female server flashed a playful smile at the young man before her. "Handsome, care for a drink? I'm broke. I don't have any money." "Then why are you here?" "For the atmosphere." A brief conversation was exchanged between the two. The youth was none other than Michael. After leaping over the rooftops and avoiding the guards stationed along the town walls, he had been anxious at first. But two things quickly reassured him. First, his attire didn't seem out of place. Second, there was no language barrier, not because the locals spoke English, but thanks to another perk of being an awakener: the ability to understand and speak all languages. Much like the sensation of using a skill, the knowledge of the local tongue came instinctively when conversing with natives. However, there were limitations. One still had to practice the accent and learn the language properly to read and write it. Awakener perks didn't cover literacy. So, in a way, most Awakeners were illiterate at first. It wasn't all sunshine in the land of origin. After wandering through the streets and exchanging a few words with a few locals to confirm that he could, in fact, communicate here, Michael took a deep breath and stepped into a nearby establishment. A bar in Gold to gather information. To be honest, Michael's decision was influenced by the entertainment he had consumed on Earth. Whenever a character arrived at a new location in a medieval-themed world, they would often head straight to a bar or in to gather information. The female server's expression twitched. It wasn't that she was shocked by Michael's words, just a little taken aback by his blunt honesty. Plenty of people in the bar weren't actually there to buy drinks. Some came just to chat, gossip, or freeload from others. In a way, they weren't too different from Michael. The difference? Most wouldn't outright admit they were broke. Instead, they would say they simply weren't in the mood for a drink yet. Even Michael was surprised by his own words. Though he appeared calm on the surface, deep down he was anxious. The quick-paced conversation with the server had been a result of him simply blurting out whatever was on his mind. But since he had already spoken, he could only pretend everything was normal. Fortunately, the server didn't make things more awkward. After giving him an odd look, she moved on to another table. Michael sighed in relief and shifted his focus back to observing his surroundings. Near the counter, a man was performing. A singer or maybe a bard. Michael wasn't sure what to call him. The man strummed a guitar-like instrument, his voice carrying over the lively chatter of the bar. Michael had to admit the song, though a little strange, sounded surprisingly good. But this wasn't what Michael had come for. His goal was information. A bar was the perfect place for people to let loose and spill all sorts of things. If he was lucky, he'd be able to figure out exactly where in the land of origin he had arrived or what was at least going on in his current location. Continue reading at my virtual library Empire. Every new Awakener had to go through this challenge. Michael had read about it on the forums. Even those who appeared near civilized areas struggled during their first entry into this world. And sometimes things could be even worse. Rarely, but not impossibly, an Awakener's first arrival could end in death, all because they had landed in the wrong place at the wrong time. All of this meant one thing. Integrating into the land of origin depended almost entirely on an Awakener's abilities. And right now, Michael was undergoing his own trial. In a way, this feels like real transmigration. Appearing in an unknown location, trying to figure out what's going on, what to do next, and how not to expose yourself. Michael couldn't help but think that his situation mirrored some of the entertainment he consumed back on Earth. As several thoughts flashed through his mind, he pieced together what he could from the people around him. My wife cheated on me today, brothers. What did you do? I told her I wanted in too. Huh. I now understand the type of man you are. No, you all don't understand. She cheated on me with another woman. Apparently, I haven't been giving her attention because of you brothers, so she cheated. But now I want to give her all my love so we can both cheat together with the same woman. She's hot. Yay. Most of the conversations around him were like this. The atmosphere was unfamiliar and a bit uncomfortable for Michael. Not only was this awkward for Michael from Aurora, but also for the Michael from Earth. They weren't extroverts who went out all the time, especially to places with this kind of vibe. This was his first time. But after going through a lot these past few days, way more than this, Michael found that a little discomfort wasn't so bad. He quickly adapted. Fortunately, not all the conversations around him were useless. Some were quite interesting and informative. Do you guys know the latest news? Michael's senses sharpened as he caught onto a conversation at a nearby table. Tell us, what is it? They say a group of knights from the kingdom arrived yesterday and entered the Everlong Forest. Why? I'm not sure, but I heard a terrible monster has appeared in the forest. Wait, doesn't that mean we're not safe? The Everlong Forest is practically just outside the town walls. No need to panic. Don't you trust the kingdom's knights? They're incredibly powerful. You're right. I just can't help but worry a little. Hopefully, the goddess continues to bless us. Michael took mental notes while his ears caught another conversation. They say the application for the Duke's competition is closing soon. How I wish I could have joined. You pervert. I'm pretty sure you're old enough to be the princess father. I'm old, but I'm not that old. Whatever. Even if you weren't too old, what would you even do in the competition? If someone throws a fireball at you, are you going to lick it? Laughter followed that statement. Then another voice spoke. I've decided to travel to the big city, brother. Why? I don't want to die a farmer. I want to be an adventurer. I want to join the Adventurers Guild, hunt monsters, and create a story that bards will sing for centuries. The last speaker sounded young, drunk, and full of dreams. Kingdom Knights. The Duke's competition. The Adventurers Guild. Michael absorbed every piece of information. However, out of everything he had heard, what concerned him the most was the first conversation. They're not talking about that monster from the ruins, right? He wasn't sure, but something told him it was probably the case. There were many possibilities. For one, the monster could have left its original location. Another possibility was that the battle in the ruins, his fight alongside Lucky, combined with the prince's desperate last struggle, might have drawn attention. The mana usage had been immense, after all. But as much as the thought worried Michael, there was nothing he could do about it. Against that monster, he was still too weak. Even if he had a strong undead by his side, Michael knew that he needed to grow stronger personally too. After all, he had nearly died to a monster that had barely been conscious. Evolving my Undead Legion in a game-like world. Chapter 169 Old Mage. I wonder how strong these Kingdom Knights are and if they can actually kill that monster. Michael was naturally curious. Unfortunately, there was no one he could ask currently. Questions like the power system of the place he was in, the history, and so on were things that could easily make him suspicious. For now, he had to take it slow. And if those knights actually managed to take down that monster, Michael could only hope they left some materials for him to take into the real world and sell. It would be better if they left the tower building one and just took the monster. Evidently, even with millions in his account, Michael still prioritized profit over revenge. As several thoughts flashed through Michael's mind, he continued listening in on the conversations in the bar before heading out moments later when he felt he had heard enough and was already drawing attention as the only guy on his counter table who also didn't order any drinks. To be honest, Michael would have loved to order some. He saw the bar served warm milk plus meals with meat, but unfortunately, a millionaire on Aurora, a broke man in the land of origin, was what he was. Outside the bar, Michael entered a dark alley and flashed away from his location. A moment later, he appeared outside the settlement walls. In that short moment, Michael had run through the city, and aside from one feeling he got from the building in the settlement center, nobody else gave him a feeling of threat. This and the fact that there were also no other noteworthy establishments to enter again made him realize he needed to change his approach. Not only did he lack money, but he also lacked identity. This is going to be a problem. I need money if I want to integrate better into civilization, more importantly, an identity with some form of background I can use anywhere, but the issue is I don't even know where I am. The fact Michael also sensed a presence not any weaker than him individually also made him realize that this wasn't a place he could run Tyron in. And not that he planned to. However, it did make him know that there were at least people as strong as him in this place he found himself in, maybe as long as he didn't bring his strongest undead out. That youth mentioned something like an adventurer. Based on his following words, if I register in this guild, I assume is some form of organization almost everyone can join if they're capable, that should provide some form of identity for me, right? Michael seriously pondered his next step, and he felt this was most likely the part he'd end up taking. He came out of the settlement because he didn't see any need there, and as he didn't also have a place to stay, he figured it was best he came back outside. But what do I do now? At this point, Michael felt if he actually wanted to make actual progress in integrating into this world, he might need to interact with the people of this world in daytime and not nighttime. Just as Michael was falling deeper into thought, he suddenly sensed a presence and turned to look in a certain direction in the forest he was in. Oh, I didn't think you'd notice me even with my concealing magic. You're quite strong, boy, who are you? From behind the cover of a tree came an old man whose back was slightly hunched, and he had a black staff that strangely had red, glowing vines on its body with a small, slightly glowing dim orb on top of its end. The man had a white goatee and long white hair and was dressed in a long red robe that covered his body. A mage? Michael wondered. Though on the surface, he looked calm, he was already on guard. Ads by PubFuture. PubFuture ads. The old mage's aura felt familiar. It was exactly the one he had felt in the middle of the settlement he was just in. Who are you? Michael asked calmly. Oh, I should be asking this, the old man replied. When I came to this town yesterday, I didn't feel an aura this strong. You can't blame me for thinking something suspicious is going on when I suddenly felt one this late at night, and one that seemed to be peeking around as well. As the old mage spoke, the smiling expression on his face slowly became serious. Michael could sense a huge amount of mana, no less than his own, coming from the other party, which made him serious as he gradually returned the action, managing to score an expression of surprise from the other party, which Michael caught. However, what surprised him was why the man, who suddenly seemed to be ready to fight, started to calm down. He doesn't want to risk fighting? Michael wondered, but he didn't bring his guard down. His hands were already stretched out a little, ready to summon Lucky at any given moment. Before the old mage spoke, Michael beat him to it. From the other party's previous words, he could tell where he had gone wrong. His intention of searching for information in the city had been too obvious. People weaker than him might not notice, but it was a different story for people with similar power or certain capabilities. Your journey continues with my virtual library empire. I apologize, since it seems my intention has been misunderstood, which caused you to raise your guard. I mean no harm, Michael said. If your excellency says this, then I have no reason not to believe, the old mage replied. I hope you forgive this old man and don't blame him for his intention. I was assigned by the king to guard this place, and I'm not trying to be rude, sir, but your energy doesn't really give the best impression. The old man said with a bow, adding, I wonder which family of the empire your excellency is from? Are you also here for the Duke of Evermoon competition? For a moment, Michael was confused, but immediately, he understood what was happening a second later. It seemed like someone had mistaken his identity. Evolving my Undead Legion in a game-like world. Chapter 170 Grand Mage. Surprisingly, the most powerful force in the Empire, unlike what most commoners thought, wasn't the royal family. They were certainly among the most powerful, but if one was to take away their command over the subjects they ruled, they were only so powerful and, in fact, were weaker compared to some forces. One of such examples was the Adventurer Guild. Not only did it have its traces all around the Empire, but it also had its traces beyond the Empire. Then there were some families that also had powers that could compare to the Empire's royal family and not lose out. These forces were so strong that some even had histories longer than the Empire. And something that these forces were usually known for was their ability to birth monstrous geniuses or cultivate them. What Michael didn't know was that the old mage had mistaken him as one of these monstrous geniuses. This was not Aurora, though rare. There were hundreds of thousands of awakens just like Michael, but the land of origin, though which resembled a game, didn't give its native the ability to see the world as one. Michael's age and power gave the illusion that he was just monstrously talented. A grand mage below age 20? At first, the old mage had thought that Michael, due to his dark, eerie energy, was part of the demonic cults that had been growing rampant in recent years, but when the lad unleashed a good part of his mana, the mage was finally able to recognize Michael. Pub Future adds. This lad wasn't like those bastards. Instead, he just happened to have the extremely rare element of darkness. Unfortunately, it shared some certain similarities that one could misinterpret if they were not careful. After finally realizing the truth, the old mage then came to his senses after hearing Michael speak. Though his accent sounded weird, his power, which didn't match his age, the mage immediately realized that he was talking to someone important. And if there was the chance the person in front of him was also old but just looked young, then there was also nothing wrong in giving the other party respect. Having a strength of his level with the rare element of darkness was enough reason to give the other party respect. Read latest chapters at my virtual library Empire. Meanwhile, Michael, who had gotten his identity mistaken, cautiously cast Detect on the old mage after a thought. They did not seem to be extremely different in terms of equal strength, so the other party shouldn't notice his peeking. Fortunately, that had indeed been the case. Lionheart Kingdom Grand Mage LV29. Fuck. Michael was immediately shocked. Ads by Pub Future. Pub Future adds. With his experience from the past few days, he could tell there were several ways to tell the strength of someone, and one way was either through the quality of their mana or the quantity. The mage in front of him seemed to have about the same mana quantity as him, though with slightly worse quality, so Michael had assumed the other party was at most in the max level of rank 1, but oh how greatly mistaken was he. Though he still looked calm on the surface, Michael was extremely on guard inside. With the level of the other party this big, he'd need to take out all his powerful undead to match the other party. Michael also felt a little annoyed. To be honest, Michael recognized a few weak points of his. For one, he had only been a supernatural for only a few days, and his knowledge about his new reality was severely lacking in many ways. Then there was the other one he felt more frustrated about. His lack of skills. It might seem like he had a lot, but Michael knew they weren't enough. Aside from a few, some weren't exactly useful against similarly matched opponents. At least against a true expert like the human mage in his storage ring right now, Michael would lose 8 times out of 10 at least. With his skills, he'd be able to struggle for a while, but that was just it. He'd still end up defeated, because at the end of the day, there was still a gap, especially for the one in front of him who was even an entire rank of power above him. Michael also didn't know if the power system of the part of the land of origin he was in right now allowed their supernaturals to fly at rank 2, but if it did, he was royally screwed if the two parties fought one-on-one. This didn't mean he was scared, though. For one, he was never supposed to even fight an enemy one-on-one, as that would mean disrespecting the other party. He was a necromancer, so he would fight like one. If one undead alone was enough to take care of multiple flying griffins, then Michael believed that he could do the same with just one mage. However, it would likely be more difficult. After all, this was a human, and it could think and use its brain, unlike the 3 griffins that came from the cracks and attacked simply. Though Michael felt the other party might have given him an amazing identity based on the Your Excellency address the other party had addressed him with, though curious and tempted to pretend, Michael didn't use it. It was too risky. How was he, who didn't even know his left and right here, supposed to pull off the identity of an amazing person? Michael loved to be delusional at times, but that didn't really mean he was truly delusional. I don't belong to any family, so please don't use that address with me and make things hard for me, Michael said, but he didn't notice a different reaction from the other party. And sure enough, the words that came next showed that the other party didn't believe him. I wonder what your surname is called, the old mage said. Michael sighed mentally. He really didn't know what was going on, but since he had spoken the truth and the other party didn't want to believe him, then who was he to not ignorantly use this identity laid before him? Evolving my Undead Legion in a game-like world. Chapter 171 The Duke of Evermoon. The Lionheart Kingdom was very strong as a force, not only in the empire it served but in the southern border of the continent as a whole, with 1 great mage and 2 great knights, 3 grand knights, and 2 grand mages, and several dozen advanced mages and knights in its court. And this was only for the court people knew about on the surface. The old mage in front of Michael just happened to be one of the 2 public grand mages of the kingdom. A day ago, a strong mana wave that seemed corrupted, like that of the demonic cult members, was sensed by an adventure team who had entered deep into the Everlong forest for monsters and natural treasures. It's a rule in the kingdom that any sight of the demonic cult should be reported, and as there was a reward based on the significance of the report, most people loved reporting fast without hesitation. This was what happened. However, it was a little tragic as the team of 5 adventurers had planned to investigate more, only to come back with a single member. The other 4 members were sacrificed, but due to the presence of evidence and the fact that even with 2 advanced knights in the team, they were still crushed, the kingdom officials that might have taken a little bit of time to confirm the news had it been reported by mouth immediately ran here. If a team with 2 advanced knights couldn't get back in one piece, then it was obvious a stronger team had to be selected, which was why there was a grand mage this far away from the kingdom capital. I'm Mike. Michael gave out his name, at least part of it. So it's Sir Mike, I'm Grand Mage Lien. Michael's eyebrow raised slightly at the title the other party had given himself. 1, it was either he was blowing his own horns, or 2, he was really that important. Recalling the news he had heard of the Kingdom Knights, Michael felt it was more of the latter. Just as a few thoughts flashed through Michael's mind, he heard the old mage speak again. Are you perhaps also here for the Duke of Evermoon competition? The old mage was quite curious about this. Among all the high-ranked mages starting from his rank, he was the one that went out the most, be it if not summoned. These past few days, he had seen a lot of youths, at least more youths than there was supposed to be in the kingdom, and some of these youths were quite interesting. The requirement for joining the competition for the princess's hand in marriage and the other treasures was first, 1 has to be less than 25 years of age, and 2, the person had to be an advanced ranked knight or mage. These 2 were tough and strict requirements that 1 would even rarely find in noble families. This directly screened out a lot of people, making the competition only for the best of the best. It was evident the Duke cared about his reputation, or perhaps it was daughters he cared for, or maybe both, and it could also be for an ulterior motive. However, the youth in front of the old mage was one of the very few extremely powerful youths among all those he had seen in the past few days. Discover hidden content at my virtual library empire. The Duke was shrewd. As one of the 2 most powerful dukes of the kingdom who wanted more power now that the king was stepping down, he wanted to use this opportunity to gain more power for his family. Which ordinary power can grow a below 25-year-old knight or mage? It was almost impossible to see a commoner achieve this with no support, and if he just happened to mess with such a person, it wasn't difficult to manipulate things and take them out. From the start, the competition was never fair. Most people realized this, and there were also some that didn't. Hearing the words of the old mage in front of him, Michael didn't take long to respond. I came to give it a try. However, I'm not from around here, so it's hard to reach the place where the contest will be held, Michael stated. He had listened to quite a lot in the bar, and one thing he had heard was that a certain duke was holding a competition with the hand of his daughter in marriage as the prize, and so on, and other people from outside the kingdom were attracted to it as well. And technically, though he wasn't attracted or interested in the competition itself, he was curious about it. And he was indeed not a native of this place, so technically he wasn't lying, except for the part he said he wanted to try it. The mouth of the mage twitched when he heard Michael reply. Since the Duke wasn't interested in the throne itself but more power than can be gotten during these times of crisis, the other princes that were also aiming for the throne were after his daughter, and they were certainly not in it to try. But after thinking about it for a while, the old mage felt it made sense. A 20-year-old grand mage. He had the arrogance to take the competition as fun. However, This young genius seemed to be a little slow about the ways of the world. Maybe this is his first real experience outside, the old mage thought. And technically he wasn't wrong. Tonight was indeed Michael's first time exploring in the land of origin. At least in its civilization. The mass release has been pushed forward. I'm really sorry. Real life got in the way, and honestly, I feel like jumping off something right now. School has started, but I opted for part-time so I can focus on other things. I really don't want to keep disappointing you guys. It hurts because it makes me feel like I'm all talk. I'll keep trying my best though. Anyhow, the outcome. Thanks for being with me throughout this journey, and I thank the readers that have encouraged me too. I'll try to do better. Evolving my Undead Legion in a game-like world. Chapter 172, Familiar Sight. Just as the two exchanged words between themselves, silence reigned for a moment. The old mage was about to say one last thing before leaving when suddenly he and Michael turned to look in a certain direction. What's that? Michael thought, a slightly serious expression on his face, while the old mage, not too far from him, had an extremely serious expression. A distance away from them, they could sense the use of magic being cast in a chaotic manner. From afar, it also seemed like a mass of chaotic mana was rushing toward them. The old mage turned to look at Michael and spoke. His tone was grave and serious. "See you next time, Sir Mike." "I'll be leaving first," said the mage. Immediately after speaking, Michael saw the mage raise a finger and stretch out his wand slightly. With a finger moving in the air as he drew a magic circle, Michael watched as a magic circle seemed to appear out of nowhere above the stretched wand. If it wasn't for the fact that Michael saw the veins on the body of the wand light up, he would have really thought those magic circles had appeared out of thin air. So it's possible to eliminate drawing magic circles with gestures? Michael didn't know if his suspicion was right despite what was happening in front of him. Even the human mage in his storage ring now, despite casting spells at an extremely fast pace, Michael was sure he had caught the other party using hand gestures for the spells. However, the old mage in front of him? For one, the mage was still using a hand, but on the other hand, the magic circles that appeared in midair formed faster than the blurring movements of the old mage's hand. Doesn't this mean that there's a chance that drawing magic circles by hand will not exist in the future? Then what will be the use of agility to a mage? Just to dodge? Michael felt his suspicion might be spot on. Perhaps at the start, agility did help in spell casting, but in later stages, it contributed more to the survivability of a mage. Though mages dealt heavy damage, even the fast spell casting of the mage in front of him at his stage still took at least a second. A lot could happen in a second at a certain stage. Though several thoughts flashed through Michael's mind in an instant, his eyes never left the movements of the old mage. The moment the magic circles were cast, which was barely a second, they disintegrated into pieces and enveloped the old mage's body, coating him in some sort of aura. Immediately after this happened, the mage's body started to float, and after giving a glance, he levitated away into the sky in a flash. The sight gave Michael a shock. However, it also made him confused. The mages in this world can't fly naturally like they do in Aurora? Michael wondered. However, a second later, he cleared the thought from his head. The only flying supernatural he had encountered in the real world was Brian, whom he suspected was a king-rank cultivator. The other party's ease of flying didn't mean that supernaturals ranked below him could naturally do the same. He still needed to see more supernaturals in the real world to understand their power system better. The methods used to gain power and cultivate in the real world were said to have come from the land of origin, but it seemed those methods were probably not applicable, at least not in the region Michael currently was. That was not unexpected. The land of origin was vast, and it was said that there were several continents, each with their own practices and history. Explore hidden tales at my virtual library Empire. Two people could know themselves extremely well for years in the real world, yet be nowhere close to each other in the land of origin. At least, that's what Michael had read in the land of origin, but a part of him believed it to a certain extent. Seeing the old mage flash further and further away in the air from his location, Michael only thought for a brief moment before his curiosity took over. With the mindset of, "I'll just check it out and then leave," Michael ran after the mage, or rather, trailed behind the old mage as they both headed in the direction of the mass of chaotic energy and magic. As he trailed behind the mage, Michael made sure to keep himself hidden and not blatantly expose himself. He didn't think this would escape the senses of the old mage, as he wasn't using any profound art to mask his presence. It was merely a subconscious action one did when they knew they were doing something they probably shouldn't be doing. As for why Michael didn't fly alongside the mage, there was a reason for that. Though he couldn't fly yet, Michael had an undead that could, but it was exactly because of the identity of the undead that he was unwilling to reveal it outside to the old mage. For one, the other party seemed to have become acquainted with him, and Michael wasn't willing to lose that. It was especially significant to him because this was his first contact in the land of origin, and one that would probably fasten his integration into this world. With his lack of knowledge of how this part of the land of origin might perceive undead, Michael wasn't willing to risk it. To a man with great senses like the old mage, who had even sensed the uniqueness of his aura without him unleashing it at first, it was a stupid act to think the appearance of this undead would be able to hide the signs of their lack of life in their body. Even if he could tell which body had life and one that didn't, with the old mage who seemed to have decades of experience to boast about, Michael didn't want to risk anything if not necessary. For now, if he needed to fight, then there was no difficulty in playing the part of a spearman for a while. But if he really needed to summon an undead, Michael didn't mind the opinion of others if his life was at stake. It didn't take long for Mage Lien and Michael to arrive at the location they were sensing the mass of chaotic mana from, and the sight left them in shock. Mage Lien's shock originated purely from the sight in front of him, while Michael's shock originated from fear. A traumatic experience that was subconsciously buried deep in him appeared for a moment. Though he wasn't close and was a little far away, Michael could see a large amount of monsters attacking a 20-man group of men in armor. Based on their movements and fighting style, Michael estimated that the men were probably all elite ranked, rank 2, superhumans if compared to his world, based on his experience. However, the monsters they fought all seemed to be early commander rank creatures, which was not only stronger than many in the group but also outnumbered them. If it wasn't for the use of magic, which Michael could see from the lesser armored, dressed men who used magic, if these people were taken out, the group would have been less than half in a few minutes. However, this wasn't what shocked either Mage Lien or Michael. It was the monsters, or rather, the appearance of the monsters. The monsters all had tendrils growing out of their bodies, making them look exceedingly bizarre and wrong, not odd, but wrong-looking. At first glance, it was creepy. If Mage Lien was shocked by the sight below him, Michael felt a little fear at the sight ahead of him. It wasn't fear of the monsters. Though they looked difficult to handle, if Michael was left alone with them with his undead, he didn't think it would take long to clear them off. What made him feel fear was the tendrils growing out of the monsters' bodies. It immediately reminded him of the monster that had almost taken his life in the Black Tower in the ruins that served as his initial location in the land of origin. As Michael watched the scene from afar, he saw Mage Lien in the air start emitting a huge amount of mana from his body. Immediately, Michael could tell the other party was about to cast a spell, and not any weak one. Several magical circles appeared in midair around the old mage in the sky. For a moment, Michael thought the construction of the magic circles felt a bit familiar, and it was just as he thought when he saw the effect of the magic circles when they were activated. Fire Spear. Descend. A low roar echoed in the surrounding area, and Michael watched as rows of fire in the shape of spears fell on the monsters below. Soon, what followed was the sound of explosions. Evolving my Undead Legion in a game-like world. Chapter 173. What happened? Powerful. That was the only word Michael could use to describe Mage Lien's display of magic. He had seen Fire Spear before from his undead mage, but that one could only conjure 2 at most. In contrast, Mage Lien summoned several with ease. His mastery level must be advanced, maybe even close to perfect, Michael speculated. He wasn't entirely sure what perfect mastery looked like, as he had never witnessed it himself. However, it was said that at perfect mastery, a spell underwent a transformation, significantly enhancing its effects. While Mage Lien's magic was undoubtedly skillful, it lacked that transformative quality, leading Michael to believe it was at the advanced level. That, or the spell itself was of such a high grade that it appeared to be mastered at a higher level than it actually was. With such power, wiping out weaker monsters was effortless for Mage Lien, no matter how many there were. However, his magic took a toll on the forest, leaving destruction in its wake. As Mage Lien slowly descended from the air, Michael hesitated for a moment before stepping out of hiding. The mage turned to look at him but quickly shifted his gaze away. There was no hostility in his expression, which gave Michael some relief and the confidence to approach. Initially, he had planned to keep to himself after satisfying his curiosity, but the sight of those familiar black tentacles on the slain monsters unsettled him. It made him uneasy. He had no concrete evidence, but he was almost certain they were connected to that monster. Had he unknowingly unleashed something very dangerous? Even though he had been growing more self-conscious lately, it didn't mean he had abandoned his previous values. As he drew closer to the 20 knights, several of whom were barely standing, his sharp ears picked up on Mage Lien's conversation with one of them, a man who appeared to be their leader. "What happened here? Did you catch the monster that attacked the adventurer team? Was it the one responsible for all this?" Mage Lien questioned in rapid succession. The knight, struggling to remain upright, took a deep breath before speaking. "Lord Lien, we did see the monster, but it wasn't alone." His voice wavered, and before he could say more, his body gave out and he collapsed. Mage Lien frowned but didn't press him further. Instead, his gaze shifted to another knight, one who looked just as exhausted but was still standing. "Tell me what happened." "Yes, my lord," the knight answered. Though clearly drained, he had managed to catch his breath for a few seconds. Whether it was the brief respite or Mage Lien's more measured approach this time, the knight was able to recount everything that had transpired. Michael, now standing in plain view of the 20 knights, listened intently. Some of them regarded him warily, but none acted against him, likely because Mage Lien had shown no sign of disapproval at his presence. Aside from using detect on the knights, Michael paid them little attention and instead focused on Mage Lien's conversation. The knights' levels ranged from 16 to 19, with the first knight Mage Lien had spoken to being level 22. By checking their names with detect, Michael confirmed that the first knight was indeed the leader of the group. No, there hadn't been just 20 men. Originally, they were a force of 50. The 20 present were merely the survivors. According to the second knight, their mission had been to hunt down a special monster, one powerful enough to warrant dispatching a team from the capital. It was a threat beyond what most people could handle, and their journey had taken them this far from the kingdom's heart in pursuit of it. The Everlong Forest was a unique location in the Lionheart Kingdom. For one, no one had ever seen its end, or rather, only those at the level of a Grand Mage or Grand Knight might have. Only individuals of such strength would dare to venture deep into its unknown depths. However, it was precisely because of this mystery that the forest was well known among adventurers. Powerful monsters were not rare within its depths, and the deeper one went, the stronger they became. Those confident in their strength, or those seeking the treasures hidden within the bodies of these beasts, often ventured into the forest, making it a prime destination for the bold and ambitious. Despite its allure, the entrance near Blackstone Town remained largely unpopular. The town's remote and underdeveloped location did little to attract adventurers, especially since the Everlong Forest stretched far and wide, with multiple points of entry across the kingdom. With no special features to set it apart, Blackstone Town was often overlooked. Not wanting to linger in this backward town after living in the capital for so long, the 50 knights, confident in their strength, wasted no time and charged into the forest in search of their target. And they found it. A massive humanoid monster covered in writhing black tentacles. Even from a distance, the aura it exuded made their hearts tremble. It was worse than anything they had ever felt, even more terrifying than the presence of the Grand Mages or Knights they had encountered before. Instinctively, they knew this was not a monster they could handle. Even the Grand Mage accompanying them wouldn't stand a chance. They decided to retreat. But before they could slip away, the monster turned. A single, piercing screech shattered their resolve. Dizziness overwhelmed them, but that wasn't the worst of it. What truly horrified them was when nearly a quarter of their own men suddenly screamed in agony, and turned against them. Betrayal in their eyes. Weapons drawn. Then, as if summoned by that terrible screech, monsters swarmed in from every direction, attacking relentlessly. By some stroke of luck, the massive creature itself did not move to attack them directly. Yet the chaos it had unleashed was enough to almost wipe them out. No, it would have wiped them out had the Grand Mage not arrived in time. Even so, the fact that the Kingdom Knights had managed to hold out for so long before help arrived spoke volumes about their strength. Michael and Mage Lien listened in silence, their expressions dark and serious as the second knight recounted the nightmare they had barely survived. Michael felt a storm of emotions: concern, fear, anxiety. He didn't know how long he lingered on each, but he felt them all. The monster doesn't even need to attack directly to cause devastation. And not only did it move from its original location, but it also seems to need bodies. Because if what the knight said is true, then every time one of them died, a monster would carry the corpse away. Wait! Michael and Mage Lien's eyes widened as realization struck them at the same time. If the monster's minions always retrieved the dead, didn't that mean it was still watching? Even from afar, it knew exactly what was happening here. The moment that thought clicked, a chilling screech pierced the air. Their hearts sank. Instinctively, they turned their gazes skyward, and their expressions darkened. A massive flock of creatures loomed above, blotting out the sky. The huge, black, tentacled monster was nowhere in sight, but that didn't bring even the slightest relief. Dozens, no hundreds, of eagle-like beasts circled above, each radiating an aura dangerously close to First Knight's own power. And they all shared the same disturbing trait: black tentacles writhing across their bodies. Continue reading at my virtual library empire. One look was enough to confirm it. These creatures were no different from the monsters Mage Lien had just killed. Sir Mike. Mage Lien's urgent voice snapped Michael out of his shock. Please assist me in bringing these men out of the forest. I assure you, the kingdom will reward you heavily. His grave tone carried weight, but what truly surprised the exhausted knights was the fact that he had asked Michael for help in the first place. Though they could tell Michael wasn't ordinary, they struggled to understand why someone younger than them, by at least half a decade to a full one, would be asked to assist in such a dire situation. After all, Michael hadn't shown any obvious display of power. Michael was about to mentally refuse when he hesitated. Isn't this an opportunity to integrate myself into this world? There was no better way to build trust than by helping people in their time of need. His experience in the real world after the chaos, and even before, had taught him that much. But was it worth risking his life for these people? There was no sign of the true monster controlling these creatures, but that didn't mean it wasn't nearby. From his previous experience, Michael knew that Hat Thing could truly kill him. He hesitated, weighing his options. However, the monsters above made the decision for him. With a screech, the eagle-like monsters in the air all started to attack. In fast movements, they dived down at the people below. Evolving my Undead Legion in a game-like world. Chapter 174: Escape. Since they were too far away, Michael couldn't use Detect on the eagle-like creatures. But from the aura they gave off, he could tell they were all still rank 1 monsters. None were close to rank 2. Individually, they didn't seem difficult to kill, but with hundreds of them in the sky, the sight was terrifying. Like they say, even ants can kill a lion, let alone a swarm of magical beasts. At that moment, Michael made his decision. Explore more adventures at my virtual library empire. Wasn't it just about keeping most of them alive while ensuring his own survival? Then he'd do it, but that was as far as he was willing to go. However, if he truly wanted to save these people, there was one thing he needed to do. And that was to summon part of his undead for assistance. Alone, he'd only be putting himself at risk. But with his undead, he wouldn't have to take direct action. Still, a question lingered. What would be the reaction of the people around him when they saw his undead? Michael only hesitated for a moment before making his decision. If their reaction was bad, it was better to find out now while he was still on the outskirts of civilization rather than later, when he was deep inside it. If he ever found himself surrounded by powerful figures and forced to use necromancy, which was forbidden in this region, then Michael knew he'd be looking at a permanent 10% reduction in his stats in the future. Since he had made the decision to show a bit more about himself while taking the effort to make this group of people feel something, at least even if it was just gratitude towards him, Michael went all out at the start and summoned Lucky, his strongest undead. A magic circle appeared in front of Michael, and the huge appearance of Lucky emerged from it. Following its appearance, several huge green vines erupted from the ground, charging at the black eagles descending from the air. With the instructions given by its master upon summoning, Lucky made sure to avoid any harm reaching the group of people around it, including its master. The sudden appearance of the green vines erupting from the ground shocked the group of 20 knights who still had their consciousness, including Mage Lien. Immediately, they all turned to look at Michael's location. No, rather, they all turned to stare at the monster closer to Michael, whose presence made their hearts squeeze in fear. Mage Lien, who had worn an expression of extreme seriousness on his face earlier, now had it replaced with shock. As the Grand Mage of the kingdom, though he knew there were existences stronger than him in this world, like the great knights and mages of the kingdom, he had never considered himself weak. Or rather, only a few beings were capable of making him feel weak. However, he never thought that he would encounter such an existence again. When he had called for help from Michael, it was because he had acknowledged him as someone with a certain level of power worthy of respect. At the very least, the fact that the young man could contain such power at his age was something to respect. However, even though Michael gave him the feeling that they could be equally matched in battle, Mage Lien still thought very highly of himself. After all, he was an individual who had lived for more than 150 years. The experience that came with several decades of battle wasn't something that talent could always override. However, now, in front of Mage Lien's very eyes, was the sight of someone he had barely considered an equal showing his fangs for the first time. An undead? He didn't have any other person with him before. This was the thought that ran through the minds of the more knowledgeable people around. Though Lucky gave them a feeling of immense strength, the ones with better sensitivity felt a heavy lack of life from its presence. It was dead. Creatures like this were called undead, and those who controlled them were called necromancers. In the kingdom and the empire as a whole, the use of undead was not banned, merely frowned upon, but necromancers were still discriminated against due to their nature. However, what all necromancers had in common was that they always kept their undead close. That was the issue. Michael had always been alone, so where did the undead come from? He's a summoner, was the second thought that ran through their minds. There was no better way to explain this, nor was there time to consider it, as they were all currently in the midst of danger. The first side to suffer a loss at the start were the monsters. The black eagles that were at the front were the first to die from Lucky's vines. However, to Michael's surprise, who had expected the black eagles to continue charging forward even at the sight of their fellow monsters' deaths, just like the monsters that emerged from the cracks in the real world, all of these ones actually stopped and flew upward. Though not all of them were able to escape from the range of Lucky's skill, a good number of them still managed to. For a moment, both monsters and humans stayed still and did nothing. That was until Michael spoke, snapping the people on his side out of their shock. Are you going to stay there and do nothing? The loudness and tone of his voice jolted the knight group and Mage Lien out of their daze. Finally recovering, Mage Lien immediately took control again. For the ones that are able to walk and have strength, carry those that cannot or have fallen unconscious. We leave no comrade behind, we leave. The commanding voice seemed to ignite a new surge of strength within the group of knights, who immediately followed the order. All of this played out under the watchful eyes of Michael, who still had his attention locked on the monsters in the sky. Those are black eagles. Advanced level monsters whose attacks are purely physical. They live in large groups. If your summon can hold them off, we should be able to escape the forest. At some point, Mage Lien had appeared close to Michael and started speaking to him about the characteristics of the monsters above. Advanced level? Summon? Michael was unable to fully grasp the implication of these two terms until a moment later. Advanced level? Is this a way of classifying the strength of creatures in this part of the world? And summon? They think Lucky is a summon. This much was what Michael could gather from the two words Mage Lien had just spoken. However, he was uncertain whether his assumptions were correct. Unfortunately, this wasn't the time to ponder these things, so after giving a nod and a to Mage Lien's words, Michael continued keeping his eyes on the monsters above. Strangely, after their first loss, the group of monsters didn't immediately attack. They just hovered in the sky, glaring at the group of people below. They also did nothing, even when Michael and the group of 20 knights, plus Mage Lien, began to retreat. They simply maintained their stance in the sky. However, what made Michael nervous was that he could constantly feel some sort of gaze on him, one that made him feel very uncomfortable. He felt he was being paranoid, but something told him that monster was probably staring at him right now, even though there was no sign of its body in the environment. All of this made Michael want to leave the forest quickly. Fortunately, this was the same feeling the others had, as they all hurried their retreat. Like before, the group of beings in the sky did nothing but stare at them as they retreated. It wasn't until the group had moved a little further away that the monsters dived down again. However, this time, it wasn't for Michael and the people around him, but for the monster corpses on the ground. Using their claws, they swooped down, grabbed the bodies of their fallen companions, and then flew back into the sky, retreating deeper into the forest. All of this played out before the eyes of Michael, who was retreating with the group of knights and Mage Lien, with Lucky beside him. Though there was no evidence, Michael was certain these monsters were taking the bodies of their fallen companions to that monster. In a way, it proved that the mysterious monsters seemed to be in need of bodies. For what reason they did not know. However, regardless of what it was, at least they were able to escape, and that was what mattered most. The moment the group emerged from the forest, Michael unsummoned Lucky, sending him back into the netherworld. However, no one stopped, and they continued moving toward the walled settlement. Michael could have separated from the group, but wouldn't that defeat the entire purpose of saving them? With an attitude like he was one of them, Michael simply tagged along. Evolving my Undead Legion in a game-like world. Chapter 175 Conversation in the Mayor Office. It didn't take long for the group to reach the center of the settlement. This was Michael's second time here and also the place where he had his first interaction with Mage Lien. Not only was the central section of the settlement better maintained, but it also housed several important establishments, like the one standing right in front of Michael. The town mayor's manor. Among all the buildings in town, it was one of the largest and most luxurious. When he first laid eyes on it, Michael hadn't expected that its owner would end up serving him this very night. Truly, some things just happen. Looking at the group of injured knights, who had left strong but returned confused, the mayor of Blackstone Town didn't hesitate to mobilize all available staff to attend to the kingdom's knights. Serving Mage Lien was a given, an honor, even. Continue your saga on my virtual library empire. However, what conflicted the mayor was Michael. He had never seen this man before, nor did he know anything about him. But seeing how the Grand Mage treated him as an equal, and how the knights who had ventured into the forest looked at him with awe, it didn't take much reasoning for the town mayor to realize that this was an extremely important figure. What he didn't know, and would have never guessed, was that while Michael was indeed highly regarded by Mage Lien, it wasn't because he was the son of some noble family. It was because he was just as strong as some of the most powerful individuals in the kingdom. Of course, the mayor couldn't be blamed for reaching his conclusion. Even Mage Lien still believed Michael came from a noble lineage, as his current strength wouldn't make sense without strong backing. Unfortunately, this was Mage Lien's first encounter with an awaken. Had he met Michael's peers, those who were capable and had awakened 2 years earlier, he would have been even more shocked. Since there were no mages capable of healing magic, but a few health potions were available, the injured knights could only roughly bandage themselves, stabilizing their condition and removing themselves from immediate crisis. However, to fully recover, they would need to return to the capital. After this, only a few would continue serving as knights, making the casualties even more significant for the kingdom. Though there were other knight teams like this one, cultivating these 50 strong men wasn't cheap. Aside from this, we might need to report this to the great knights and mages of the kingdom, Grand Mage Lien. After settling into the town manor, Michael, who had expected to be placed in a separate room or somewhere else, was unexpectedly led to the office of the town mayor, where they were discussing the recent issue. Mage Lien and Michael were offered seats, while the mayor stood by Mage Lien's side as they all listened to the words of the knight captain, who had recovered slightly thanks to his amazing natural recovery rate. When the knight captain spoke, he was a little anxious, careful not to say anything that might displease Grand Mage Lien. After all, despite their different supernatural professions, the other party was still his superior, and if he wanted to ruin his life, it would be as easy as cleaning one's tooth. Saying they needed someone stronger could easily offend him, which made the knight captain feel even more nervous. Fortunately for him, Mage Lien wasn't that petty. "You're right. We'll need at least that level of power. This monster isn't just special, it's extremely powerful. I wouldn't dare say I could take it on myself," Mage Lien stated with a serious expression. To be honest, this was just him saving face. Though he was recognized as a grand mage with godlike abilities in the eyes of mortals, only Mage Lien and his peers knew the true extent of his power. He was strong, but within his rank, he was still just at the beginning. Even so, his power was still rare, and few could compare to him. However, had it not been for the young man beside him, though Mage Lien was confident he could have survived, he didn't dare say things would have ended as perfectly as they had, thanks to the young man's assistance. Thinking of this, Mage Lien turned to look at the youth seated beside him, who had a contemplative expression on his face. If this man truly joins the Duke of Evermoon competition, he will either win easily, or if there are people capable of stopping him, the entire kingdom, and even beyond, should prepare for the year of their lives. Mage Lien couldn't help but think back to the wolf the youth had summoned. He had no doubt that creature was at least as powerful as him. No, it was far more powerful than him. If Michael were to hear Mage Lien's thoughts, he wouldn't be surprised. Though Lucky wasn't yet a rank 2 existence like Mage Lien, as an extraordinary ranked creature, it was just as strong as one. If Mage Lien could match Lucky's undead prowess at his level, it only meant the other party was special in his own right. With his vast experience, Mage Lien could tell that the energy radiating from both Michael and Lucky felt a lot like necromancy. Yet, despite living for over a century, he had never seen a necromancer summon their undead from nowhere. They always carried them everywhere. However, he was aware of special undead existences that had nothing to do with necromancers. Having one as a summon was the most plausible explanation he could deduce from what he had seen. In any case, whether the youth had ties to necromancy or not, one thing was certain: he was undoubtedly strong. "Is there anything Sir Mike would like to input?" Immediately, all eyes turned to Michael at Mage Lien's words. Among them, the one most curious about Michael was the town mayor. As someone who had secured his position through connections, he prided himself on knowing of every noble, even those he had never met and likely never would. But this, Sir Mike, who was he, to be treated on the same level as Mage Lien? It wasn't the only type mayor who was interested in Michael's identity. In fact, all the knights Michael had saved were interested in this mysterious youth identity. Unfortunately, they were warriors of the kingdom, so they were even more doomed to not know Michael's identity. In fact, anyone was doomed already the moment they thought Michael had an identity. Michael raised an eyebrow in surprise. He hadn't expected to be included in the conversation. In fact, he was surprised they even allowed him to listen in the first place. Though he had been the one to rescue them, given the nature of the situation, it wouldn't have been odd if they had excluded him entirely. But they hadn't. Though confused, Michael was naturally pleased. This gave him a chance to familiarize himself with the people of this world and integrate better. What concerned him, however, was the identity they seemed to be assigning him. From his observations, it was a fitting one, but also one that could turn against him later. And for some reason, Michael had a strong suspicion that it would. Still, since he had already stepped onto this path, there was no turning back. In any case, he had told them from the beginning that he was no exalted figure, yet they refused to believe him. That wasn't his fault, was it? "Thank you for considering me," Michael said, his tone even. "But this is an important matter best left to those in charge." Mage Lien gave a short nod in response. He had expected this answer and wasn't surprised. Not that he would have been if Michael had chosen to speak either. Given his role in the incident, it wasn't unreasonable to offer him a voice in the discussion. Of course, listening was one thing. Whether they acted on his words was entirely up to them, the true subjects of the kingdom. Seeing that no one else was going to speak, Mage Lien took control of the conversation once more. Regardless of what happens next, we need to reach the capital soon. Leaving that monster unchecked could result in many casualties. At the very least, a town this close is in grave danger. At those words, Michael glanced at the mayor and saw the man swallow nervously. Mage Lien wasn't finished. Fortunately, we now have more knowledge of that creature's power. The loss of Lionheart's brave soldiers was not in vain. As he spoke, Mage Lien turned to look at the knight captain who seemed like he was on the verge of tears. Evolving my undead legion in a game-like world. Chapter 176 Reflection. Even in a fantasy world, being praised by a superior was a satisfying feeling. After years of training under the kingdom, most knights accepted the idea of dying for their homeland. However, that didn't mean they were mere puppets. If they had to give their lives, most at least wished it would be for a just cause, one where their sacrifice was acknowledged and appreciated. Mage Lien wasn't finished. Though we can't retrieve the remains of our fallen warriors to lay them to rest or give their families the closure they deserve, I promise you this, it won't be long. Their sacrifice will not be in vain. His words carried weight, and the knight captain gradually calmed down. He straightened his posture before giving a salute, a small smile forming on his face. It's our duty to die for the kingdom if needed, sir. I'm sure my brothers up there would agree with me, huh? Mage Lien gave a firm nod. Return and rest up. Try to calm your other teammates. We leave at daybreak tomorrow, so use this time to recover your strength. To be honest, Mage Lien would have preferred to leave immediately. However, it was already deep into the night, and if any unexpected variables arose during the journey, it could lead to unnecessary complications. It was safer to rest, regain strength, and travel at first light. After dismissing the knight captain, Mage Lien turned to the mayor, who was now standing respectfully with his head slightly lowered. Grand Mage, the mayor hesitated as if unsure how to continue. Mage Lien cut him off before he could speak further. No need to say more. You're worried about the monster being too close to this town, aren't you? But there's no need for concern. That creature won't leave the forest. At least, not anytime soon. Still, make sure to stay on guard. Truthfully, Mage Lien was merely speculating. For some reason, he felt like he had been bullshitting a lot tonight. Experience new stories on my virtual library Empire. However, based on his own observations and the knight's reports, the monster didn't seem interested in leaving the forest. Or perhaps, it couldn't leave the inner regions of the Everlong Forest. Whatever the case, it was good news, not just for him, since he had no confidence in confronting that creature, but also for the townspeople. That said, there was no guarantee the monster wouldn't leave the forest eventually. There was also the possibility that it might send its minions to attack instead. Either way, staying vigilant was the only logical course of action. The mayor, knowing there was little he could do about the situation, could only nod in acceptance. With the conversation at an end, he offered to escort both Mage Lien and Michael to their rooms for the night. Michael didn't refuse. Unless he wanted to head back into the forest, which he definitely didn't, staying within the mayor's residence was the best option. There were several strong individuals stationed there, making it a much safer place to rest. As for his undead left behind in the forest, Michael planned to resolve that issue during daybreak in the land of origin. For now, he had no intention of heading out into the night, even if his vision far surpassed that of regular people. Upon entering the room assigned to him and thanking the mayor, who repeatedly insisted it was his honor, Michael closed the door. The room was one of the many guest chambers in the mayor's residence. Given the mayor's status, anyone allowed to stay under his roof had to be someone of importance, and the room's design reflected that. The bed was far wider than anything Michael had back in the real world, though its comfort level remained unknown. However, he didn't immediately lie down, perhaps because of his current, dirted appearance or for some other reason. Instead, he opted to sit on the chair in the room, gathering his thoughts as he recounted the events of the last few hours. For one, he was finally in a civilized settlement within the land of origin. No more barbarian-style survival for him. However, his biggest obstacle now was his lack of knowledge. The absence of a language barrier wasn't enough to integrate seamlessly into this world. But fortunately, it seemed he was on the right path. Then there was the monster deep within the forest. Though Michael hadn't faced it one-on-one yet, and had no desire to, given his current strength, he was almost certain that the creature responsible for the deaths of the Night Squad was the same entity he had encountered in that ruin. It seems I've unleashed something terrible, but at least we can confirm a few things about it. He began listing what he knew so far. It was a massive creature, tainted with the same eerie tentacles he had seen on the controlled monsters. It had the ability to control monsters. No, not just monsters, but also humans. And this control wasn't just a means of manipulation, it also appeared to be one of its primary ways of killing. Then came the real questions. What exactly is it? What was its history, and what connection did it have to that ruin? What are the limits of its mental control? How powerful did someone need to be to resist it? And just how many creatures could it control at once? Michael recalled his first encounter with the controlled beast and then the hundreds of monsters floating in the air under its influence. Even if there was a limit, it was definitely not a low one. For someone like Mage Lien, these two questions were crucial, one because of his duty to the kingdom, and the other because of the potential threat to its people. For Michael, it was far more personal. Then there was another question. Can that monster leave the forest? For Mage Lien, the answer determined whether the nearby settlements would suffer catastrophic losses. For Michael, unlike the apocalypse in the outside world, something beyond his control, this disaster was entirely his doing. To a significant extent, he was responsible for the deaths caused by this creature. After all, it wouldn't have been released from the tower if not for him. Evolving my Undead Legion in a game-like world. Chapter 177 Interest in Cultivation. Michael felt a sense of responsibility and a pang of guilt. Aside from his personal issues with the monster, he wanted it dealt with as soon as possible. If only I could know that monster's level without having to risk my life. Knowing its strength would give him a much-needed advantage. For one, it would allow him to prepare more thoroughly, minimizing any potential gaps in his plan. But beyond that, another thought had struck him back in the mayor's office. One that could provide him with a surefire way to have more strength. His talent's evolution ability was directly tied to the strength of the creatures he evolved. The stronger a creature was before evolving, the more significant the transformation. Michael had a theory. What if he evolved creatures only at their peak of their potential? For example, he could take a goblin, something he could summon and dismiss at will, and evolve it into a hobgoblin. Then, by raising it to level 14, the upper limit for common rank creatures, he could evolve it again into a rare rank being. That alone might push it to the limits of a 1-star rare rank creature. Another evolution after that, and Michael was almost certain it would reach the mid-stages of rank 2. If he repeated the process, evolving the creature again, it could potentially push it to the very peak of rank 2. Michael couldn't help but feel that he had been using his talent inefficiently. But then again, he was still learning. Find your next read at my virtual library Empire. It was only natural that he'd take time to grasp its full potential. At least this method seemed far more cost-effective than trying to evolve Lucky, which required a staggering 625 evolution points. He had no idea how long it would take to accumulate that amount. If I don't see any changes when I try to evolve one of my human undead soon, since I'll be reaching 100 evolution points in a few hours, I'll test this method instead. His mind buzzed. There were so many possibilities, but evolution points were always in short supply. If only I had treasures to increase my soul quality. Advancing ranks was said to bring drastic transformations, and from rank 2 onward, each breakthrough was supposedly more significant than the last. Ads by PubFuture. PubFuture ads. When I next visit the forum, I'll check for posts about the changes at rank 2. Even if I can only find scraps of information due to member-level restrictions, anything is better than nothing. It would be even better if I could find specialized info on necromancers. Though he was still a newbie, experience was slowly molding him into something more. Michael organized his thoughts and planned out his next steps for the next few hours. Once he was done, he noticed it was time to return to the real world. There was nothing left for him to do here except wait, which he considered a waste of time. Summoning 2 undead orcs by his side, Michael reconnected his consciousness back to his original body in Aura. A moment later, his eyes opened in a dimly lit room. "It's morning already," Michael noted. He had arrived at the land of origin in the dead of night, and after everything that had happened over the past several hours, it was only natural that Aurora, being nearly 4 hours ahead, was already seeing its dark skies lighten. Looking out through the open window at the slowly brightening horizon, Michael dismissed the undead in his room back to the netherworld. He stood up and made his way to the window, gazing at the scene beyond. The silence in the air almost made one mistake it for peace and quiet. But looking at the collapsed buildings and ruined roads outside, Michael couldn't help but think back to the events of the previous day. Feeling energized and unwilling to simply stay idle, Michael considered his options. He planned to visit the Supers Association today to speak with Brian, but it was still too early. Morning visits weren't an issue. He still intended to go as soon as possible, given that he had things to do in the land of origin, but there was a difference between showing up a little after 7 and arriving at 8, 9, or 10. In fact, he wasn't even sure he'd catch Brian at 10, let alone earlier. Not wanting to sit around, he quickly decided how to burn off some of his energy. Opening his window fully, Michael leapt out of his apartment, controlling his movements to land silently. Once on the ground, he turned back to glance at his apartment. A few of his undead were patrolling the area, but he paid them no mind. Crouching down, he gathered strength in his legs and propelled himself upward, landing smoothly on the roof of his building. Had a child seen him, they'd probably point in excitement and shout, "Mommy, look! It's Superman!" Up on the rooftop, Michael took a brief glance at his surroundings before sitting on a concrete structure that resembled a box. He pulled out his phone, which he had taken before leaving his room. At first, he had planned to practice swordsmanship, but a different thought crossed his mind. For some reason, he found himself recalling the mages he had encountered in the past few hours. Though their strengths varied significantly, both the human mage and Mage Lien had demonstrated the full capabilities of magic users in their own ways. Spear training could be done at any time. For the first time in nearly a week since his awakening, Michael finally felt a genuine interest in trying out the methods of cultivation. He pulled out his phone and navigated to one of the first emails he had received from the association after his registration. The cultivation methods of a knight and a mage. The 2 most popular supernatural professions in Aurora. Evolving my undead legion in a game-like world. Chapter 178 Cultivation Systems. There were 2 main cultivation systems in Aurora. The knight and the mage cultivation systems. Under these 2, several variations existed. Simply put, the knight path primarily focused on the physical aspect of supernatural power, while the mage path was more mysterious and energy-based. Explore more at my virtual library empire. There was a universal saying. All paths lead to the same end. This applied to the supernatural world as well. At the king rank stage, both knights and mages possessed similar means with only a few variations in prowess. A king rank knight had a stronger body, while a king rank mage, though physically weaker, had far greater energy reserves. This didn't mean one was inherently stronger than the other, each had its own strengths and weaknesses. The way of the mage system is indeed different. Compared to the knight system, which Michael was more familiar with, the mage system remained somewhat elusive to him, despite his own magic-based class. The apprentice stage, rank 1. For a knight, cultivation began with passively accumulating mana into the body through breathing techniques. As they lacked the ability to manipulate this mysterious energy directly at this stage, they focused on condensing a life seed. This life seed formed in the heart region, and the process of creating one led to the strengthening of the body as a result. Before officially becoming a knight, the movements and training forms that followed a knight breathing technique did little to guide their mana. However, once the life seed was established, it acted as a supernatural organ, just like the brain, serving as a focal point for all things magical. At this point, the previously ineffective movements now played a crucial role, helping channel the accumulated mana to open acupoints through the guidance of the life seed. Acupoints acted as the body's natural limits. Pub Future adds, the more acupoints a knight opened, the more mana they could draw into their body, just like a container expanding its capacity. The number, type and location of acupoints opened directly influenced a knight's strength. Some knights were stronger, some were faster, and others had more resilient bodies. The breathing technique a knight practiced also determined their elemental affinity. Michael understood all of this after he became an awakener. Before his awakening, his knowledge of such advanced supernatural concepts had been limited. These were topics that weren't studied at his level in school. However, after awakening and gaining access to the supernatural forum, he had frequently come across posts about knights, unintentionally and intentionally deepening his understanding. The life seed was the foundation of a knight's power. It was also the key reason some talented individuals could awaken as knights as their second class when they became awakened as an awakener. Imagine this. If you had an organ designed to unlock the limit on the body that had always been part of you since birth, after awakening it becomes insignificant because awakeners, after all, could simply level up and allocate stats to grow stronger. As an awakener, you no longer have the limit of an ordinary man. However, for those with a life seed before awakening, the ability to unlock acupoints remained, allowing them to function like an awakener while still utilizing their innate method of power accumulation. Though different from the traditional path, this still resulted in significant strength. This was also why awakeners couldn't light up a life seed again. Though the acupoints still existed within their bodies, an awakener no longer had a defined physical or magical limit. Instead, they became something akin to a forever unofficial apprentice knight, capable of passively absorbing mana to enhance their physical abilities but unable to undergo the structured process of a true knight's cultivation. Without limits, the natural process of forming a life seed ceased to exist. Without a life seed, they also could not sense the location of these acupoints. This was the cultivation system of a knight, how they grew stronger and why one could also obtain it as a second class after awakening. Then, there was the mage cultivation system. Michael had later discovered that mages, like knights, could also be a second class obtained during an awakening ceremony. The difference was that while mages didn't need to ignite a life seed before awakening, they possessed something else that could carry over, a naturally opened acupoint. This was why it was often said that every mage could have been an excellent knight. Though rare, some individuals were born with an extraordinary affinity for mana. They didn't need to reach a higher rank to manipulate or sense it. Their bodies instinctively gathered it from a young age. Through this passive cultivation, some lucky individuals naturally opened one of the most crucial acupoints an elite knight, rank 2 knight, needed to advance to commander rank. For knights, this acupoint allowed them to interact with mana directly and even cast spells like true mages. However, unlike knights, who opened acupoints that were spread throughout the body, a mage's defining acupoint was located in a far more delicate place, the brain. Mages naturally accumulated mana within their minds, but without a strong enough body and repeated advancements to reinforce their fragile internal organs, this made their path far more dangerous for others. Despite being as popular as the knight cultivation system, the number of people who originally started as mages was incredibly low. Even fewer knights ever switched to becoming mages after advancing to rank 3, as doing so meant abandoning their foundation entirely. Unless there was an exceptional reason, most wouldn't make the change. Mages possessed incredible versatility and numerous means to fight, but that didn't mean knights were weak. Knights had fewer techniques, but they were just as formidable in their own right. The acupoint that defined a mage, unlike a knight who had to open multiple acupoints to progress, was just a single, unique acupoint. Not all acupoints were the same. Some merely increased a supernatural's mana capacity. Others, however, were special. Opening them granted abilities such as elemental affinity or elemental manipulation. These acupoints were incredibly difficult to open. For both mage apprentices and rank 2 knights, awakening this acupoint granted them access to their sea of consciousness. A unique internal realm that was often called the Sequel of Consciousness were the mana pool. Knights possessed mana reserves due to their life seed, but a mage's mana pool was exactly as its name implied. An advantage mages had over knights was that they weren't limited to a single affinity. This didn't mean they could wield all affinities, but unlike the knight cultivation system, where one's breathing method most times determined a fixed elemental path, pure mages could interact with multiple affinities as long as they had even a slight natural connection to them. The mage cultivation system provided by the association wasn't one that was created for the purpose to become a mage. After all, mages were either born with the talent or switched to after advancing to rank 3. Instead, what the association provided was a visualization method, a technique to enter the sea of consciousness, and the method to draw mana into it to expand one's mana pool. This tied into another reason why Awakeners were considered special individuals. Even without opening the special acupoint, from the moment one awakens, the awakening of their sea of consciousness follows. This is also the reason why all Awakeners can cast spells regardless of their class. It was clear that the association had modified the cultivation manuals they sent to Awakeners. After all, most traditional cultivators had no use for this information. Michael's eyes lit up as he read further. It felt as if a new world had been opened to him. Suddenly, several things started making sense. After reading a bit more, he set his phone aside, a contemplative expression on his face. The Sea of Consciousness is a magical realm where a mage or a rank 3 knight can absorb mana from the external world and to cast spells. In this space, as long as one's rank allows it, they can store spell models, pre-constructed spells that require no casting time. However, this method is highly mana-intensive, consuming reserves far faster than externally casting a spell using a bit of mana from the surrounding atmosphere. The more Michael organized his thoughts, the brighter his eyes became. Is this why Awakeners only need a thought to activate a skill? Could it be that our skills actually exist within our sea of consciousness? Michael wasn't entirely sure about this theory. After all, he still needed hand movements to cast spells, unlike the instantaneous casting described in the email. Maybe I simply don't have any spell models in my sea of consciousness. Michael recalled how the Awakener skill system functioned, how it always seemed to guide them. The instant casting described in the email reminded him of how spells worked in games. A single click and the spell appeared. Curious about his suspicion, Michael didn't immediately attempt to check his sea of consciousness. Instead, he pulled out his phone once again, navigated to the Supers Association forum, and typed something he hadn't searched for before. Is there a difference between skills and spells for Awakeners? Evolving my Undead Legion in a game-like world. Chapter 179 Sea of Consciousness. Is there a difference between skills and spells for Awakeners? When Michael saw the search results, he wasn't too surprised. He had been slightly certain of his suspicion. As expected, directly seeking specific knowledge is far better than randomly gathering bits and pieces. This was one of the reasons he still saw the Academy as a worthwhile goal, even if there was a high chance it didn't function exactly as its name implied. At the very least, he believed it provided structured knowledge about the supernatural world. Whatever its flaws, it had to be better than a public forum when it came to truly understanding the system. Skills are the external representation of a spell model. For traditional mages, this equates to a spell model that is not inscribed in their sea of consciousness. Spells, on the other hand, are the core spells of mages, the ones inscribed in their sea of consciousness that require no casting time. It is said that when an Awakener successfully inscribes a spell model, a new section appears in their panel. However, unlike skills, these spells cannot have their mastery increased artificially with the power of an Awakener. Their power depends mainly on the quality of the spell model, just like with traditional mages. Michael had always assumed skills and spells were the same. In a certain sense, he wasn't wrong, but he wasn't exactly right either. After reading more, he didn't end up favoring one over the other. Both had their own strengths and weaknesses. Continue your adventure with my virtual library empire. For one, skills could be influenced by an Awakener's stats, allowing them to improve with their overall growth. However, spells were purely dependent on the quality of the spell model and the properties of the caster's mana. Then there was the biggest advantage spells had over skills: instantaneous casting. The more Michael thought about it, the more he realized that spells inscribed in the Sea of Consciousness functioned like trump cards for both Awakeners and traditional mages. That said, the main method of casting magic still involved drawing spell models, commonly known as magic circles, using the caster's mana as fuel, with a little assistance from the surrounding atmospheric mana. The more Michael read, the more he understood. Finally, feeling he had learned enough, he eagerly set his phone aside. It was time. Time to check out his Sea of Consciousness. Michael took a deep breath, steadying himself. Then, following the visualization method described in the Mage meditation technique sent by the association, he closed his eyes and focused. At first, there was nothing, just the faint hum of his own thoughts. But as he continued, a strange pull emerged from deep within him. Something stirred. His consciousness felt as if it were drifting, sinking into an unseen depth. A strange sensation washed over him, like plunging into endless waters, yet he wasn't drowning. And then, he saw it. A vast, dark space stretched out before him, its surface rippling like liquid starlight. This is my Sea of Consciousness? Michael couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. The Sea of Consciousness was said to be the summary of a supernatural. With it, you could know what elements one had and so on. Due to Michael's low membership level, he would have seen things like laws also being able to be inscribed in the Sea of Consciousness. However, even if he did see something like laws and was intrigued by it, if he wasn't given more access to more information, he'd never know what it was. My Sea of Consciousness is filled with darkness. And oh, this strangely solid liquid I'm standing on. Does that mean I have the element of darkness and water? Michael wasn't sure. In the forum and in the meditation technique the association sent, it said that it was better for one to do proper, accurate testing for their affinity. Just because he saw liquid in his Sea of Consciousness didn't mean it represented water affinity. It could just be there. Cases like this weren't rare. Among the two elements he suspected he had, Michael was more willing, or rather, he knew, he had an affinity with darkness. If not, he wouldn't have been able to cast an undead spell in the first place. Being an awakener, though one could theoretically use spells from other classes, there were times when certain requirements had to be met. This also served as a limitation. For one, you could be a water mage and have the ability to use healing magic but still be unable to use light element healing magic. Or could not cast a fireball like a fire mage, but for physical skills, you might even be able to use berserk as a priest. Even in the awakener system, compatibility was a thing. Michael turned to look at his form in his Sea of Consciousness. Ads by PubFuture. He looked like a figurine of blue mass floating in the empty dark space. After giving his energy form a look, Michael turned his attention back to his Sea of Consciousness. Like I thought, there are no spell models here. Michael had expected this but wasn't too worried about the issue. Before he pulled his phone aside again, he had gone to the Super's online store to see if it was possible to buy the blueprints of spell models and saw that he could. Though they were mostly basic, it was still something. After all, it wasn't only knights or awakeners in the forum. There were also mage apprentices and above that needed resources and information. Though Michael would very much like to start filling up this space with spell models, he wanted to try out the meditation method to increase his mana pool. The one the association had given was a no-attribute meditation technique that, though slow in increasing the mana pool in the Sea of Consciousness, which in turn strengthened and enlarged it, was a steady way for any mage with any affinity to start with or use. In the outside world and in the Sea of Consciousness, both, Michael sat in a lotus position and started using the meditation technique. As Michael sank deeper into meditation, he followed the breathing pattern outlined in the meditation technique. A slow inhale, a steady exhale. Again and again, he repeated the process, allowing his focus to drift entirely into his Sea of Consciousness. At first, there was nothing, just the same darkness and the strangely solid liquid beneath him. Then, something changed. A subtle pull. Michael barely had time to register it before mana from the outside world began to flow toward him. It had no color. No form. Just a formless, weightless force that slowly seeped into his sea of consciousness. The sensation was refreshing, like taking a deep breath of cool, crisp air after being in a stuffy room for too long. It wasn't overwhelming or forceful, but the speed of absorption was slightly faster than he expected. Michael's eyes, if he had any in this form, would have widened in mild surprise. This is different, he thought. The technique had described a gradual intake of mana, yet his body was naturally drawing it in at a slightly accelerated pace. It felt effortless, natural. As the mana merged into his sea of consciousness, he could sense a subtle shift, like a ripple expanding across a still pond. His sea of consciousness slightly more stable. Michael exhaled slowly, adjusting to the rhythm. Also, this difference in speed. It felt a bit faster than what was written in the meditation technique. Is it because of my strength? Michael felt that could only be the reason. When he opened his eyes in the real world for a brief moment, a panel appeared in front of him. You have learned No Attribute Mana Cultivation Technique. No Attribute Mana Cultivation Technique Basic Mastery Proficiency 1.23%. A technique to access the sea of consciousness, strengthen it, draw spell models, and increase mana. At basic mastery, the speed of absorption is normal. I got a skill? Michael was a little surprised, but after a moment of thought, he calmed down. It made sense. After this, I should try my night breathing technique again. It didn't matter if he was going to continue with magic, having the skill was nice. As a few thoughts flashed through his mind, Michael returned to cultivation. He had just checked his intelligence stat and saw no difference. So he decided to cultivate a bit more and see how long it would take before he started seeing the effects. If it took too long, he'd just switch to attempting to inscribe a spell model in his sea of consciousness. Whatever it was, he wasn't a traditional mage, after all. His mana pool was quite big. That was what Michael thought. But what he hadn't expected was that, in the pleasure of drawing mana into his sea of consciousness, he'd lose track of time. It wasn't until the sun laid its first grace upon the world, followed by the ding of a notification, that Michael finally pulled himself out of his cultivation state. The first thing his eyes met was a panel. Your intelligence has increased by 0.0001 point. Evolving my Undead Legion in a game-like world. Chapter 180 Return. Your intelligence has increased by 0.0001 points. The edge of Michael's lips twitched as he stared at the notification panel in front of him. He turned to check his status, but the panel didn't even bother adding the increase or showing any sign of such an increase. It was evident. The increase was way too low. I know it's a rankless meditation technique, but isn't this increase too low? Michael felt conflicted. He was happy that cultivation had indeed proven useful in increasing stats, but the increase was so small it almost made him shed a tear in pain. Just like spell models had ranks signifying their power and uniqueness, meditation techniques had ranks too. Among all ranks, one of the special ones was rankless, which either meant it wasn't qualified to have a rank or that it could be used at all ranks. It was clear which of the two the meditation technique from the association belonged to. I knew the association was a bunch of greedy people. He should have guessed it from the start. Since the rank wasn't mentioned in the meditation technique's content, Michael had figured it was a rankless technique. What he hadn't expected was for it to be the worst kind. He had thought the only thing he needed to buy when it came to magic was spell models. Now, it seemed like buying a high-rank meditation technique had to be added to the agenda. I can forget about getting it from the Supers Association due to my membership level, at least until I advance to rank 2. But with my mana pool continuing to grow, even after advancing to rank 2, I don't think even a master rank 4 in the Aurora cultivation system, technique will be able to increase my mana significantly in a stable yet slightly fast way. As for getting a king rank meditation technique, Michael didn't even consider it. He knew that after advancing to rank 2, it would take a long time to reach the next rank, so at that point, cultivation would be quite useful for him. Only a rank 5 meditation technique would provide the rapid pace he envisioned. However, knowing that meditating was at least working put Michael in a good mood. Even if the increase wasn't much, the calming pleasure that came with meditation was great. Still, this experience made him value his attribute points and the stat increases that came from leveling up as a human necromancer even more. Knowing it wasn't appropriate to cultivate any longer, Michael stopped. There were other things he needed to do. One was meeting up with Brian to see if there was any information he could gather, and the other was handling matters in the land of origin. However, due to getting carried away with cultivation, going to the association branch had to be put aside temporarily. The same went for discussing moving out with Aunt Mia. Ads by PubFuture. PubFuture ads. What Michael hadn't expected, however, was that when he returned to his room, Aunt Mia would coincidentally knock on his door, looking to have a conversation with him. The conversation was simple and short. Perhaps it was because Aunt Mia sensed that Michael seemed in a rush to do something. She had come to discuss possible places they could move to and wanted to know if Michael had any specific requirements. Stay updated via my virtual library empire. Michael was more than happy to give his input. Not only did he trust Aunt Mia, but since he would still be the one choosing from the available options, it was better to leave the initial selection to someone like her. His requirements were quite simple: big city, big house, and so on. After saying what he had to say and sending Aunt Mia off with a few words, Michael excitedly closed the door to his room. He then went to sit on his chair and summoned the female undead he had previously summoned during his last visit to the land of origin. Giving the same command as before, he simultaneously used his senses to check on the other two undead in the house. Not bothering to check what they were doing or thinking about freshening up first, Michael connected his consciousness to his body in the land of origin. A moment later, a pair of green eyes opened. The immersion was seamless. Then, a knock sounded at the door of his room. "Come in," Michael said as he dismissed the undead in his room to the netherworld. He had already used his senses to check what was beyond the door. Though he couldn't physically see what was on the other side, he could sense the vitality and mana of the person standing there. They were ordinary. Soon, the door opened, and a young lady in maid's clothing entered the room. "Good morning, my lord." "Good morning." Though his face remained relatively expressionless, Michael mentally sighed in relief. Had he been even a few seconds later, he might have missed the maid's call. It wouldn't have been a major issue as he would have arrived only moments later, but he didn't want to draw any unnecessary attention to himself. It was still quite dark in the land of origin, so Michael was fairly certain this was the first knock on his door for the morning. Or at least he hoped so. Sighing inwardly at the limitation of not being able to move in both Aurora and the land of origin simultaneously, he focused on what the maid was saying. "Sorry for disturbing your rest, my lord, but the mayor asked me to come and inquire if you'd like to take your bath soon so my colleagues and I can assist you." As the maid finished her sentence, Michael thought he might have seen wrong when he noticed a faint blush on her face. However, he was more focused on something else. "Help me with my bath?" "How?" "By preparing the water for you, my lord," the maid replied. "Boiling it if you prefer it hot, or adding ice if you prefer it cold, or evolving my undead legion in a game-like world." Chapter 181, Leaving Blackstone, 1. Michael watched as the maid left his room, an odd expression flickering in his eyes. Nobles sure know how to enjoy themselves. He couldn't help but recall a few things about the habits of nobles in the medieval ages back on Earth. This place seemed to share some similarities, at least in certain aspects. However, Michael wasn't interested. Not only did he feel no attraction toward the maid, but the casual nature of it all also put him off. Maybe it had nothing to do with his lack of interest in her specifically. Still, instead of indulging in whatever fun the people of this world seemed to enjoy, Michael had more important things to focus on. "It's a new day." Michael let out a sigh. It was another day in the land of origin, and for the first time, he had slept under a proper roof within a civilization. The thought made him feel a little emotional, but it also reminded him of just how much he still had to do. Even though rushing might only make things worse, and his alternative plans were limited aside from sticking close to Mage Lien's group, Michael decided to go with the flow for now. PubFuture ads. A short while later, another knock resounded from the door. "Read new chapters at my virtual library empire." Already expecting it, Michael called out, "Enter." The door opened, revealing the same maid from before, now accompanied by a few others. Some carried buckets of steaming water, while others held cloth-like materials in their hands. "Sorry to disturb you, my lord," the maid said respectfully. "Your bath is ready." Also, the mayor, taking into consideration that the lord does not seem to have extra clothing, had the town's tailors prepare some garments for you. They should be close to your size, based on the mayor's estimations. "I hope the lord does not take offense at this." "No, it's okay," Michael replied. He was a little surprised, almost enough to show it on his face. The issue of clothing had been on his mind for a while. His plan had been to continue wearing his old outfit while figuring out how to acquire local attire. Successfully obtaining new clothes would mean he was making progress in integrating into this world. It would also imply he had money. After all, how else would he have gotten them? Fortunately, it seemed he wouldn't have to wait too long before switching out what he considered to be a cosplay outfit for something more authentic. The maids immediately got to work. They entered the bathroom attached to Michael's room. Ads by PubFuture. PubFuture ads. Since this was one of the VIP rooms, it had a wooden tub. The design and structure took Michael slightly by surprise, but it was functional. He refused the maid's offer to assist with bathing and, after ensuring his privacy, sank into the warm water of the tub. "This feels comfortable." After a week in this world, Michael finally had his first proper bath. Even with his physique, so tough that even molten iron wouldn't harm him, the warmth of the water seeped into his pores, relaxing his body. For the first time in a while, he felt truly at ease. Knowing that the maids would return later to clean the room, especially since he had even given them a specific time, Michael didn't let himself sink too deeply into the pleasure of bathing. Instead, he focused on quickly washing himself with what was available. Surprisingly, bar soap was already a thing in these parts, which pleased Michael in many ways. Still, he couldn't help but wonder if it was the invention of a native in the land of origin or the work of someone like him, an awakened from another realm. After cleaning himself thoroughly, he changed into the new clothes the town mayor had provided. Just as the maid had said, the fit wasn't too far off, which impressed Michael. It was a black robe paired with black pants. The fabric's texture and refined appearance made him suspect they were somewhat valuable. Looking at the mirror in the room, Michael couldn't help but admire himself. His hair had grown slightly longer and was a little messy, but instead of making him look unkempt, it added a subtle wild charm. And then there were his green eyes. They were dim, as if they absorbed light like an abyss, yet at the same time, they were the brightest thing in the world. Even with a single, fleeting glance, they left an impression that was impossible to forget. As for his previous clothes, Michael thought about it for a moment before deciding to let the manor staff take care of them instead. He didn't want to reveal the existence of his storage space or draw any suspicious gazes. Besides, he also wanted to dispose of the clothes themselves. As for whether anything bad could happen if the natives of this world got their hands on them, Michael wasn't paranoid enough to worry about that. He had already seen that, aside from the difference in materials, his old clothes didn't look out of place in this world's fashion. There was nothing particularly strange about them that could cause a problem. Just as he finished adjusting his new outfit and was staring at himself in the mirror, another knock sounded at the door. Michael told the person to enter. This time, it was also a maid, but one he didn't recognize. She hadn't been among those who had attended to him earlier. "Sorry for disturbing you, my lord, but the mayor would like to invite you for breakfast." He would have come himself, but he is currently with the other lord, waiting for you, the maid said cautiously. Michael didn't need to ask who the other lord was. He already knew. It had to be Mage Lien. "Lead the way," he said. He was gradually getting used to the way the people of this world addressed him. Without realizing it, he found himself slipping into the role naturally. As a reserved person who preferred to keep to himself, a textbook introvert, his demeanor didn't seem out of place for a noble. The only thing that stood out about this lord was his accent. It just felt a little off. Evolving my Undead Legion in a game-like world. Chapter 182, Leaving Blackstone. 2. Michael followed the maid through the manor, inspecting his surroundings once again. Regardless of whether this building was placed on Earth or in Aurora, its style and design would make it a prime tourist attraction. But in the land of origin, things were different. At least in these parts, this was the current aesthetic. Anything considered ancient here, probably like the first location Michael had found himself in, would be a museum exhibit back in his world. As he admired the architecture, it didn't take long for him to reach the mayor's dining room. It was quite large, and a few people were already seated at the table. Among them were the captain of the night team, the mayor, and Mage Lien. However, no one sat at the head chair, not even the owner of the manor. A little puzzled why having some guesses, Michael didn't attempt to be different and sat down on the side of the dining table. The side Mage Lien just happened to be on and in front of the night captain and the mayor. "Good morning, Sir Mike." The mayor was the first to greet him, standing up and giving a short bow. "Good morning, Mr. Mayor." Michael hesitated for a brief moment, unsure whether he should stand and return the greeting. In the end, he made his decision on the spot after observing the situation. For one, the mayor had a genuine look of respect in both his expression and movements. And more importantly, the two other men at the dining table did not seem to find the greeting out of place. Instead, they acted as if it were completely normal. For some reason, it reminded Michael of the way the maids acted around him. So, just as he had done with them, he chose to act as he imagined a person in power would. And he wasn't wrong. Explore more at my virtual library empire. Even as he spoke and remained indifferent to the gesture, the mayor still smiled before taking his seat again. Following the mayor, the night captain also stood up to greet him. Michael, however, felt mentally drained when he realized that just as the mayor sat down, the night captain had already risen for his own greeting. Even though the man didn't bow but simply gave a salute, the action was ultimately the same. Michael couldn't help but wonder how they would react if they ever found out he was a fake noble. The only one who gave a simple greeting without standing was Mage Lien, and in more ways than one, Michael was grateful for that. Ads by PubFuture. PubFuture ads. After responding in kind, Michael watched as the town mayor, who had been waiting for everyone to settle in, picked up a small bell from the empty table and rang it. Michael had noticed the bell earlier and wondered about its purpose. It didn't take long to find out. Soon, the sound of rapid footsteps echoed through the manor, followed by the scent of various foods. Maids and male attendants streamed into the dining room, carrying plates, cups, and an assortment of dishes. In moments, the once empty table was filled with a lavish spread. Though Michael kept his expression neutral, he was quietly impressed. He also realized that the others had been waiting for him before officially starting the meal. But since no one spoke and he had nothing to say, he focused on the food instead. And it was great. That wasn't to say it was the best meal he'd ever had. Under Aunt Mia's care, he had learned to cook and even considered himself a decent cook. Of course, Aunt Mia, an actual chef, even if she wasn't the head chef of her establishment, was on another level. Michael didn't think his cooking or Aunt Mia's was inferior to what he was currently eating, but he had to admit the new flavors were exceptional. Especially the meat. If not for the fact that he didn't truly need food anymore, wasn't particularly greedy, and was more interested in the conversation happening at the dining table, he might have eaten more. What confused him was the whole necessity of food. Back when his stats were still growing, he needed more food to sustain himself. But after reaching a certain threshold, everything changed. His endurance increased, and his need for food significantly decreased. Still, he didn't see it as a bad thing. As long as he avoided reaching the point of true hunger, it wasn't an issue. But if he did, using numbers as an example, it would be like the combined hunger of over 40 starving humans compressed into a single body. It's morning now, and the monster still hasn't attacked. Nor has any sign of movement been spotted outside the forest, whether in the air or on land. So, I think it's safe to say the creature isn't planning to leave anytime soon. What remains uncertain is how long that will last, and whether it has other plans. This was the current discussion at the dining table among the four men. Michael listened quietly but didn't fully agree with Mage Lien's assessment. The night before, he had flown over the entire town yet remained undetected. That alone proved the mage's senses had limits. Who was to say the monster didn't have flying underlings already surveying the town? However, pointing this out would only risk exposing himself and cause unnecessary panic. Besides, there were already contingency plans in motion. I've sent a message to the capital requesting aid, but as we all know, we must report the situation in person as well, Mage Lien stated. He exchanged a few more words with the mayor and the knight captain while Michael remained silent. Only after they concluded their discussion did Mage Lien turn to him. Sir Mike, if I recall correctly, yesterday you mentioned that you weren't familiar with the way to the venue or the Duke of Evermoon's competition, correct? Yes, that's right, Michael confirmed, wondering silently where this conversation was leading to when Mage Lien spoke again. Then why not travel with us? Evolving my Undead Legion in a game-like world. Chapter 183 Leaving Blackstone, 3. The Grand Mage's words triggered several reactions from the other men in the dining room. The mayor couldn't help but glance at the young man again, wondering if he had done something of great service to earn such favor from Mage Lien. Unfortunately, since he had no idea which noble family Michael hailed from, he couldn't afford to curry favor beyond what he had already done for the Grand Mage, who, at least, was a recognized figure of the kingdom. For the mayor, this was frustrating. He had built his career by knowing how to flatter and serve his superiors, but now he was in the dark. The knight captain, on the other hand, was more intrigued than frustrated. He had already suspected that the old mage held this young man in high regard, and now it was confirmed. If it were him, he would do the same. The knight captain wasn't arrogant enough to claim he was all-knowing, but as someone of high status in the kingdom, he was well-informed. He had encountered the peak powers of the kingdom on several occasions and had even undertaken missions with Mage Lien in the past. From what he had seen of Michael's performance the previous night, the youth's power was at least on par with the Grand Mage. That alone was enough to be impressive. But what made it even more astonishing was his age. A person this young possessing such strength was beyond rare. The knight captain even entertained the possibility that Michael was an old man disguising himself as a youth, a trick some powerful individuals could pull off. However, habits and behavior were much harder to fake. Michael didn't act childish, nor was he overly arrogant. His serious and reserved demeanor fit that of a noble young master rather than a wizened old man in disguise. But what truly shocked both the mayor and the knight captain were the words Mage Lien had just spoken. The Duke of Evermoon competition? Everyone in Lionheart knew about it. At least 7 out of 10 citizens were aware of its significance. The event was that prestigious. Even though most people knew they would never have anything to do with it in their lifetimes, it didn't stop them from paying attention. The mayor spared Michael a few more curious glances, but the knight captain's reaction was different. His expression turned oddly contemplative. The competition's entry requirements were notoriously strict. Candidates had to be under the age of 25 and possess the strength of an intermediate-level powerhouse. In practical terms, that meant having the combat ability equivalent to a deputy captain of a kingdom knight squad. Most people couldn't even dream of reaching that level, yet this youth had not only met the criteria, he had far exceeded them. To be honest, even with the competition's grand prize, the marriage of the princess, this young man was already more than qualified to be a contender. As Michael was pleasantly surprised by Mage Lien's invitation, he had no idea that his words had sent the other men into deep contemplation. However, even though this was his goal, he knew he couldn't afford to show too much excitement. Maintaining a composed demeanor, he responded steadily. If it doesn't trouble you, Mage Lien, I'd be glad to join you on your journey. At the very least, it's better than wandering around alone in an unfamiliar place. Michael made sure to emphasize the last part of his sentence. There was a reason for that. Only he truly understood just how little he knew about this world. If he didn't establish early on that he was ignorant of his surroundings because he wasn't from around here, it would be far too easy for someone sharp to see through his act. He might have been overthinking things, but he preferred to be cautious. Mage Lien nodded in satisfaction. The more he interacted with this young man, the more he found himself liking him. Despite possessing enough power to match a grand mage, even without his summon, assuming he could manipulate his mana in other ways, Michael remained polite and well-mannered. Compared to the king's son, who was undoubtedly talented but also insufferably arrogant, Mage Lien found Michael to be far more pleasant company. Thinking about the possibility of the prince and Michael clashing in the future, especially since the prince also had his eyes on the princess, the Duke of Evermoon's daughter, Mage Lien's smile grew even more genuine. It's no issue at all, Sir Mike. You might not be aware, but the competition is being held in the capital region of the kingdom, so traveling with us will only get you to your destination faster. Michael's eyes lit up for a brief moment at those words, a reaction that did not go unnoticed by Mage Lien. The old mage chuckled inwardly. Even if Michael had spoken about the competition as though it were just a casual event, his reaction made it clear he was definitely looking forward to it. Of course, that wasn't the case. Michael had no interest in the Duke of Evermoon's competition, at least not in the way the others assumed. Instead, he was simply relieved that it provided him with a convenient excuse to integrate better into this world. So, in a way, he hadn't been lying when he told Mage Lien he'd give the competition a try. If he did end up competing, it would only be to try. Ironically, the grand prize, the princess's hand in marriage, was more of a reason not to compete than a reason to participate. He didn't like the idea of marriage as a grand prize. Even a corpse would be better. Then permit me to trouble you on this journey, Mage Lien, Michael said with a slight smile. Mage Lien responded with a hearty laugh. After that, only a few more words were exchanged at the dining table before everyone finished their last bites of breakfast. However, even though the meal was over, the table was still filled with food. The powerful in this world sure know how to enjoy themselves, Michael thought. Growing up in poverty back in Aurora, he had always made sure his plate was spotless before even thinking about washing it. He could never afford to waste food like the rich did, ordering expensive meals in restaurants only to take a single bite before pushing the rest aside. That being said, Michael didn't judge such people. It was simply a different way of life. Continue reading stories on my virtual library empire. After all, he had just done the same, and it hadn't felt particularly wrong or out of place. Still, he felt a little better when he saw the excitement on the faces of the mayor's staff as they came in to clear the table, their gazes lingering on the untouched food. Michael figured the leftovers were a treat for them, while some untouched items, like the fruits, would likely be returned to storage for future use. If that was how things worked, then at least it was good management. Soon, all the men made their way out of the dining room and, under Michael's gaze, out of the town mayor's residence. From the conversation around him, Michael knew they were finally about to leave town, which made him quite excited. However, what he hadn't expected was that after joining up with the other knights, who looked much better than they had the previous night, at least in terms of appearance, Mage Lien and the knight captain led them far away from the settlement, deeper into a small wilderness. As they continued forward, Michael grew increasingly confused and cautious. Still, despite his uncertainty about what was happening, he didn't speak up. Instead, he simply followed their lead, wondering where exactly they were taking him. Fortunately, he didn't have to wait long for an answer. Before they even reached a wide clearing, Michael spotted something massive in the distance. A huge, ship-like object. Is that a ship? It certainly looked like one. But even setting aside how expensive such a thing must be, why would a ship of all things be in the middle of nowhere? Extremely curious but maintaining his composure, Michael kept his calm all the way until he stood before the vessel, finally able to take in its full glory. It was massive. It seemed to be made of wood, yet oddly, its natural color appeared to be black rather than something painted over. At the same time, the texture gave the illusion of metal rather than wood. A massive lion head insignia was emblazoned on its hull. After taking a quick glance at everything, Michael hesitated no longer and used detect on the ship before him. Meanwhile, as Michael made his way deeper into civilization in the land of origin, back in the real world, Aunt Mia stood at her doorstep, staring at the two girls and the boy before her with a puzzled expression. "You're saying the three of you are my nephew's friends?" she asked suspiciously. Evolving my Undead Legion in a game-like world. Chapter 184 Leaving Blackstone 4. He never knew his mother. They said she died after giving birth to him. However, after years, he started to believe otherwise. His father. Brian had conflicting thoughts about him. His father treated him more seriously than anything in the world, yet he couldn't shake the feeling that this was only because of how useful he was. Or rather, how unique he was. But even as the feeling of being treated as a tool deepened with age, Brian couldn't help but find himself wanting to follow his father's wishes and win his favor. The first time he killed, he was 7. His father praised him. It made Brian happy despite the conflicting emotions within him. But as he grew stronger, killing ordinary people no longer satisfied his father. That made Brian anxious. This was the only man he cared about in the world. The others around his father only respected him from afar and rarely interacted with him. Though his father's actions changed as he grew older, Brian still remembered the days they played together. He longed for those days. The only remnant of that time was the rare moments when he did something that satisfied his father, earning a simple rub on the head. It didn't matter how old he got. He still wanted that man's acknowledgement. Fortunately, he was special. A natural mage from birth, blessed with great knightly talent. For the sake of his father's mission, he never abandoned his knight training, but he slowed it down, ensuring that stronger supernaturals wouldn't sense anything odd about him. However, while he limited his growth as a mage, he never stopped accumulating knowledge. Even against a mage apprentice of the same rank, he wouldn't lose. That wasn't the uniqueness of mage battles. Sometimes it wasn't just about raw power. Of course, overwhelming strength was valuable, but wielding it with knowledge was even more dangerous. In an evenly matched battle, it became a contest of knowledge. Whoever could apply their understanding of magic better would win. Not only was Brian a knight, he was also a mage. All of this before awakening. What did that mean? Stepping into the official role of a cultivator almost guaranteed a second class, so long as it wasn't the same as their previous profession. But Brian's case was different. His affinity for fire wasn't even his best, though it was his second highest. His greatest affinity was with the wind. Brian didn't awaken 1 class. He didn't awaken 2. Instead, he awakened 3. The Night class, the Fire Mage class, the Wind Mage class. 2 rare classes and 1 common grade. But only he knew. Even if a fellow Awakener used Detect on him, they would only see his profession as a Fire Mage, never the other 2. From that moment, it was just as his teachers in school had thought. A talented being became even more of a genius. They were right, but they were also wrong. Brian wasn't just a genius who became even more of a genius. He was a monster. However, this realization didn't bring him much happiness when he first discovered it. It was only when his father praised him with a loud laugh and pulled him into a hug that he truly felt amazing. Though he could see the deepening gaze in his father's eyes, the gaze that saw him as nothing more than a tool, Brian no longer cared. He was already coming to accept that only those who could bring benefits truly mattered. "You said you're my nephew's friends?" Brian glanced at the woman in front of him. She was ridiculously weak. But he still kept up his public persona. Not just because he had to maintain it long-term for his father's plan, but also because something within the apartment behind her made his heart shake. With his heightened senses as a mage, he could detect 4 strong presences behind the door. 3 of them made his heart tremble slightly. Aside from Mira, the girl with a special class and good talent, whom he already had plans for, he had believed they were the only unique Awakeners in Woodstone City. Yet now, what was this power? He had already sensed it from outside. Those undead. Who was this Michael they spoke of? How could he be this powerful? No, how could he be so much stronger than him? Yet, despite the storm of thoughts flashing through his mind, Brian showed no reaction. Even after hearing the blatant lie, the woman in front of him spoke. "Sorry. My nephew is currently busy, and I have no idea where he is. Your next read awaits at my virtual library Empire." In the end, the trio had no choice but to leave Michael's community. They had gotten his address from the principal, who had gathered all living Awakeners for an important announcement, but unsurprisingly, they were unable to meet Michael. The girls had thought this was a good chance to check up on him and discuss things, but they were unsuccessful. As for the aunt's words, putting aside their method, she was a terrible liar. They didn't believe her. As rank 1 Awakeners with enhanced senses, they could tell Michael was inside. But sensing that he remained stationary, his presence intertwined with a familiar undead aura, they figured he was likely in the land of origin. And since they couldn't force their way in, they gave up. Michael had no idea his classmates had come to visit his home and instead remained focused, staring at the massive ship before him in awe. Flying ship. That, along with a few other details, was all that Detect had given him. After collecting more information, Michael began to notice even more about the ship. Increasing his senses as he stepped closer, he detected faint magical waves pulsing from it. In fact, it felt as if the entire ship was coated in mana. What does Sir Mike think of it? A familiar voice spoke beside him. Michael turned his head slightly. It was Mage Lien. He paused for a moment, then responded. "It's quite the sight," he said before hesitating briefly. Taking a small risk, he added, "It seems to be quite a capable flying ship." There was a reason for this. In the land of origin, he would inevitably use Detect. If he didn't want to appear completely ignorant, there were certain things he should be expected to know. Like this flying ship. As a noble, it was only natural that he should recognize something like this, right? And as for whether the ship was truly a capable tool, considering it belonged to knights serving directly under the kingdom and royal family, it shouldn't be anything inferior. Besides, its appearance alone spoke volumes. Fortunately, it seemed his words were acceptable. Mage Lien flashed a pleased smile. "Sir Mike is indeed a man of great sight." Michael's lips twitched slightly, but he said nothing in response. Luckily, Mage Lien didn't push the topic further. Instead, he turned to look toward the knight captain, who wasn't too far away. "Make haste and start the ship. We must reach the capital soon." The knight captain didn't hesitate any longer and immediately began instructing the knights who could still move. Michael watched as the magic users among them cast spells, opening a hole in the ship's wall before helping everyone inside. The interior was spacious. Glowing stones embedded in the walls illuminated the surroundings, casting a soft, steady light. From its external appearance alone, Michael had already guessed that the ship had multiple floors, and he was right. It had 5. The third floor housed the rooms for VIP guests, one of which had been assigned to him. However, he didn't settle there immediately. Instead, he followed Mage Lien to the top deck. Mage Lien had invited him not just to witness the ship's takeoff but, Michael suspected, for a conversation. The old mage hadn't spoken about the departure itself as anything particularly grand. Instead, his invitation felt like a perfect excuse to spend time together and talk. Michael wasn't too keen on conversation. He could tell Mage Lien was curious about him, but he preferred to be the one listening rather than speaking. He still didn't trust himself not to slip up. Still, refusing outright wasn't an option, not when the old mage had gone out of his way to personally visit Michael's room, bowing as he extended the invitation. Besides, Michael was somewhat curious about the ship's takeoff. And so, before long, he found himself standing atop the flying ship, gazing at the vast blue skies stretching endlessly before him. Michael admired the seemingly empty sky. For some reason, he was starting to enjoy this feeling, standing at the top, gazing down at the world below. Just as he continued taking in the vast expanse before him, Mage Lien, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke. "Sir Mike, I wonder if you'd be interested in a certain opportunity." Michael immediately became cautious. He didn't let it show on his face and responded as usual. "And what kind of opportunity would that be?" he inquired. "A chance to obtain a soul pool fruit." "A soul magic pool fruit?" Michael couldn't help but show a hint of confusion. Mage Lien, however, didn't seem particularly surprised by his reaction. "It seems Sir Mike hasn't heard of this natural treasure." "That's not surprising, it's incredibly rare." The soul magic pool fruit is something that can significantly enhance both the quality and quantity of mana, even for people like us. But I read in a record that its true value lies elsewhere. Michael listened attentively as Mage Lien's tone deepened. "It also strengthens the soul itself. In fact, that's considered its primary effect. Though the soul is something that mainly great mages and knights dabble in, it's still very beneficial. Evolving my Undead Legion in a game-like world." Chapter 185 F******. Michael had already been feeling uneasy the moment Mage Lien spoke. However, when he heard the name of the treasure, his worry was quickly replaced by intrigue. Great knights? Great mages? He had no idea what level of power these titles represented in this world. Even now, he still didn't have a clear understanding of what the soul was, but he did have something closely related to it: his talent. To be fair, it would be incorrect to say his talent was directly reliant on his soul, since he had never felt himself interacting with this supernatural existence. But as someone still ignorant about the deeper workings of the supernatural world, he wasn't about to draw his own conclusions. However, there was one thing an increase in his soul could definitely help with: more contract slots. More contract slots meant more undead. More undead meant more evolution points. More evolution points meant more powerful and diverse undead. It was an endlessly beneficial cycle. Gaining 2 contract slots per level wasn't bad. There were times Michael had questioned what kind of crippled class this was, especially when he struggled with the frustration of lacking evolution points. But once he calmed down, he always realized that wasn't the case. Just because necromancers were necromancers didn't mean they couldn't act like mages. In essence, it functioned like any other mage class, except with an additional ability that allowed it to sustain itself. The inability to control infinite undead didn't make the class weaker either. If necromancers could command an infinite number of undead, the class wouldn't be classified as a rare one. It would be unique. Anyone with foresight could see the terrifying potential of this class. So what if you were limited to a few contract slots? If you could fill them with undead just as powerful as yourself, would you even need more? Of course, as one grew stronger, such powerful undead would become increasingly difficult to find and kill. But who was to say that high-level necromancers hadn't fully manifested the potential of their class after centuries of existence? One could only imagine the level of power such individuals would possess. It certainly wouldn't be easy, but if achieved, even if it didn't make one the absolute strongest, it would be hard to say if anyone of the same rank could defeat them. And the current Michael was the perfect example of that potential. "It can enhance the soul?" he finally asked. "I believe so," Mage Lien replied. "This is a treasure I read about in the kingdom's library years ago. I just didn't think I'd actually encounter it on my recent adventure." Michael narrowed his eyes slightly. "Why aren't you keeping it for yourself?" That was the real question, wasn't it? Why would someone willingly share such an amazing treasure? At least he wouldn't. Why would he? It was obvious Mage Lien hadn't told him everything yet. And Michael was right. "It's protected by 2 powerful monsters," Mage Lien admitted. "I asked my fellow Grand Mage and 3 other Grand Knights to assist me, but they either had their own priorities or didn't want to take the risk." "How strong are these monsters?" Michael asked. Mage Lien's answer was simple and without hesitation. "Stronger than me." Michael had a peculiar expression on his face. Ads by PubFuture. PubFuture ads. What kind of monsters could be stronger than Mage Lien? They would have to be at least level 30, but even then, that shouldn't be enough to stop someone of Mage Lien's caliber. These monsters had to be significantly stronger. Maybe even 10 levels higher. That was a power level far beyond what Michael could handle. He could finally see why Mage Lien was willing to share this treasure. He wasn't strong enough to claim it on his own. But Michael still had his doubts. "Why not ask these great mages and knights?" he asked. "Continue reading at my virtual library empire." Michael wasn't sure how strong these individuals were, but based on the way Mage Lien had spoken about them, his choice of words and the fact that their power had a ranked classification, it was clear they were formidable. What he wasn't sure of was just how formidable. Were great mages still ranked 2 supernaturals, just in the later stages? Or were they something else entirely? Yes, they could help, but, let's just say I might end up working as a treasure finder instead, Mage Lien said awkwardly, his expression turning odd. "I was planning to meet them before I met you though." His words immediately made everything click for Michael. "I see. This isn't the Federation. It's probably the law of the jungle here, or at the very least, the strongest are respected and treated as lords. Even someone as strong as Mage Lien has to follow this rule, to a certain extent. If the soul magic fruit was a treasure that could benefit those powerful figures, it was questionable whether Mage Lien would even get a share. Rather than risk that, it was probably a safer bet to collaborate with Michael, who, at least on the surface, didn't seem to have a massive power difference from him. Though Mage Lien suspected Michael might have more than one undead, he didn't think it was possible for him to have more than one of that powerful wolf he had seen. At most, two, and even that was pushing it. He didn't know much about summoning, but he did know that nothing came easy in this world. And he was right, except he was wrong about Michael. Michael didn't just have one monster capable of fighting rank 2 monsters. He didn't even have 2. He had 3. Michael thought for a moment, just about to reply to Mage Lien, when he suddenly froze. Mage Lien noticed the shift immediately. "What happened?" he asked. Before Michael could answer, something else happened. Something that made Mage Lien and the other knights on the deck stiffen in alarm. A sharp expletive slipped from Michael's lips. "Fuck." There was a very good reason for his sudden change in reaction. "Your undead has killed a... You've gained..." Michael was receiving notifications. His undead were killing something. But that wasn't the problem. The problem was, even though he hadn't given them names, it was easy for him to recognize which undead were doing the killing. And it wasn't the ones in the real world. Michael's expression darkened. He had somehow forgotten to recall his undead from the land of origin. Evolving my undead legion in a game-like world. Chapter 186 Leaving. If Michael had to pick a reason why he forgot his plan to transfer his undead from the land of origin to the real world, it would be because of how carried away he got while cultivating a few hours ago. Everything after that, up until his return to the land of origin, had felt so smooth that he had simply forgotten. "Is something the matter, Sir Mike?" Mage Lien had an odd expression on his face. This was the first time he had ever seen the usually composed Michael looking, well, not composed at all. Apparently, even in the land of origin, the F-word still retained its purpose. What a special world. "It's nothing. Something just came up," Michael said after calming himself down. He turned to Mage Lien and added, "Also, we'll talk about the soul fruit again. I agree to follow you." Michael had given it some thought, and though he still felt it was a risk, he also saw it as an opportunity, just as Mage Lien had said. If he could get his hands on that fruit and it worked the way he suspected it would, Michael couldn't help but imagine a massive increase in his strength in the near future. However, as tempting as it was to think about, he wasn't in a position to dwell on it right now. Mage Lien felt a sense of relief at Michael's agreement, but he still couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. Why did Michael still seem to be in a strange mood? Michael had said something had come up, but what? They were currently high in the sky, and Mage Lien hadn't sensed anything. He was just about to inquire when Michael spoke first. "Can Mage Lien please tell the ship to wait for a while?" Michael asked, his expression odd. The fact that he was still receiving notifications meant his undead were currently fighting something. And that worried him. Even if the situation wasn't too serious, he wouldn't feel at ease unless he was there. Not only were his undead an investment and a part of his strength, but they were also his primary source of evolution points. Losing even half his army, especially now, right before he was about to gain another round of evolution points, wasn't something he could afford. The thought of having to rebuild everything from scratch if he lost them? Absolutely miserable. Though Michael was conflicted about the possibility of his decision negatively affecting his current progress in the land of origin, his undead, no matter how weak they were right now, were just as important. As expected, Mage Lien glanced at Michael with a hint of suspicion before speaking. Ads by PubFuture. PubFuture ads. "I'm sorry, Sir Mike, but we can't stop the ship from moving. However, we can slow it down for a period of time." "That's fine. I won't take long," Michael interrupted. At the end of the day, neither of them was extremely familiar with the other. The fact that Mage Lien was even willing to slow the ship down for him was already a decent outcome. "Okay," Mage Lien finally nodded. From Michael's words, it was obvious that he intended to leave the ship. This made Mage Lien slightly wary, but after thinking it over, he decided to extend a little more trust. That said, he would only slow the ship for a short period before resuming full speed, whether or not he liked this youth or thought he could help him achieve his goal. This was why he wasn't too concerned about Michael leaving. Even though Michael now knew about the soul fruit, he didn't know its exact location. And no one, unless they were willing to go to war with Lionheart, could force him, a grand mage of the kingdom, to reveal it. Worst-case scenario? He'd simply resort to his original plan and ask the kingdom's most powerful individuals for assistance. "Okay then, Sir Mike. We'll continue heading straight, but not as fast as before. We'll slow the speed to the bare minimum, but only for half an hour. Please make sure to return within that time, or you might not be able to find us when you come back," Mage Lien stated, adding a warning. Then he asked, "How will you get down, though?" Despite asking, Mage Lien felt like he already knew the answer. As a fellow Grand Mage, he believed there was a high possibility that Michael had some form of flying magic. Even knights at his stage possessed such abilities, so it would be strange if Michael didn't. Though it couldn't compare to the natural flight abilities of a flying monster, it was still very useful. Enjoy new stories from my virtual library empire. However, it wasn't until a second later that Mage Lien realized just how mistaken he was. "There's no need to worry about that, I've got it covered," Michael said. As he spoke, his hand was already outstretched. Out of nowhere, a being came into existence in midair. It was a black griffin. It soared into the sky. It circled the flying ship once before slowing down. Michael waved at Mage Lien and the other knights watching him, then leaped off the ship. His undead griffin flapped its wings hard, catching him with ease before disappearing into the distance. To the knights, who knew nothing about his true destination, it simply looked like he was heading back toward the town they had just left. However, the one thing all of them had in common was shock. First, the sudden appearance of a flying undead had caught them off guard. Second, why did that monster's presence feel so overwhelming? Even when compared to a Grand Mage, it didn't seem to lose out by much. That was the thought running through the minds of most of the knights. But among them all, Mage Lien was the most shocked. Just moments ago, he had been certain that it would be difficult for Michael to summon another powerful creature. What he never expected was to be proven wrong so soon. Evolving my Undead Legion in a game-like world. Chapter 187, Taking the Undead Away. Michael didn't care what the people on the flying ship thought of him. He also didn't care that they now knew he had another undead. For one, it was unavoidable given the current circumstances. But more importantly, he figured there was no reason to hide it. Michael wasn't the type to flaunt his powers unnecessarily, nor was he the type to conceal them when there was no need. From his observations, none of the knights had shown even the slightest hint of disgust at the sight of his undead. He attributed this to a few possible reasons. 1. Undead creatures were probably common in this part of the land of origin, so their existence wasn't something that disturbed the locals. 2. Magic involving undead wasn't forbidden here. 3. If the first two weren't true, then the knights were simply seasoned warriors who had seen enough to remain unfazed by something like this. Another possibility, one that seemed very likely, was that his powers had been misunderstood in his favor. Regardless of the reason, it didn't seem like a bad thing for him. Considering that, why shouldn't he use his most convenient undead? As he rode on the back of his undead griffin, Michael couldn't help but feel pleased that he had acquired a flying undead. If he hadn't, he would have faced a tough choice, either abandon his undead and continue with Mage Lien's group or prioritize his undead and abandon following them altogether. And even if he had chosen the latter, his running speed wasn't anywhere near as fast as this griffin's flight. It was truly a stroke of luck that he had obtained this undead at the perfect time. Gripping tightly onto the griffin's head as they sped through the sky, leaving no trace behind thanks to its subconscious use of wind magic, Michael swiftly reached the outskirts of Blackstone Town. Without hesitation, he re-entered the Everlong Forest. Entering the familiar-looking forest instantly put Michael on edge. He knew that somewhere in this vast expanse of trees lurked a monster capable of killing him. Continue your adventure with my virtual library empire. Though he had grown much stronger than he was a few days ago, it was clear from the previous actions of this creature that he wasn't the only one improving. Who was to say that even with his newfound strength, his survival wouldn't just be a matter of delaying the inevitable? So yes, even though Michael doubted the monster would be roaming the outskirts at this exact moment, he remained cautious. After all, its ability to control other monsters meant its awareness wasn't confined to a single location. Michael's priority was simple: retrieve his undead, take them back to the real world and return. Right now, the use of power in the real world was so unrestricted that he didn't have to worry about causing mass panic. At most, his house might turn into some kind of amusement attraction. Ads by PubFuture. PubFuture ads. If only he had a place in the land of origin to hide his undead, Michael wouldn't have minded that some of them weren't here. After I'm done with the main tasks here, I'll use undead summoning on all my unsummoned undead. Hopefully, with some luck, I can increase my number of summons and reduce the number of undead I have to reveal outside. As several thoughts raced through his mind, Michael didn't hesitate. He continued toward the location where he had left his undead. There he was met with silence. A part of him had already expected this when the notifications of his undead killing monsters had stopped earlier. However, seeing the remains of the slain monsters littering the ground only made him frown. Though his system panel confirmed he hadn't lost any undead, he was surprised to find that very few of them were even injured. His newer summons, such as the armored cricket and spectral ant, were completely intact. Only his stronger undead, like the orcs, seemed to be in rough shape. Yet, as he observed how they had organized the remains of the monsters while cleaning up the battlefield, an odd expression crept onto Michael's face. They're probably just as smart, if not a bit smarter, than the ones I left back in the real world. Though this was good news, he didn't have time to celebrate. His gaze shifted to one of the nearby monster corpses. Corrupted Controlled Monster LV-15. This was about the average level of the others as well. The system didn't even bother listing their names. If Michael wanted to identify them, he would have to do so manually, but he wasn't particularly interested in going that deep. And the reason was simple. Each of the monsters had black tentacles covering their bodies. Mage Lien's guess seems to be wrong. Perhaps that monster truly has no knowledge of the nearby settlement, but it definitely has its sights set on the forest. As for its intentions, they likely aren't good for anyone but itself. As Michael considered this, he didn't remain idle. While still midair, he mentally commanded all his undead to stop handling the monster corpses immediately. For a brief moment, he considered descending to inspect one of the bodies himself, but he quickly dismissed the thought. He wanted nothing to do with that monster. At least not yet. After this was done, still in mid-air, he commanded all his undead to rush out of the forest. From his previous experience, whenever the minions of that monster died, it would send others to retrieve the bodies. If those creatures caught up to him here, Michael would have no choice but to fight, something he wanted to avoid. Though he wouldn't admit it, he wasn't confident he could escape a second time if he faced that monster again. Ironically, in the land of origin, death was usually the least frightening thing for Awakeners. Yet, for Michael, it was a different story. The only thing capable of killing him here also seemed capable of killing him for real. While Michael knew that his rough start was largely due to his luck not being the best, it didn't make him feel any better. Evolving my Undead Legion in a game-like world. Chapter 188. Back to the ship. Michael made his way out of the Everlong forest without any issues, but even then, his expression remained grim. He couldn't shake the feeling that something had been watching him while he was inside, yet no matter how hard he tried, he hadn't been able to spot anything or anyone. Michael didn't think his instincts were wrong. Perhaps they could be, but with everything going on, he'd rather be overly cautious than dismiss his suspicions. Even though he and his group of undead had successfully left the forest, they didn't move anywhere near Blackstone Town. Instead, Michael carefully guided them around it, using his flying insect undead to scout ahead and avoid people. It wasn't until they reached a secluded spot that he finally stopped. Since leaving the forest, he had turned his flying mount to a land-based one, ensuring that he wouldn't need to dive down from the sky upon arrival. Climbing down from the Black Griffin, Michael wasted no time in storing as many undead as he could fit into his storage space before summoning Lucky. Even though he would only be leaving the land of origin for a brief moment, just seconds or minutes, his body would remain defenseless in this world, which left him feeling uneasy. So, he summoned Lucky for added protection. With both Lucky and the Black Griffin by his side, Michael finally felt a sense of security. Leaving behind a few mental commands, he emphasized one above all. If they encountered something they couldn't handle, they were to carry him away immediately. Once everything was set, Michael sat on the ground in a lotus position and connected his consciousness to his body in the real world. Soon, a pair of green eyes flickered open. This method of movement is such a hassle. We can't even protect our bodies ourselves. I wonder if that changes with rank advancement. Michael muttered in frustration as he stood up. He couldn't help but feel irritated. His intelligence, while not making him a genius or giving him an extraordinary memory, allowed for a monstrous level of thought processing. It was one of the reasons why learning wasn't difficult for him, as long as he spent the necessary time, and why he could keep up in battles where dozens of exchanges happened within a second. With that level of brainpower, he felt that if it were possible, controlling two bodies simultaneously, though challenging, shouldn't be impossible. However, the consciousness switching method between the land of origin and the real world didn't work that way. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Michael, who hadn't bothered dismissing the undead in his room, since she would continue her work once he was done here, leaped out of his apartment window. It was bright outside. The streets weren't as empty as they had been in the early morning when the city resembled a ghost town, but the people were still spaced out, leaving plenty of blind spots for Michael to do what he needed. First, no one noticed anything unusual, but as time passed, someone couldn't help but ask, "Aren't that guy's summons looking a bit more than before?" Even in the real world, the general public referred to Michael's undead as summons. This was unavoidable. The ability to summon and dismiss magical beings fit the role of a summoner more than it did a necromancer, at least in the eyes of the general public. Then more questions followed. Why are those figures gray? Yeah, they look like those beautiful female summons except they're male, and kind of scary for some reason. They do look intimidating. Is it just me, or do they actually look oddly good-looking? For a brief moment, conversations erupted left and right as people speculated about his summons. Then, as expected, phones came out. Some started recording, others took pictures. And just like that, Michael found himself indirectly famous on the internet again. His summons, especially the strange-looking ones, were the main attraction, drawing all the attention. From start to finish, Michael never once revealed his face. Even if he had wanted to, it was already too late. By now, he was back in the land of origin, soaring through the skies on his undead griffin as he hurried to catch up with the flying ship carrying Mage and the Kingdom Knights. Michael and his undead griffin sped through the sky at an extremely fast pace. After a few flying experiences, Michael no longer had any real limits when it came to flight. Because of this, and the fact that he was in a hurry to make it back to the ship on time, he didn't spare a single thought about his current speed or altitude. Fortunately for him, after a while of flying, he spotted a familiar flying ship in the distance. As he drew closer, his heart relaxed. It was indeed the ship he had left behind. At the same time Michael spotted the flying ship, some of the sharper and more observant occupants aboard also noticed him. The first was Mage who had already sensed Michael before anyone else. The reason wasn't anything complicated. The combined aura of both summoner and summon was so powerful that it practically screamed to be noticed. The moment Michael reached the top of the flying ship, he dismissed his undead griffin into his storage space and gracefully landed on the deck, where the knights stared at him in awe. Michael waved and nodded to those who greeted him as he made his way toward Mage "Are you done with your issues, Sir Mike?" "Yes. Thank you very much for waiting." Michael was genuinely grateful. Though he would always prioritize his undead, only heaven knew if he would ever again have such a conveniently smooth connection with the natives of this world as he did now. It was something worth treasuring. "It's okay," Mage said with a smile. "Since Sir Mike is here now, there's no need to wait any longer. Go full speed." He shouted the command to the knights stationed in the driving section on the ship's roof, and with that, the vessel surged forward at maximum speed. Evolving my Undead Legion in a game-like world. Chapter 189 The Capital. 1580. Before the ship surged forward at full speed, Michael sensed mana coating its entire structure. The scenery around them blurred as the ship accelerated at an incredible pace. A tool is really just a tool, Michael couldn't help but think. The ship's full speed far outstripped that of his undead griffin, and he had a strong suspicion that this wasn't even its maximum potential. Regardless, it was already faster than it had ever been since he first boarded, making Michael thankful that he had returned in time. Had he been even a little late, he would have completely missed his chance. Originally, he had assumed he could catch up if necessary, but seeing the ship's speed now, he realized just how wrong he had been. At the same time, he couldn't help but sigh at the sheer prosperity of the kingdom Mage Lien served. Flying ship. Rank, rare. A 3-star rare rank item. The price was something Michael couldn't even begin to fathom, but he suspected that if the Supers Association branch in the real world were to sell it, its value, given its utility, purpose, and apparent rarity, would easily start at a minimum of $100 million. For a kingdom to possess such an asset, along with individuals like Mage Lien, who was essentially a god in the eyes of commoners, it was clearly far from ordinary. Michael's expectations for their destination grew even higher. In the end, Mage Lien and Michael exchanged only a few words before parting ways. Their brief discussion covered a few minor topics, but the main focus remained on their deal regarding the natural treasure. According to Mage Lien, they would head to the treasure's location only after reporting the Blackstone Town incident to the kingdom. This matter took priority and couldn't be delayed. Though Michael was eager to get his hands on the fruit, he understood the reasoning. No one knew how long it would take to acquire the treasure, or if they could even obtain it at all. However, delaying the report about that monster for a treasure that wasn't going anywhere would be reckless. Mage Lien assured him that the treasure's location wasn't easy to find. He had personally ensured that much. Still, if anything were to happen due to the delay, he would be held responsible, and though he hadn't explicitly stated it, Michael could tell it wouldn't end well for him, despite the status his power granted him. With all these factors in mind, Michael had no choice but to wait until they reached the capital. Fortunately, as someone visiting this world from another, the capital was a place he was genuinely looking forward to seeing, that he could only hope everything went well in the end. After saying what he needed to, Mage Lien, feeling satisfied, made his way to his room on the flying ship. He believed he had struck a good deal. Michael had brought him plenty of surprises, but fortunately, they had all been pleasant ones. Though he had to come to terms with the fact that this youth was stronger than him, he also felt reassured. Others might call him foolish for choosing to explore with a stranger rather than seek help from people he had known for decades. However, only Mage Lien understood that he was making the same decision that even his fellow court mages, powerhouses in their own right, would have made. To the common people, those at their level were like divine beings, but to the true titans of the kingdom, they were no different from ants. The power gap was unfathomable, but it was the reality. Asking for help from those individuals often felt like carving a piece of flesh from one's own body as payment, something rarely worth the cost. Michael might not have confirmed it, but Mage Lien knew that the soul fruits also held some benefits for those above his level. The effects weren't as pronounced, but what if one of those higher beings took an interest in the fruit? According to the records Mage Lien had studied, the soul fruit could be consumed multiple times, though its effects weakened after the first use. Before he had been forced to flee from the creatures guarding it, Mage Lien had seen 3 of the fruits. That was an incredibly high number, and there was even a chance that more existed. If the records were accurate, consuming just one would allow him to advance significantly, making him no longer one of the weakest in the kingdom's court. If he were to take all of them, however, Mage Lien was not an overly greedy man. If he were, he wouldn't have even considered sharing the fruits, regardless of the danger. Fortunately, thanks to his cooperation with Michael, it seemed he might still secure a significant share. He could only hope their collaboration went smoothly. While those higher-ranked powerhouses would never harm one of their own, Mage Lien had no desire to owe them any favors. After Mage Lien left, Michael also made his way to his room after a while. According to the knights, they would reach the kingdom's capital in about 5 hours. Hearing this, Michael almost blurted out in shock. Just how far was the capital? One couldn't forget that they were currently traveling at an incredible speed, far beyond even Michael's own flash-like movement, especially on the surface. Yet even at such a pace, it would still take 5 hours to reach their destination. If there were no flying ships, wouldn't this journey take months for the average person? Michael was stunned but also relieved that he had people around him to make things easier. Fortunately, he had taken his undead to the real world beforehand. If he had left them behind and needed to return alone to retrieve them, the journey would have been unimaginably difficult. No, given that monster's presence, he wasn't even sure he would make it back to see any of his undead standing. However, now that he didn't have much to worry about, he could do whatever he wanted, so long as he didn't dwell on what that monster was doing. At first, he had wanted to kill it himself, but now? Michael would love it if someone else just took care of it already. Still, all he could do was wait and see what the future held, and what the kingdom, to whom this matter truly belonged, had planned. Back in his room, knowing he'd be on the ship for the next few hours, Michael didn't want to sit idly by. He needed to do something productive, anything at all, rather than simply wasting time. After thinking for a moment, he finally made a decision. At first, he considered practicing with his spear again but quickly dismissed the thought. The room was too small, and while he could practice, it would be far too limiting. The same issue applied to the night-breathing method. The technique required precise movements, and performing them in such a confined space wasn't feasible. With those options ruled out, there were only a few things left he could do. In the end, he settled on cultivation. The Mage meditation technique didn't require movement or complicated steps. He could do it while sitting, standing, or even lying down, as long as he remained still. Unlike the night-breathing method, which had limited benefits for him at the moment, meditation was a perfect fit. The room he had been given was well-furnished, with an actual bed, not just a wooden frame, but a proper one designed for comfort. Everything was clean, a sign that the ship was well-maintained and regularly tidied. Michael didn't think much of it and simply sat on the bed. Closing his eyes, he quickly entered a meditative state. Soon, a familiar sensation of pleasure washed over him, and before he knew it, he was lost in time. Michael had no idea how much time had passed, but it wasn't until he heard a knock at his door that he finally emerged from his meditation. As he came out of his state, several notifications flashed before his eyes. His abilities had improved slightly, though only by minor levels. It wasn't much, but he had expected that. Meditation had merely been a way to pass the time, though he had to admit, the sensation that came with it was quite addictive. "Sir Mike!" A voice called from the other side of the door, capturing Michael's attention. "What's the matter?" he asked, getting off the bed and heading toward the door. "Lord Lien instructed me to inform you that we've arrived at our destination." Michael paused. "The capital?" "Yes, sir. We've arrived and will be landing soon." As the knight finished speaking, Michael opened the door, stepping out with a calm expression. "Please lead me to Lord Lien," he instructed. "Yes, Sir Mike. I apologize if I disturbed your rest." "It's not an issue. You didn't disturb anything." Michael put the knight at ease. "Lord Lien is currently at the exit point of the ship, waiting for us to land. Please follow me, Sir Mike." "Yes," Michael responded, stepping forward without hesitation. Evolving my Undead Legion in a game-like world. Chapter 190-190. Are you broke? Green City. The capital of the Lionheart Kingdom. Green City wasn't always the kingdom's capital. A few centuries ago, the third king of the Lionheart family slew a dragon on this very land. Dragons, creatures closest to nature, were both awe-inspiring and terrifying. Their mere presence demanded reverence, and their power was legendary. Using the slain dragon's blood, the third king blessed the land, causing its mana density to surge. With the help of his wife, the third queen, a grand mage specializing in formations, the royal family relocated from the previous capital to this land. By sealing the enriched mana within the region and harnessing the blessing of a dragon that had mastered a law, the Lionheart family, once mere rulers of a small kingdom within the empire, transformed into a formidable force. Their power struck fear into many, and as a consequence, their descendants led the kingdom to its current peak. Now, the Lionheart Kingdom stood among the three most powerful kingdoms in the empire. If not for their relatively short history, they might have been the strongest of all. Even so, their rise to prominence was nothing short of remarkable. And it all began with the courage and ambition of the third king and queen. The third king and queen are really amazing, Michael murmured, a hint of awe in his voice. His gaze lingered on the massive stone statues before him. They were intricately detailed, almost lifelike, capturing the essence of the legendary rulers who had reshaped the fate of his kingdom. The statues of the third king and queen stood towering over the grand plaza at the heart of Green City. Carved from a single immense slab of mana-infused stone, they radiated an almost tangible presence, as if the figures themselves still watched over the kingdom they had forged. The third king was depicted in his battle stance, clad in intricately detailed armor that bore the crest of the Lionheart family. His right hand rested on the pommel of a colossal greatsword, its blade half buried in the stone beneath him, symbolizing both his strength and his conquest. His face was stern, yet regal, with sharp, chiseled features that exuded authority. A long, flowing cape, sculpted to appear as if caught in the wind, trailed behind him, further emphasizing his commanding aura. Beside him, the third queen was equally imposing, standing tall with her hands raised in a weaving gesture, as if casting a spell. Her robes, though sculpted from stone, seemed to ripple like flowing silk, layered with intricate arcane symbols. Her face, unlike the king's stoic countenance, bore a serene yet resolute expression, wise, graceful, and unyielding. Between the two statues, a carved dragon's skull rested at their feet, split in two, forever commemorating their legendary battle. Michael was already within the territory of the kingdom. No, he was at the very heart of it, the capital. Due to his identity, Michael had not been permitted to follow the knights to the designated landing spot of the flying ship. Instead, he exited alongside Mage Lien through the open exit of the vessel, taking a far more direct approach. He could still recall the look of shock on Mage Lien's face when he free fell from the sky, landing on the ground completely unharmed. Ignoring the slight pain that briefly flared through his body, Michael still considered it a worthwhile trade-off after seeing the expression of shock on Mage Lien's face. He didn't mean to show off, but the feeling felt good. At the very least, the stunt confirmed that, by normal standards, he was now incredibly hard to kill. As for Mage Lien, his odd stare wasn't just because of Michael's reckless descent but also due to something else, his sheer physical resilience. Even as a mage, Mage Lien himself wouldn't have died from such a fall. However, it would have been far more than just painful. The fact that Michael had shaken it off so easily made him reassess the young man's true capabilities. After that moment, the two entered the capital through a special gate, which granted them immediate access to the inner city. Thanks to Mage Lien, who had taken it upon himself to be a proper host, Michael was able to learn more about his current location. The capital was divided into three major regions. The outer city, the largest and most populated section, housing commoners, merchants, and lower-ranking officials. The inner city, a wealthier and more regulated district where high-ranking mages, knights, and government officials resided. It was also the heart of trade and commerce. The core, the most exclusive and heavily guarded area, where the kingdom's most powerful figures lived, like the nobles and most importantly, the royal family. This region contained the palace, the royal academy, and various elite establishments that few could enter without the proper status or invitation. Michael took it all in, the inner city that is, as this was where his fake identity could even get him to, his gaze sweeping across the vast cityscape. This place was massive, and for the first time since arriving in this world, he felt the weight of its true scale. It was magnificent. "You'll have to excuse me, Sir Mike, but I'll need to enter the core area of the capital to make my report to the king. I wonder if you'll need my assistance in finding a place to stay." Hearing this, Michael's expression flickered with conflict. He was genuinely grateful to the old mage for giving him such a convenient identity, but at the same time, he couldn't shake the feeling that he was taking too much advantage of the situation. Like right now. Ideally, it would be best if Mage Lien took charge of his accommodations. Because currently, Michael was broke. What he hadn't expected, however, was, "Excuse me, Sir Mike, and please take no offense, but are you perhaps broke?" For a moment, Michael felt like the sky had never looked more beautiful. Was it just him, or did the birds in the sky seem to be laughing at him? Surely, that was just an illusion, right? Evolving my Undead Legion in a game-like world. Chapter 191 191 Guilds. In the end, under the assumption that this young man had left his family under some odd circumstances, Mage Lien handed Michael some money before leaving. 10 gold coins and 30 silver. Now alone, Michael found a quiet corner in a restaurant and finally took a proper look at the pouch. Find adventures at my virtual library empire. He counted the coins carefully. A gold coin? Gold Kingdom of Lionheart currency. There was no further explanation. Not that he needed one. The coin's appearance alone made its purpose clear. Money. However, what he wasn't sure of was how valuable these coins actually were. It wasn't that he doubted their value, far from it. Given the way Mage Lien treated him, he doubted the old mage would give him something too small to be useful or too large to seem excessive. But that was just his assumption. Who knew what kind of person Mage Lien really was? Michael had only known him for a few hours. Still, if the rules of value in this world were similar to those in Aurora or Earth, then gold and silver had to be worth quite a lot. "Excuse me, sir. Is there something you'd like to order?" A voice interrupted his thoughts. Michael looked up. A young woman stood before him, dressed in a black gown with a white inner lining, giving off the air of a noble attendant. She wasn't the only one dressed this way. All the staff in the restaurant, regardless of gender, were similarly well dressed. It was a small but clear sign. This restaurant wasn't ordinary. Of course, that much should have been obvious. This was the inner city of the capital. Anyone who could set foot in this region was capable. Not everyone was a scam like him. Michael thought for a moment, then responded, "What do you offer here?" Still maintaining her professional smile, the attendant gracefully listed the dishes along with their prices. Michael's expression didn't change, but internally he was frowning. Every single dish was priced in silver. Did that mean there was no lower currency? Was silver just that common, or was it the weakest form of currency here? Ads by PubFuture. PubFuture ads. Was this restaurant just that high-end? It was in the inner city, after all. Michael had tested the silver coins in his pouch. They were real. He refused to believe they were so common that even a casual meal demanded silver. In the end, he ordered a dish worth 3 silver coins. 1, he was curious about the food. 2, it was one of the cheapest options available. Fortunately, his order didn't seem unusual, or maybe the attendant was just too good at hiding her reaction. Either way, Michael wasn't about to spend money carelessly. He was broke. Until Mage Lien helped him, he could almost smell it. As he waited for his food after paying, ignoring the attendant who lingered a little longer than necessary, probably expecting a tip, Michael reorganized his thoughts. He wasn't sure how long he'd stay in the capital city, but even after dealing with the monster issue, he had a feeling it would take some time. Thanks to Mage Lien being a good host, Michael had learned about some of the notable establishments in the capital. Among them, 2 stood out, the Hunters Guild and the Adventurers Guild. Between the two, Michael was a little more familiar with the latter. Though Mage Lien hadn't gone into much detail, probably expecting Michael to be aware of common knowledge, he had still managed to piece together some useful information. First, the Adventurers Guild was exactly what he had expected. A place where individuals, known as adventurers, accepted quests in exchange for payment. The Hunters Guild, on the other hand, functioned more like a hunting club. They gathered information about monsters, had people eliminate them, paid a small fee, and then purchased the corpses for their own purposes. Of the two, the Hunters Guild seemed far more dangerous, but also far more appealing. If there was one thing attractive to any Awakener, it was experience points. And from what he gathered, the Hunters Guild seemed like the perfect place to provide exactly that. If they had information on monster gatherings or particularly powerful creatures, then the speed at which he could gain experience in the Land of Origin might actually compare to, or even surpass, his rate of growth in the real world. The Land of Origin lacked certain advantages the Federation had, but it also possessed opportunities that the Federation didn't. However, it was too soon to judge. Still, Michael had already made his decision. After this meal, he was heading straight to the Hunters Guild. It was located outside the inner city, but thankfully, Mage Lien had not only given him money but also a token that allowed him free access between the inner and outer city. As for why both the Hunters Guild and the Adventurers Guild were located outside the inner city, Michael figured it was a matter of accessibility. After all, the inner city wasn't a place just anyone could enter. Michael's situation was a bit different. The honest truth was, even without Mage Lien's intervention, entering the inner city wouldn't have been an issue for him if he had chosen to reveal his power. With power came status. But there were far too many things that could go wrong with that approach. Not that his current situation was completely problem-free, but so far, things had been going smoothly, no major issues yet. The Adventurers Guild and Hunters Guild are also good ways to integrate better into this world. Aside from that, they can serve as a steady source of income. The more Michael thought about it, the more convinced he became that his current direction was the best, at least for now. As he continued pondering, his thoughts drifted between various matters. His future in the land of origin, his real-world circumstances, and even more pressing concerns like his undead and the corpses he had left behind in Evermoon Forest. Before he knew it, he had been lost in thought for quite some time. It wasn't until the aroma of freshly prepared food reached him that he realized his meal had finally arrived. Evolving my Undead Legion in a game-like world. Chapter 192-192 Leaving the Inner City. The food once again did not fail to satisfy Michael. "It tastes great," he murmured, savoring the flavors, "but not better than what I had at the town mayor's place." He didn't find this surprising. The chef at the mayor's residence was undoubtedly skilled, but this establishment was designed specifically for serving food. While both prepared meals, their purposes were fundamentally different. One crafted dishes tailored to an employer's tastes, while the other focused on efficiency and service for a wider audience. The distinction might seem subtle, but it made all the difference. Of course, that wasn't to say a restaurant couldn't serve exceptional food. However, the mayor's chef likely had more time and freedom to perfect each dish, unlike the cooks here, who probably worked in a structured, step-by-step process divided among multiple hands. However, whether this dish was truly worth the silver coins it had cost was something Michael was unsure of. That said, it did seem like something the average man wouldn't be able to afford frequently. This realization made him reassess a few things. After finishing his meal, Michael didn't linger in the restaurant for long before leaving. There was no need to sit back and wait for his food to digest. His body's powerful system had already begun processing it the moment he ate. Once outside, he took in his surroundings as he wandered through the streets. The floors were immaculately clean, paved with stone tiles arranged in an orderly fashion. The people walking around looked refined, their demeanor exuding a certain air of sophistication. Occasionally, Michael spotted individuals accompanied by knights in polished armor or expensive-looking horse-drawn carriages passing by. Fortunately, he didn't seem too out of place, though he did earn a few glances due to his appearance. The mayor of Blackstone Town had indeed gone all out with the little time he had to craft Michael's attire. As Michael had expected, the material was of excellent quality. His outfit, primarily an azure green color with black accents, paired well with his striking green eyes, ensuring that he drew his fair share of attention wherever he went. It had been the same in the restaurant he had just left, though the attention there had been more subtle, given that he had chosen a secluded corner and kept his presence low. Michael paid no mind to the glances he received. After strolling through the inner city for a bit, he turned and started making his way toward the location of the inner city's exit. It wasn't hard to spot. The capital was structured in layers, with territories divided by massive walls. From the outer city to the core area, each section had its own barrier. The first and outermost wall encompassed the entirety of the capital's territory. Within that, two more concentric walls marked the divisions between the outer city, the inner city, and the core area. Your journey continues on my virtual library empire. All three walls were enormous, visible from any point within their respective territories. Michael only had to locate a section of the wall where the height was slightly lower. That was where the gates were located. It didn't take long for Michael to reach the gate. The structure was massive, built from thick iron, and currently stood wide open. Around it, a group of knights in armor were stationed at different points, keeping watch. Even without using detect, Michael's sharp senses picked up on the auras of the knights around him. If he were to gauge their strength, they all seemed to be at the level of early rank 1. This was impressive. It revealed a glimpse of the kingdom's power. Even the gatekeepers were rank 1 humans, though they seemed slightly weaker compared to the knights Michael had traveled with. This realization made him understand just how elite that group must have been, even within the kingdom's forces. The gate's passageway was wide, with separate lanes for those entering and exiting. A few knights were questioning and searching the people coming in, but those leaving were allowed to pass freely. Michael figured this was because there was no real need to stop those heading out. The very fact that someone was in the inner city to begin with meant they had entered through proper channels, whether by passing this checkpoint or through some other means. After a quick glance at the process, Michael made his way toward the outer city. Fortunately, he wasn't stopped, though he did earn a few curious looks. The moment he stepped out of the inner city, he felt a distinct change. The mana density in the air is lower. In fact, this was something he had noticed upon first entering the capital, the difference in mana between regions. The inner city had a noticeably higher concentration of mana compared to the outer city, and even the outer city's mana was slightly denser than the lands beyond the capital. I wonder how it is in the core area. For a brief moment, Michael imagined cultivating in an environment with such rich mana, especially with a high-rank meditation technique. It had to be far better than what he was using now, where gaining even a single point in his intelligence stat could take an entire year. Perhaps, for those at the absolute peak, where a single stat point was worth more than all of Michael's combined, such a long period of time was acceptable. But he wasn't at that stage yet. He was interested in cultivating, but only if it provided real benefits. For now, it felt like a great way to pass the time, and for some reason, it was oddly addictive. The difference between the inner and outer city became immediately clear the moment Michael stepped outside. The roads, for example, were inconsistent. Some were paved with stone tiles, while others were simple dirt paths. The noise level was noticeably higher, and the overall cleanliness was lacking in comparison. The people, too, were different. There were far fewer refined individuals, and in their place were more commoners going about their daily lives. Compared to the inner city, Michael drew even more attention here. His attire and presence stood out amidst the crowd. However, like before, he didn't mind. Instead, he focused on gathering information, asking for directions to both the Hunter Guild and the Adventurers Guild. After getting a lead, Michael immediately set off toward his first destination, the Hunter Guild. Evolving my Undead Legion in a game-like world. Chapter 193-193 The Hunter Guild. As he walked down the streets of the outer city, his unfamiliarity with the area was obvious, and he could feel countless gazes on him. What puzzled him, however, was that mixed within those gazes were traces of ill intent. What confused him even more was that when he turned to identify the sources, he found that almost all of them came from children or people around his age. From the children, the emotions he sensed were a strange mixture of hatred, longing, and awe. From the older ones, however, the feelings were much darker: hatred, greed, envy, jealousy, and a general sense of resentment. All of this left Michael confused. He couldn't recall offending anyone since arriving in the land of origin, aside from a particular monster that seemed obsessed with wrapping its tentacles around him. What Michael didn't know, or perhaps hadn't fully grasped, despite his past life, was the reality of a world where nobles and commoners existed. Perhaps he understood it on some level but hadn't truly realized it yet, still in the process of adapting. When he did, the first thought that would come to his mind was how eerily similar it was to the Dark Ages of Aurora. Whenever a divide formed between people, changes inevitably followed. The rich and the poor. A wealthy person and someone slightly better off. It didn't always have to be extreme. Even within the same group, hierarchies naturally emerged. But when it came to nobles and commoners, the divide could be far worse. Nobles, the so-called superior beings, valued noble blood above all. Commoners, on the other hand, were regarded as people of lesser worth. The land of origin was far from an ideal world, and soon enough, Michael would come to realize just how deeply these divisions influenced human relationships, especially now that he carried the identity he did. As Michael walked toward his destination, he paid no mind to the people trailing behind him. Meanwhile, in a dark corner, Two older-looking boys whispered to each other. Are we really going to try robbing a noble again, Leah? I know you hate nobles because of what happened to your... The shorter of the two suddenly cut himself off when the boy he was speaking to shot him a sharp glare. But after a brief hesitation, a determined expression settled on his face. I know you hate nobles because of what happened to Lyra. She's your sister, and though we aren't blood-related, she was like one to me too. But it was because of this that Tim died the last time we tried this. And that wasn't even long ago, it was just a week ago, Leah. What do you think stealing from a noble will do to them? Nothing. It'll only cause trouble for us. Sure, we might gather enough money to enter a dojo and learn the ways of a knight, but isn't this too risky? Experience tales at my virtual library empire. A conflicted look finally appeared on the taller boy's face, but it was fleeting. Soon, it was replaced by unwavering determination. Seeing this, the shorter boy sighed. Ads by PubFuture. PubFuture ads. This is the last time, The last time, he muttered, seemingly resigned to following his friend down this path once again. For a brief moment, a smile flickered across the taller boy's face before vanishing, replaced by pure hatred. I'll use your wealth to gain power, and then I'll use that power to kill all you damn nobles. He thought, his eyes burning with loathing. Oblivious to the tragic stories trailing behind him, Michael finally arrived at his destination. Although the outer city, by its very nature, seemed inferior to the inner city, it wasn't entirely stricken with poverty. There were a few establishments that stood out, larger and more refined than their surroundings, but none compared to the one before Michael. The Hunter Guild. A massive signpost stood at the entrance of the building. Though Michael didn't recognize the characters, he instinctively knew what they meant. The building itself was among the largest he had seen in this world, even surpassing some in the inner city. Standing 6 stories tall, its exterior was coated in black, brown, and hints of red, giving it a solemn and imposing appearance. Taking a deep breath, Michael hesitated no longer and stepped inside. Immediately, a rush of sounds assaulted his ears. For a moment, it reminded him of the first time he had entered a Supers Association branch. Outside, it had been quiet. Inside, it was anything but. However, unlike in the real world, here, Michael could sense the distinct traces of mana lingering in the air. Sound magic? This wasn't Michael's first encounter with it in this world. The flying ship he had taken with Mage Lien had used the same effect. After recovering from the sudden noise that assaulted his sharp hearing, catching him off guard, Michael turned to take in his surroundings. The next moment, an odd expression appeared on his face. The first floor of the Hunters Guild looked like a bar. Rough-looking men and women, both in armor and casual wear, filled the space as they drank, ate, and made noise. With his heightened senses, Michael could detect a wide range of varying strengths, but none of them were stronger than him. As he observed the guild's first floor, several people turned to look at him. Some gave him a quick glance before returning to their business, while others pointed at him and began discussing him as a topic of interest. A few simply stared. Michael frowned slightly at the rude gestures directed at him but chose to ignore them. Instead, he made his way to the reception desk, where several attendants dressed in formal clothing were seated. Without hesitation, he approached one of them and got straight to the point. Good morning. I'd like to register as a hunter and learn about the requirements for joining. Michael's voice wasn't particularly loud, yet somehow, it echoed throughout the area. Even the receptionist he had addressed froze momentarily, seemingly caught off guard. But before she could respond, a loud burst of laughter suddenly erupted. Evolving my Undead Legion in a game-like world. Chapter 194 Teaching a Lesson. At present, Michael wasn't feeling the greatest. Ever since he entered the Hunters Guild, it felt like one thing after another kept happening, even though barely a minute had passed. This only went to show how heavy an impression he had made in such a short span of time. Michael turned to look at the person who had just burst into laughter. It was a man behind him. The man was built like a bear, far taller than Michael, casting a shadow over him. Had it been someone with a weak mindset, this might have been intimidating. However, the current Michael was far from intimidated. He was pissed. Did I say something funny? Michael asked in a calm tone. But it seemed his words only made the rough-looking man laugh harder. At this point, the first floor of the Hunters Guild had grown noticeably quieter. Almost everyone now had their eyes on Michael's location. It felt like they were watching a show. Michael's frown deepened. He was just about to ignore the man and continue with what he was doing when the man finally spoke. "Did I just hear you say you want to register as a hunter?" The man's voice was loud, his breath unpleasant, and it was obvious he was drunk. Michael frowned but still answered. "Explore more adventures at my virtual library empire." "Yes. Is there a problem with that?" Though he wouldn't pride himself on being able to read people accurately, something about the way the man spoke and acted threw Michael off. Pub future ads. A part of him wanted to know why. Another part wanted to send a punch straight into his face. The last time he had been this affected by someone's behavior was when he met his neighbor's nephew, whose father had died due to the demonic supernatural's plan. These two had something in common. The way they spoke made one want to punch them. Hearing Michael's response, the rough-looking man only laughed harder. However, what Michael noticed was that the gazes directed at him from the others had changed. Most weren't exactly filled with hostility, but they weren't positive either. It felt more like he was being looked down on. "People, are you hearing what this great noble is saying? He says he wants to be a hunter. A tiny boy like this wants to be a hunter. Haha." The man spoke in broken sentences, something Michael could clearly pick up on. What made him feel uncomfortable, though, was how others joined in the laughter. From the man's words, Michael was starting to understand a bit more about the reactions around him. Though still somewhat puzzled, he didn't mind others having opinions of him. However, he didn't quite like being the topic of discussion. In the end, after a brief moment of thought, Michael decided to ignore the other party. He was just about to turn back to the receptionist and continue where he left off when he suddenly felt a hand on his shoulder. "Boy, I was talking to you." Michael paused. Slowly, he turned his head to stare behind him. "Don't call me that. And don't touch me." Michael wasn't particularly angered by being called boy. People in the real world had called him that before, like Brian, for example. However, those were people who gave him due respect. And respect was the last thing this man had given him. Michael's eyes darkened. The heavy hand on his shoulder was unwelcome, but the sheer audacity of the man made it worse. The moment Michael had warned him, he expected the fool to step back. Instead, the man only grinned wider. "Oh, and what are you gonna do about it, noble boy?" The man's breath stank of alcohol, but Michael barely registered it. He had already decided. Before the man could react, Michael's hand shot up like a viper, grabbing the drunkard's wrist. Crack. A deafening boom echoed as Michael's grip forced the man's entire arm downward. A scream erupted from the rough-looking man as his massive body slammed into the ground. The floorboards beneath them groaned from the sheer force. Gasps filled the air. The onlookers who had been watching for entertainment suddenly felt their smiles freeze. 1 second, the man had been standing over Michael, mocking him. Then he was being thrown around like a rag doll. Michael barely gave him time to recover. Before the man could even groan in pain, Michael twisted his wrist again, flipping him over like a sack of grain and slamming him into the floor once more. Boom. A few tables shook. Mugs of ale spilled over. At that moment, it was no longer just gasps. Some of the onlookers even flinched. The Hunters Guild wasn't a place for the weak, and most of the people present weren't strangers to combat. But what they had just witnessed. Michael hadn't used a single ounce of visible strength, yet he had turned a bear of a man into a plaything. The man groaned in pain, but he still wasn't done. A mixture of rage and humiliation twisted his face as he struggled to get up, reaching for the weapon at his waist. A heavy-looking, rune-carved axe. Michael's eyes narrowed. The moment the man unsheathed the weapon, Michael's foot was already moving. Bang! With a single kick, the man's grip failed, and his axe went flying. It didn't just drop. It smashed through a nearby wooden counter, completely ruining one of the tables in the process. Silence fell. The receptionist, who had been watching all this with a stunned expression, gasped. Michael didn't care. He placed his foot firmly on the man's chest, pinning him down. The man struggled but quickly realized he couldn't move. Michael's gaze was indifferent as he stared down at him. "You brought out a weapon," Michael said flatly. His voice wasn't loud, but it carried through the room like a hammer. "Do you know what that means?" For the first time, the man's face paled. "Evolving my undead legion in a game-like world." Chapter 195. 195 Are you dumb? Compared to adventurers, hunters lived noticeably more dangerous lives. So why do they still continue being hunters? The pay was simply better. If given the chance, most people would do anything for money, and hunters were no exception. The kingdom of Lionheart had a strict class structure. While commoners weren't to be mistreated outright, being born as one was already a disadvantage. To them, nobles were distant figures, people they could only admire from afar. Nobility was something to yearn for but was almost impossible to attain. Even wealthier commoners who lived comfortable lives still felt this divide. Yet, while this reality made many commoners respect nobles, it also made a good number of them resent and even hate them. It didn't help that not all nobles were actually noble in character. The Hunters' Guild and the Adventurers' Guild were among the few places where commoners could acquire wealth, power, and status. High-ranking adventurers and hunters were said to be treated no less than nobles, even by nobles themselves. This was why, despite the dangerous nature of the job, people still flocked to join the guilds. However, it wasn't easy. To avoid overcrowding, registering required an expensive fee paid with silver, a huge obstacle for most. The situation was even more complicated. Since being an adventurer or hunter required supernatural abilities to succeed, many would rather spend their hard-earned silver on dojo training to gain access to the supernatural world first. It created a conflicting cycle. Pay to earn wealth, then use wealth to gain strength, only to use that strength to earn even more wealth. An endless loop. This was why nearly everyone Michael saw in the guild looked rough. Because that was their reality. Pub future ads. Just like him. They were broke. They were poor. Weapons needed maintenance. Potions, cultivation resources, everything cost money. Whether one was a hunter or an adventurer, it was a never-ending cycle. The path promised riches and power, but the journey itself could be brutal. This was why most hunters and adventurers tended to have a certain rough edge to them. Or, as the nobles called them with disdain, barbaric brutes. The drunkard approaching Michael wasn't just any hunter, he was one of the many commoners who despised nobles. For people like him, life had always been an uphill battle. From the moment of birth, a commoner's future was set in stone: struggle, toil, and hope for a miracle that would likely never come. No matter how hard they worked, no matter how much they risked their lives in the wilds hunting monsters or in the wild seeking treasures, they would always be at a disadvantage. Meanwhile, nobles were handed everything on a silver platter. Wealth, power, status, connections. They didn't need to risk their lives to gain strength. From birth, they had access to the best dojos, the finest mentors, and the rarest resources. Expensive potions that could enhance strength? Magical artifacts that could protect against deadly attacks? These were things commoners could only dream of, but for nobles, they were mere conveniences. Even their access to supernatural abilities was different. While commoners had to scrape together everything they had just to afford a chance at awakening their powers, nobles were given elixirs and cultivation manuals from childhood. Some were even born with inherited abilities, making the entire process effortless. And what made it worse? The arrogance. Many nobles looked down on commoners, treating them as nothing more than tools or background characters in their own grand stories. If a noble committed a crime, there was always a way out: a bribe, a connection, or simply the power to ignore the consequences. But if a commoner stepped out of line, punishment was swift and merciless. The drunkard had lived this reality firsthand. He had spent his childhood in the slums, watching his mother work herself to the bone just to keep them alive. Discover hidden content at my virtual library empire. He had seen his father, a man who had once been a promising hunter, get crippled in a monster raid, only to be tossed aside by the noble that had used him. And when his sister was taken by a noble for his own twisted amusement, no justice was served. No punishment was given. The noble walked free. That was the world he lived in. That was why he hated nobles. Because no matter how hard commoners fought, nobles had it easy. However, he was blinded by his own hatred, fueled by alcohol, and made the mistake of touching a noble. As if that wasn't bad enough, he had even drawn his weapon. That was why fear gripped him instantly. In his panic, another thought surfaced. Why was the other party so strong? Though he wasn't the most impressive hunter in the guild, he was nearly at the peak of the primary stage. That was plenty strong. At the very least, he wasn't weak when compared to the gate guards. Yet this young man had handled him effortlessly. Even if his cultivation technique was inferior, this shouldn't have been possible if they were at the same power level. That meant only one thing. This noble youth had to be at least at the intermediate stage. And at such a young age. He was screwed. A chilling voice pulled him back to reality. Do you know what that means? Michael's voice sounded like a devil's whisper. Of course, he knew what it meant. His face paled. If he had only touched the noble, he might have had a way out. The guild could have stepped in, offering some protection under the guise of supporting one of their own. But the moment he drew his weapon, even the guild wouldn't be able to help him. He might die. The now sober drunkard swallowed his fear as he waited for the noble youth's next words. However, what was he saying? You're going to have to pay for the damages here, all of it. I'm going to pay for damages? The drunkard felt like he had heard wrong. And he wasn't the only one. The crowd, which had been silent in anticipation of a brutal punishment, also felt like they had misheard. Then came Michael's next words, spoken with an almost baffled expression. You don't expect me to pay for the damages caused by you, do you? Are you dumb? Evolving my Undead Legion in a game-like world. Chapter 196. Chapter 196 Registration. Chapter 196. Chapter 196 Registration. Michael of course had no plans to kill the man. Putting aside the location, just because he had killed a few people and he was greedy for more special corpses didn't mean he'd do it. It didn't make sense. At least, for the current situation, it didn't. However, Michael had to admit that he might have indeed let his emotions take control of him for a moment, but then again, the man had it coming. What? You're not going to pay for the damages that you caused yourself. As he spoke, Michael couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed, but this was only on the inside. Outwardly, there wasn't a hint of oddness. If one didn't know better, they wouldn't know Michael was trying to scam the injured man to pay for something another person, him, was responsible for. Michael glanced at the man with ill intent. Though he didn't unleash his mana on the other party, he definitely felt intimidated. Yes, I'll pay for the damages. Why are you saying it like you're doing me a favor for your actions? I'm sorry, I'll pay for the damages I caused. The man said with difficulty and an ugly expression on his face. It was unknown how many levels of pain he was currently feeling. Seemingly satisfied by the other party, Michael finally let go of him and turned back to the receptionist table, but this time chose another person. Though he didn't know if what had just happened was a normal occurrence in the guild, the attitude of the receptionist throughout didn't impress him. He felt that with a warning, the bear-like man might have stopped and come back into his senses, but instead, it seemed she was more worried about the other party than he, who was harassed. After a few experiences, Michael was starting to understand a few things about this world, or rather, the reality of the identity tied to him. It started from the town mayor's residence. If Michael didn't realize after so much happened, then he was more than slow. After a few experiences here, Michael had reasons to believe that the part of the land of origin he was in seemed to be heavily based on social status. With a modern mindset, though, he wouldn't be naive enough to say there was no difference between the poor and rich. As long as it was not a cultivator and a human, all humans were the same. One was just better at something than the other person or had something more than the other person. But in this world, it was a bit different. Just a title, noble and commoner, gave Michael the feeling of what would have happened in the real world had the Federation let the demonic cultivators rule the world like they wanted to. However, as a supernatural being himself, he still felt conflicted about how to feel. But whatever the case may be, now was not the time to think about it. Michael wanted to register as a hunter and proceed with his plans. I want to register as a hunter. What do I need to do? Michael asked again, this time more direct. Fortunately, there was no laughter that followed, or rather, no one dared to laugh. Though some might not despise nobles like the drunk hunter, and might even be worse, as hunters, what they recognized the most was strength, and that was what the youth had. Respect needed to be given. This, and no one wanted to be beaten and have to pay for damages. Michael's method had really opened their eyes, and some of them looked like they were inspired by him. First, you need to pay a registration fee. Tell me a few things about yourself, so I can list them down, and that's about it. So, basically, the most important thing was the registration. In simpler terms, the money. Michael figured this much and immediately asked for the price. 5 silver coins. Without hesitation he paid. This was just like the restaurant he had just eaten in. In a place where the price system was already structured, you either paid or you didn't. After receiving the registration fee, the receptionist, who was active and welcoming than the first one Michael had picked upon entering the guild building, started collecting his information. At first, Michael was a little nervous and thought he'd need to bullshit his way through due to so many things like his inability to read and write, the cultures and so on of this world, but this didn't end up being the case. Michael wasn't writing anything and only needed to answer some questions, and said questions also weren't too hard for him to provide an answer to. Name: Mike Knorr. Age. When it reached this point, Michael had noticed more than one person seemed to be focused on his location. He didn't care and gave his answer. I'm 18. Technically, the body in the land of origin was a week old, but for obvious reasons, Michael couldn't say this. The moment his age was reviewed, several gasps echoed in the first floor of the Hunter Guild building. Michael could also see the receptionist was visibly surprised, but fortunately, she was professional and kept on with the questions. What are you good at? Good as in your specialty. This helps in a few ways, like when looking for a teammate, and vice versa, the guild can recommend. Oh. Michael immediately understood. It felt like when Grace, in the Supers Association branch, had helped him with applying for entries into cracks via teammates who had them. They weren't the same thing, but the system of recommendations seemed to be about the same thing. Michael only thought for a moment before responding. Combat. I'm good at fighting. That's something, right? To be sure, Michael asked after giving his answer, and the receptionist at the counter responded positively. Following this, after a few back and forth easy questioning and answering, Michael was finally able to complete his registration. First chapter. Evolving my Undead Legion in a game-like world. Chapter 197. Chapter 197 Taking a Task. Chapter 197. Chapter 197 Taking a Task. There are several hunter levels within our guild. By completing missions, you earn a certain amount of credits, which accumulate to raise your hunter level. A higher level grants access to more difficult missions and better rewards. Asterisk credits can also be used to purchase items from the guild when money is insufficient or generally unusable. Overall, our system is the same as the Adventurers Guild, except that we primarily focus on extermination tasks. The more Michael learned about the guilds, the more they reminded him of the Supers Association from his world, albeit with a few differences. As for which system was better, he didn't dwell on it. What mattered was that it worked. As several thoughts flashed through his mind, Michael continued listening to the receptionist. Like the Adventurers Guild, we have 5 hunter levels, starting from iron, then bronze, silver, gold, and finally diamond. As a newly registered hunter, you'll have to start at the iron level, even if your strength surpasses it. However, if you want to rank up quickly, I recommend taking on tasks higher than your level. The receptionist then explained a few more details, which Michael made sure to pay close attention to. He didn't want to miss anything important. Once she was done, he moved on to the next phase of his plan. Now that he was a hunter, what could be more important than increasing his rank? What tasks can I take on right now? Upon hearing this, the receptionist pointed toward a section on the first floor where a wall was covered in posters. Michael's heart sank. He couldn't read. Immediately, an idea struck him, and he acted on it without hesitation. Can you recommend a task for me? The best one, please. He was trying his luck. This was how he interacted with Grace back in the real world. so he hoped this receptionist was just as competent. Fortunately, she was not only competent but willing to help. Seeing Sir Mick's prowess just now, I believe I have a few suitable tasks for you. Please wait a moment, she said, flipping through some papers in front of her before pulling out 3. Michael took the papers from the receptionist and glanced at them. The problem? He still couldn't read. Of course, he wasn't about to admit that. Instead, he acted as if he were carefully evaluating the missions, nodding slightly as if weighing his options. Then, after a brief pause, he casually placed them back on the desk. Explain them to me, he said, maintaining a composed expression. I want to make sure I choose the most suitable one. The receptionist didn't seem suspicious. She simply smiled and began explaining. The first task is a simple beast extermination mission in the nearby forest. A group of Iron Rank hunters reported an infestation of razorback boars. They've been attacking supply wagons, so the guild put out a request to thin their numbers. Michael didn't react outwardly, but he quickly dismissed the first option. Killing some wild pigs? Even if they were beasts, this wouldn't get him anywhere fast. To be brutally honest, it wasn't even interesting enough for him to consider. From the receptionist's words, this was an Iron Rank task, and judging by how she seemed to acknowledge his strength, it was likely meant for those far weaker than him. A task involving weak monsters wouldn't help him progress. Still, despite deciding against it, Michael maintained a calm expression and continued listening attentively. The second task, the receptionist continued, is a subjugation mission. A notorious bandit group has been raiding villages along the trade routes. They aren't particularly strong, but they're cunning. The reward for taking them down is significant, but there's a warning: the bandits are known for setting traps. We hunt humans too? Michael couldn't help but think. However, this sounded better. Michael didn't have any problems dealing with humans, and taking out some bandits would probably bring in decent loot. At least he was interested in human corpses. One reason he was taking a task was because in a while his fault points would refresh and it would finally be time to see if 100 evolution points was enough to evolve a human. And the third? Michael asked. The receptionist hesitated before answering. The last mission is unconventional. A noble's caravan recently went missing on the outskirts of the capital. The last known reports suggest it was heading toward a place called the Hollow Woods. No bodies were found, only wreckage. The guild suspects a supernatural cause, but there's no confirmation yet. It's classified as a bronze rank mission, but... She trailed off. Michael raised an eyebrow. But... She sighed. Most hunters who took this mission never returned. That got his attention. A dangerous mission, likely linked to the supernatural? That meant one thing: potential special corpses. But Michael didn't immediately jump at it. Instead, he tapped the paper with the second mission. Can I take this one instead? The receptionist looked surprised but quickly nodded. Of course, Sir Mike. It's a bit more challenging than the first, but nowhere near as dangerous as the third. Are you sure? Michael gave a short nod. I'd rather not take unnecessary risks. It wasn't fear that made him decide against the third mission. It was caution. Michael had experienced firsthand what certain monsters were capable of, and there was no guarantee this mission wouldn't throw something unexpected at him. Taking an unknown risk without proper information was a mistake he had no intention of making. Or maybe it was fear. The land of origin was said to resemble a game, but to Michael, it hardly felt like one. His experiences, the people, and everything around him made it feel just as real as his own world, perhaps even more so. And when it came to death, this place seemed far more dangerous. Michael wasn't in the mood to take unnecessary risks, especially when he had no clue what he'd be walking into. The receptionist stamped the paper and handed it to him. A wise choice. Here's the task details. Good luck, Sir Mike. Michael took the paper, glanced over it, and nodded. Thanks. Just as Michael turned to leave, he suddenly paused. A notification panel appeared in his vision. Quest: subjugate the bandit group. Time limit: 7 days. Reward: 2,500 EXP. Michael's eyes narrowed slightly. This was new. At least for him, this was new. Please read author's note. Thank you for the birthday wishes, everyone. It's the last day of the month, and not only are we approaching 200 chapters, but we're also still in the top 10 of the golden ticket rankings. I know I've made a lot of promises in the past and failed to keep some, which is why I stopped making new ones and focused on ensuring daily uploads instead. And no, I haven't forgotten my promises. Others might ignore such things, but I believe that's just wrong. All I can say is that I'll keep doing my best and make sure I follow through. I hope you enjoy today's chapter, and thank you for all the support so far. Your support has truly made my day, and my new age. I really appreciate it. Evolving my Undead Legion in a game-like world. Chapter 198, Chapter 198 Successful Evolution? What? Chapter 198, Chapter 198 Successful Evolution? What? The land of origin did share some similarities with games. Quests. For the first time since arriving, Michael had received a quest. Tasks from the Hunter Guild can trigger quests? I wonder if it's the same for the Adventurers Guild. Michael had his eyes on the Adventurers Guild as well and planned to register there in the future. At first, he wasn't sure if it was possible to be part of both, which was why he had chosen the one that interested him most. Fortunately, from his interactions with the receptionist, he had confirmed that registration in both was allowed. Despite their similarities, they were two separate organizations with different functions. The reward is quite substantial too. With about 30 more tasks like this, he could likely level up again, and this was only one of the lowest tier quests. Michael figured that as his hunter level increased, he'd gain access to higher tier missions. If every Hunter Guild task could trigger a system quest, the rewards might soon go beyond just experience points. Even if they didn't, the experience gains alone would be significant. This method of earning experience seemed slower and more tedious than simply killing monsters, but it was steady. And considering the nature of the Hunter Guild, where most tasks involved combat, he could still earn experience from both missions and battles at the same time. Regaining his focus, Michael didn't hesitate and continued toward the guild's exit. Once outside, he glanced down at the paper in his hand, a rough map sketch. With no idea of this region's geography, I will need help getting there. As long as I can find out which trade routes the bandits frequent or where their base is located, tracking them down shouldn't be a problem. Michael wasn't too concerned about the bandits themselves. Though he was still learning the inner workings of the guild, he knew his strength far exceeded that of a typical iron-ranked hunter. Most hunters at his level of power had likely already advanced beyond this stage, leaving only those, the real iron-level hunters, who were still struggling to take on missions like these. For them, this task was very difficult. The time limit for the task is the same as my quest. I can take this slowly, but for now, I need to get out of the capital. The reason was simple. In less than 20 minutes, Michael's daily points would arrive, granting him a large influx of evolution points, enough to push his total beyond 100. That alone was a significant milestone. With that many points, he could create a few more rank 1 rare grade undead. But that wasn't what excited him. Among his undead, the most recent special cases were his human undead. Even the weakest of them required far more evolution points than usual. The standard cost for evolving a common rank creature to a rare rank wasn't enough, not even when doubled. He knew they could evolve. His talent made that clear. The issue was the sheer cost. This was as concerning as it was intriguing. So far, all of his undead evolutions had been overwhelmingly positive. Not once had he encountered a failed or negative transformation. Was this a quirk of his talent, or had he simply never triggered the conditions for a failed evolution? Michael didn't know. Based on past experience, his human undead should only become stronger after evolving. So, what kind of evolution required such an absurd amount of evolution points? Michael hoped to find out soon. He put the paper inside his room, using it as a guise while actually storing it in his storage space. But just as he was about to move, he suddenly froze. His lips twitched. For some reason, his action reminded him of the first time he went into a crack in the real world. Grace had given him a paper to hold, but instead of storing it away, he had actually carried it in his hand the entire time. Back then, he thought he didn't have a place to put it. Michael experienced one of those moments where past actions made his future self feel incredibly stupid. It's okay. I was still getting used to being an awakener. It's normal to forget my own prowess at times, right? He consoled himself, shaking his head. Just as he was about to leave, his thoughts shifting back to his quest, he paused again. His lips twitched. Now that he thought about it, the land of origin really was starting to resemble a game. And that led him to another realization. His undead had killed a large number of monsters earlier today. His first loot in this world had come from the slimes in that ruins, his first location in the land of origin. So, wasn't there a high chance that he had overlooked some loot when he left in a hurry? Sure, he could blame it on his undead. By the time he had arrived, they were already clearing the area, likely disregarding any items that weren't obviously valuable. But that wasn't exactly an excuse. He could have at least checked. No, I wouldn't have been able to search for anything even if there was loot there, Michael muttered to himself. Ignoring the threat of that monster tracking me down, I also needed to catch up to Mage Lien and his group back then. There was just too little time. Even though he knew this was the truth, it didn't make him feel any better. Putting aside the possibility of rare loot appearing, the real loss was the spirit crystals. Those crystals were readily available evolution points, and missing out on them stung the most. Speaking of evolution points, in the absence of spirit liquid, buying spirit crystals isn't a bad alternative. However, that option required careful planning. Spirit crystals were expensive. If he wanted to make use of them efficiently, he had to ensure the cost was worth the gains. It didn't take long for Michael to calm down and shift his thoughts elsewhere. Maybe it was because he was in a good mood, or perhaps knowing there was nothing he could do about what had already happened made it easier to let go. Either way, he wasn't too bothered. After placing the paper in his storage space, he didn't hesitate any longer and made his way toward the outer city gate. Just like when he had found the inner gates, locating the outer gates wasn't difficult. Getting out was just as easy. Along the way, Michael felt various gazes on him, some filled with curiosity, others with indifference. Most of them flickered on and off, vanishing as he moved past their line of sight. However, there were at least two presences that remained constant. One of them seemed neutral, or at least mostly so. But the other felt different. There was something personal about it, something charged. The situation puzzled Michael. He resisted the urge to turn around, not wanting to alert them or scare them off. Instead, he let them continue trailing him. Unfortunately, as soon as he stepped out of the outer city, he felt their presence disappear. That alone disappointed him more than he expected. They might have been useful, Michael thought. But I guess they're lucky they didn't follow me. Michael was always cautious when it came to people with ill intent toward him. He wasn't the type to kill everyone who looked at him the wrong way, but he also wasn't someone who could always ignore it. The fact that those two felt familiar made it even more concerning. If he recognized their presence, it meant they had been tailing him since he left the inner city. That kind of dedication made him uneasy and curious. But they hadn't followed him outside. That was unfortunate. If they had, he would have made good use of them after an interrogation. For one, they could have served as guides. If they could read and write, it would have been even better. I don't know if I'll run into them again, Michael thought. But considering how things are in the outer city, if I move around at night, I might attract a new batch of stalkers, right? Already, he was forming plans for any unfortunate pursuers. As he thought of this, Michael moved further away from the capital and into the wilderness. A moment later, a massive figure shot into the sky, its dark wings cutting through the wind in a flash. It was his black griffin. Michael had summoned it to carry him further away from the capital. Moments later, as he soared above a dense forest with his undead keeping watch over his surroundings, he finally gave the order to descend. He jumped off the griffin just in time to see a new notification appear before him. His evolution points had been refreshed. Excited, Michael quickly turned to check his talent section. Evolving my Undead Legion in a game-like world. Chapter 199. Chapter 199 Advanced? Evolution points, 121. It's in 3 digits. Even though he had expected it, seeing the number still filled Michael with excitement. This was only the second time his evolution points had accumulated to 3 digits. The first time had been when he had essentially turned himself into a drug addict, consuming dozens of spirit liquids. Back then, the number of evolution points he gained had been more than double this. But the difference was that this time, he had obtained them naturally, without any external influence. With 50 undead, as long as I don't miss any of them, I should be gaining 50 evolution points per day. In a month, that would be at least 1,500 evolution points. With that kind of accumulation, not only can all my undead reach at least the rare rank, but having a few extraordinary rank creatures wouldn't be impossible either. The thought thrilled Michael, but he didn't dwell on it for long. Instead, he immediately turned to the list of undead he could evolve. The moment the screen appeared, his eyes went straight to the undead he had been keeping an eye on. This was why he had let his evolution points accumulate in the first place. Otherwise, he would have already spent them on evolving his high-level undead to get more rank 2 creatures or enhancing a few special undead he was particularly curious about. His gaze locked onto the entries, and a wild smile spread across his lips. Undead Human Mage. Sufficient evolution points. Undead Human Knight Apprentice. 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 Sufficient evolution points. Though he had suspected there was a chance he would finally be able to evolve his human undead, there had always been an underlying uncertainty. Unlike his other undead, these human ones didn't have a rank to determine their potential. That strange characteristic had made him question whether even a 3-digit evolution point count would be enough. If it hadn't been, it would have been both frustrating and intriguing. Frustrating because it would mean another delay. Intriguing because it would raise even more questions about just what kind of evolution required such an absurd amount of points. Now, however, there was no need for speculation. He could finally evolve them. Without hesitation, Michael brought out the human undead mage from his storage space. The undead stood still, unmoving, waiting for its master's command. Ads by PubFuture. PubFuture ads. After sparing a glance at his undead, Michael immediately started the evolution process. Evolve Undead Human Mage for 100 evolution points. Michael glanced at the screen in front of him in contemplation. Usually, when evolving his other undead, he would see a hint of what they were evolving into, including their rank, provided he had enough evolution points. However, this time, the screen only displayed the required evolution points, keeping him completely in the dark about what would happen next. I suppose I should have expected something like this from the start. It had no rank indicator right from the get-go, so it makes sense that it wouldn't appear even after evolution. Michael only thought about this for a moment before pushing it to the back of his mind. He then checked his other human undead and saw that, despite their weaker strength compared to the human mage, they required the same amount of evolution points. It puzzled him, but it also intrigued him. Whatever the case may be, I'll find out after it evolves. With that thought, he mentally chose to evolve his undead. As he watched his evolution points drop by 100, a piercing scream of pain that erupted from his undead. The sheer volume of the scream made Michael frown slightly. Fortunately, they were in the middle of nowhere, so this level of environmental disturbance was acceptable. Good thing I chose to leave the capital. This would have definitely caused an issue. During his exploration, Michael had come across numerous inns and could have easily stayed in one of them, even the more luxurious ones, since he had money now. However, his experience with evolving undead had taught him a few things. Michael observed the evolving undead in front of him with great focus. Just in case something unexpected happened, he had positioned himself at a safe distance. But with his exceptional eyesight, it was as if he were standing right in front of it. Still, the light that accompanied undead evolution always puzzled him. Although he hadn't tested it out yet, he knew that even if someone were to shine several bright lights at him, he would still be able to see clearly, even without relying on his special senses. But the light from evolution was different. Though he could still make out some details, whether he was close or far, trying to see more reminded him of when he was still normal, and someone had suddenly flashed a bright light in his eyes. Michael continued observing carefully. However, the more he watched, the more confused he became. For one, the evolution period was far longer than most of his undead, aside from when Lucky evolved into an extraordinary one-star creature. 2, there was no change in body size. If it weren't for the fact that the mana level coming from the undead was increasing, reaching a level that amazed Michael, he would have thought this evolution was a failed one. Michael continued waiting. Moments later, the evolution finally ended, and Michael could now see what had happened to his undead. Your undead human mage has evolved and advanced into an undead high human mage. Your undead has grown significantly stronger. Your undead's affinity with its elements has increased significantly. And that was all. That's it. Its rank didn't even advance, and it didn't learn any new skills. Michael felt confused and was about to get angry, thinking he might have been scammed, when a certain realization struck him. Its race has changed? Evolving my undead legion in a game-like world. Chapter 200. Chapter 200 Thoughts about Race. This was a topic Michael couldn't say he knew much about, and even the Supers Association forum didn't help much in the matter. For one, it was said that races could influence one's strength just like a class could. This could be seen from the fact that races also provided attribute points, much like classes did. And just as some classes granted more attribute points than others, certain races were also said to do the same because they were inherently stronger, or something along those lines. Michael had known about races even before becoming an awakener. It wasn't a widely discussed topic, but almost everyone knew that humans weren't the only race in the universe. Though Michael had yet to encounter a living being from another race, it didn't change the fact that he knew they existed. Now that he saw something related to it again, he calmed down. Evolved and advanced? The human race also has a higher form. This was Michael's first time hearing such a thing. As for the idea that a race could exist within a race, he didn't find it strange. Back on Earth, even though everyone was referred to as humans, different races and ethnic groups were still used to differentiate people. High humans and humans seemed to follow a similar logic. However, the current situation wasn't just about classification. It seemed one race was truly superior to the other. It seems there's still a lot I need to know about my talent. After calming down, Michael began thinking more clearly. Pub Future adds, the race of his undead advancing to a superior form wasn't a bad thing. It was essentially still evolution. But what he truly wanted to know now was whether it was actually worth it. After all, his undead wasn't an awakener. There was no concept of attribute point bonuses for it, so he wondered, just how strong was a normal high human? The way to test this was simple. There were multiple methods. First, it was said that in a stronger race, if one were to use the stats system, a single point in strength for a weaker race might be equivalent to 2 points for a stronger race. This was because the system judged stats based on one's race rather than human standards. Michael felt this made sense. Imagine a dragon using human stats to measure its strength. In that case, the system would be judging how strong it was among humans, not how powerful it was within its own race. If this was truly how things worked, then the question of whether the human race was supreme would be a debate. As several thoughts flashed through Michael's mind, he began testing his newly evolved undead. First, he wanted to start with mana. Before evolving, the undead mage's mana was even lower than Michael's. Recalling how its mana levels seemed to have increased significantly after evolving, Michael was curious to see just how much. Unleash all your mana. Michael commanded the undead the undead high human mage. The moment the undead high human mage followed his command, an overwhelming surge of mana exploded into the surroundings. Ads by Pub Future. Pub Future adds. Michael's eyes widened as an almost insane amount of mana poured out, twisting the air around them. For a brief moment, his heart shook. Not only was it far greater than what Mage Lien had ever displayed, but it also surpassed his own mana reserves by an absurd degree. A deep frown formed on his face. There was only one creature he could immediately think of that had ever released this much mana, even while being at the same level. But Lucky was an extraordinary rank creature. Did this mean that the high human race was naturally comparable to an extraordinary rank being? Or at the very least, not far off? Michael's breathing slowed as he processed the implications. No wonder it cost so much to evolve them. For an undead at this level to have this much mana, the race itself had to be on a completely different level. I wonder how strong my undead is compared to rank 3, no, rank 4 cultivators in the real world. Just based on mana levels alone, Michael was absolutely confident that it wasn't something a rank 3 cultivator could compare to. Even when the undead mage was alive, at the peak of rank 3, its mana reserves were nowhere near what it was capable of now. The difference was immense. However, more mana didn't necessarily mean more strength. Its affinity with its element also increased, so its magic should be stronger, right? As this thought crossed his mind, Michael swiftly pulled up the status screen of the Undead High Human Mage. Aurora High Human, Disciple Rank Mage LV, 25, Max. Name, None. EXP, 893, 345/1, 021, 752. Skills, Earth Dome, Intermediate Mastery, Fire Spear, Intermediate Mastery, Fire Jet, Intermediate Mastery, Earth Wall, Intermediate Mastery, Earth Spike, Intermediate Mastery, Fireball, Intermediate Mastery. Master, Michael Norman. Oh, the experience points actually increased? Michael couldn't help but smile at the thought. The idea of having another creature close to advancing to rank 2 was genuinely exciting. However, when he checked the Undead Mage's skill set, it was still the same as before. For this, Michael felt a bit conflicted. But then, he recalled something. The higher the purity of mana, the amount pushed into a spell, and the level of the spell model, the stronger the spell became. With this in mind, he was still expectant about the combat prowess of the Undead High Human Mage. And to test its true combat level, there was no better way than actual battle. For this, Michael already had something in mind. Prince. Back when Prince was still alive, he had been significantly stronger than his opponents. Facing him again would make for a proper challenge. As for using Lucky, though the high human race seemed impressive, Michael felt that would still be overkill. With this thought, Prince was the only best candidate. And now that he was in the land of origin and not the real world, both parties could go all out without holding back. 200 chapters milestone,